Lecture 12: The Belief in Immortality Among the Natives of German New Guinea, continued, the Bukawa of German New Guinea. In the last lecture I described the beliefs and practices concerning the dead as they are to be found among the Yabam of German New Guinea. Today we begin with the Bukawa, a kindred and neighboring tribe, which occupies the coastlands of the northern portion of Huon Gulf from Scalenbruch Point to Samoa Harbor. The language which the Bukawa speak belongs, like the language of the Yabam, to the Melanesian, not to the Papuan family. Their customs and beliefs have been reported by a German missionary, Mr. Stefan Lehner, whose account I follow. For 15 in many respects they closely resemble those of their neighbors the Yabam. Means of subsistence of the Bukawa. Men's clubhouses. The Bukawa are an agricultural people who subsist mainly on the crops of taro which they raise. But they also cultivate many kinds of bananas and vegetables, together with sugarcane, sago, and tobacco. From time to time they cut down and burn the forest in order to obtain fresh fields for cultivation. The land is not held in common. Each family has its own fields and patches of forest, and would resent the intrusion of others on their hereditary domain. Hunting and fishing supply them with animal food to eke out the vegetable nourishment which they draw from their fields and plantations. For 16 every village contains one or more of the men's clubhouses which are a common feature in the social life of the tribes on this coast. In these clubhouses the young men are obliged to sleep, and on the platforms in front of them the older men hold their councils. Such a clubhouse is called a lum. 417 Beliefs of the Bukawa concerning the souls of the dead. Sickness and disease attributed to ghostly agency. The Bukawa have a firm belief in the existence of the human soul after death. They think that a man's soul can even quit his body temporarily in his lifetime during sleep or a swoon, and that in its disembodied state it can appear to people at a distance, but such apparitions are regarded as omens of approaching death, when the soul will depart for good and all. The soul of a dead man is called a balam. The spirits of the departed are believed to be generally mischievous and spiteful to the living, but they can be appeased by sacrifice, and other measures can be taken to avert their dangerous influence. 418 They are very touchy, and if they imagine that they are not honored enough by their kinsfolk, and that the offerings made to them are insufficient, they will avenge the slight by visiting their disrespectful and stingy relatives with sickness and disease. Among the maladies which the natives ascribe to the anger of ghosts are epilepsy, fainting fits, and wasting decline. For 19 When a man suffers from a sore which he believes to have been inflicted on him by a ghost, he will take a stone from the fence of the grave and heat it in the fire, saying, "Father, see, thou hast gone, I am left, I must till the land in thy stead and care for my brothers and sisters. Do me good again." Then he dips the hot stone in a puddle on the grave, and holds his sore in the steam which rises from it. His pain is eased thereby, and he explains the alleviation which he feels by saying, "The spirit of the dead man has eaten up the wound." For 20 Sickness and death often ascribed by the Bukawa to sorcery. But like most savages the Bukawa attribute many illnesses and many deaths not to the wrath of ghosts but to the malignant arts of sorcerers, and in such cases they usually endeavor by means of divination to ascertain the culprit and to avenge the death of their friend by taking the life of his imaginary murderer. 421 If they fail to exact vengeance, the ghost is believed to be very angry, and they must be on their guard against him. He may meet them anywhere, but is especially apt to dog the footsteps of the sorcerer who killed him. Hence when on the occasion of a great feast the sorcerer comes to the village of his victim, the surviving relatives of the dead man are at particular pains to protect themselves and their property against the insidious attacks of the prowling ghost. For this purpose they bury a creeper with white blossoms in the path leading to the village. The ghost is thought to be filled with fear at the sight of it and to turn back, leaving his kinsfolk, their dogs, and pigs in peace. For 22 Fear of the ghosts of the slain. Another class of ghosts who are much dreaded are the spirits of slain foes. They are believed to pursue their slayers to the village and to blind them so that sooner or later they fall an easy prey to their enemies. Hence when a party of warriors has returned home from a successful attack on a village, in which they have butchered all on whom they could lay their hands, they kindle a great fire, dance wildly about it, and hurl burning brands in the direction of the battlefield in order to keep the ghosts of their slaughtered foes at bay. Phosphorescent lights seen under the houses throw the inmates into great alarm, for they are thought to be the souls of the slain. Sometimes the vanquished in battle resort to a curious ruse for the purpose of avenging themselves on the victors by means of a ghost. They take the sleeping mat of one of the slain, roll it up in a bundle along with his loincloth, apron, netted bag, or headrest, and give the bundle to 2 cripples to carry. Then they steal quietly to the landing place of their foes, peering warily about lest they should be observed. The bundle represents the dead man, and the cripples who carry it reel to and fro, and finally sink to the ground with their burden. In this way the ghost of the victim, whose things are carried in the bundle, is supposed to make their enemies weak and tottery. Strong young men are not given the bundle to carry, lest the ghost should spoil their manly figures, whereas if he should wound or maim a couple of poor cripples, no great harm is done. 423 ghosts of ancestors appealed to for help, especially in the cultivation of the ground. First fruits offered to the spirits of the dead. However, the Bukawa also look on the ghosts of their ancestors in a more amiable light as beings who, if properly appealed to, can and will help them in the affairs of life, especially by procuring for them good crops. Hence, when they are planting their fields, which are formed in clearings of the forest, they take particular care to insert shoots of all their crops in the ground near the tree stumps which remain standing, because the souls of their dead grandfathers and great-grandfathers are believed to be sitting on the stumps watching their descendants at their work. Accordingly, in the act of planting they call out the names of these forefathers and pray them to guard the field in order that their living children may have food and not suffer from hunger. And at harvest, when the first fruits of the taro, bananas, sugarcane, and so forth have been brought back from the fields, a portion of them is offered in a bowl to the spirits of the forefathers in the house of the landowner, and the spirits are addressed in prayer as follows: O ye who have guarded our field as we prayed you to do, there is something for you, now and henceforth behold us with favor. While the family are feasting on the rest of the first fruits, the householder will surreptitiously stir the offerings in the bowl with his finger, and will then shew the bowl to the others as a proof that the souls of the dead have really partaken of the good things provided for them. For 24 a hunter will also pray to his dead father to drive the wild pigs into his net. For 25 burial and mourning customs of the Bukawa. The Bukawa bury their dead in shallow graves, which are sometimes dug under the houses but more usually in front of or beside them. Along with the corpses are deposited bags of taro, nuts, drinking vessels, and other articles of daily use. Only the stone axes are too valuable to be thus sacrificed. Over the grave is erected a rude hut in which the widower, if the deceased was a married woman, remains for a time in seclusion. A widow on the death of her husband remains in the house. Widow and widower may not shew themselves in public until they have prepared their mourning costume. The widower wears a black hat made of bark, cords round his neck, wicker work on his arms and feet, and a torn old bracelet of his wife and a bag on his breast. A widow is completely swathed in nets, one over the other, and she carries about with her the loincloth of her deceased husband. The souls of the dead dwell in a subterranean region called Lambome, and their life there seems to resemble life here on earth, but the ideas of the people on the subject are very vague. 426 Initiation of young men among the Bukawa. Lads at circumcision supposed to be swallowed by a monster. The customs and beliefs of the Bukawa in regard to the initiation of young men are practically identical with those of their neighbors the Yabam. Indeed, the initiatory ceremonies are performed by the tribes jointly, now in the territory of the Bukawa, now in the territory of the Yabam, or in the land of the Kai, a tribe of mountaineers, or again in the neighboring Tami Islands. The intervals between the ceremonies vary from 10 to 18 years. For 27, the central feature of the initiatory rites is the circumcision of the novices. It is given out that the lads are swallowed by a ferocious monster called a Balam, who, however, is induced by the sacrifice of many pigs to vomit them up again. In spewing them out of his maw he bites or scratches them, and the wound so inflicted is circumcision. This explanation of the rite is fobbed off on the women, who more or less believe it and weep accordingly when their sons are led away to be committed to the monster's jaws. And when the time for the ceremony is approaching, the fond mothers busy themselves with rearing and fattening young pigs, so that they may be able with them to redeem their loved ones from the belly of the ravenous beast, for he must have a pig for every boy. When a lad bleeds to death from the effect of the operation, he is secretly buried, and his sorrowful mother is told that the monster swallowed him and refused to bring him up again. What really happens is that the youths are shut up for several months in a house specially built for the purpose in the village. During their seclusion they are under the charge of guardians, usually 2 young men, and must observe strictly a rule of fasting and chastity. When they are judged to be ready to undergo the rite, they are led forth and circumcised in front of the house amid a prodigious uproar made by the swinging of bull roarers. The noise is supposed to be the voice of the monster who swallows and vomits up the novice at circumcision. The bull roarer as well as the monster bears the name of Balaam, and the building in which the novices are lodged before and after the operation is called the monster's house, Balumslam. After they have been circumcised, the lads remain in the house for several months till their wounds are healed. Then, painted and bedizened with all the ornaments that can be collected, they are brought back and restored to their joyful mothers. Women must vacate the village for a long time while the initiatory ceremonies are being performed. 428 novices at circumcision supposed to be killed and then restored to a new and higher life. The meaning of the whole rite, as I pointed out in dealing with the similar initiatory rite of the Yabam, appears to be that the novices are killed and then restored to a new and better life, for after their initiation they rank no longer as boys but as full-grown men, entitled to all the privileges of manhood and citizenship, if we can speak of such a thing as citizenship among the savages of New Guinea. This interpretation of the rite is supported by the notable fact that the Bukawa, like the Yabam, give the name of Balaam to the souls of the dead as well as to the mythical monster and to the bull roarer. This shows how intimately the three things are associated in their minds. Indeed, not only is the bull roarer in general associated with the souls of the dead by a community of name, but among the Bukawa each particular bull roarer bears in addition the name of a particular dead man and varies in dignity and importance with the dignity and importance of the deceased person whom it represents. The most venerated of all are curiously carved and have been handed down for generations. They bear the names of famous warriors or magicians of old and are supposed to reproduce the personal peculiarities of the celebrated originals in their shape and tones. And there are smaller bull roarers which emit shriller notes and are thought to represent the shrill-voiced wives of the ancient heroes. For 29, the Kai tribe of Saddle Mountain in German New Guinea. The land of the Kai. Their mode of cultivation. Their villages. The Bukawa and the Yabam, the two tribes with which I have been dealing in this and the last lecture, inhabit, as I have said, the coast about Finch Harbor and speak a Melanesian language. We now pass from them to the consideration of another people, belonging to a different stock and speaking a different language, who inhabit the rugged and densely wooded mountains inland from Finch Harbor. Their neighbors on the coast call these mountaineers by the name of Kai, a word which signifies forest or inland in opposition to the seashore, and this name of the tribe we may adopt, following the example of a German missionary, Mr. C.H. Keyser, who has labored among them for more than 11 years and has given us an excellent description of their customs and beliefs. His account applies particularly to the natives of what is called Saddle Mountain, the part of the range which advances nearest to the coast and rises to the height of about 3,000 feet. It is a rough, broken country, cleft by many ravines and covered with forest, bush, or bamboo thickets, though here and there at rare intervals some brown patches mark the clearings which the sparse inhabitants have made for the purpose of cultivation. Water is plentiful. Springs gush forth everywhere in the glens and valleys, and rushing streams of crystal-clear water pour down the mountainsides, and in the clefts of the hills are lonely tarns, the undisturbed haunts of wild ducks and other waterfowl. During the wet season, which extends from June to August, the rain descends in sheets and the mountains are sometimes covered for weeks together with so thick a mist that all prospect is cut off at the distance of 100 yards. The natives are then loath to leave their huts and will spend the day crouching over a fire. They are a shorter and sturdier race than the tribes on the coast, the expression of their face is less frank and agreeable, and their persons are very much dirtier. They belong to the aboriginal Papuan stock, whereas the Yabam and Bukawa on the coast are probably immigrants from beyond the sea, who have driven the indigenous population back into the mountains. 430 Their staple foods are taro and yams, which they grow in their fields. A field is cultivated for only 1 year at a time, it is then allowed to lie fallow and is soon overgrown with rank underwood. 6 or 8 years may elapse before it is again cleared and brought under cultivation. Game and fish abound in the woods and waters, and the Kai make free use of these natural resources. They keep pigs and dogs, and eat the flesh of both. Pork is indeed a favorite viand, figuring largely in the banquets which are held at the circumcision festivals. For 31 the people live in small villages, each village comprising from 2 to 6 houses. The houses are raised on piles and the walls are usually constructed of pandanus leaves, though many natives now make them of boards. After 18 months or 2 years the houses are so rotten and tumbledown that the village is deserted and a new one built on another site. Assembly houses are erected only for the circumcision ceremonies, and the bull roarers used on these occasions are kept in them. Husband and wife live together, often 2 couples in one hut, but each family has its own side of the house and its own fireplace. In times of insecurity, the Kai used to build their huts for safety among the spreading boughs of great trees. A whole village, consisting of 3 or 4 huts, might thus be quartered on a single tree. Of late years, with the peace and protection for life introduced by German rule, these treehouses have gone out of fashion. 432 Observations of a German missionary on the animistic beliefs of the Kai. After describing the manners and customs of the Kai people at some length, the German missionary, who knows them intimately, proceeds to give us a very valuable account of their old native religion or superstition. He prefaces his account with some observations, the fruit of long experience, which deserve to be laid to heart by all who attempt to penetrate into the inner life, the thoughts, the feelings, the motives of savages. As his remarks are very germane to the subject of these lectures, I will translate them. He says, in the preceding chapters one have sketched the daily life of the Kai people. But I have not attempted to set forth the reasons for their conduct, which is often very peculiar and unintelligible. The explanation of that conduct lies in the animistic view which the Papuan takes of the world. It must be most emphatically affirmed that nobody can judge the native aright who has not gained an insight into what we may call his religious opinions. The native must be described as very religious, although his ideas do not coincide with ours. His feelings, thoughts, and will are most intimately connected with his belief in souls. With that belief he is born, he has sucked it in with his mother's milk, and from the standpoint of that belief he regards the things and occurrences that meet him in life. By that belief he regulates his behavior. An objective way of looking at events is unknown to him, everything is brought by him into relation to his belief, and by it he seeks to explain everything that to him seems strange and rare. 433 The labyrinth of animistic customs at first sight presents an appearance of wild confusion to him who seeks to penetrate into them and reduce them to order, but on closer inspection he will soon recognize certain guiding lines. These guiding lines are the laws of animism, which have passed into the flesh and blood of the Papuan and influence his thought and speech, his acts and his omissions, his love and hate, in short his whole life and death. When once we have discovered these laws, the whole of the superstitious nonsense falls into an orderly system which compels us to regard it with a certain respect that increases in proportion to the contempt in which we had previously held the people. We need not wonder, moreover, that the laws of animism partially correspond to general laws of nature, for 34 The essential rationality of the savage. Thus, according to Mr. Keyser, who has no theory to maintain and merely gives us in this passage the result of long personal observation, the Kai savages are thinking, reasoning men, whose conduct, however strange and at first sight unintelligible it may appear to us, is really based on a definite religious or if you please superstitious view of the world. It is true that their theory as well as their practice differs widely from ours, but it would be false and unjust to deny that they have a theory and that on the whole their practice squares with it. Similar testimony is borne to other savage races by men who have lived long among them and observed them closely, 435 and on the strength of such testimony I think we may lay it down as a well-established truth that savages in general, so far as they are known to us, have certain more or less definite theories, whether we call them religious or philosophical, by which they regulate their conduct, and judged by which their acts, however absurd they may seem to the civilized man, are really both rational and intelligible. Hence it is, in my opinion, a profound mistake hastily to conclude that because the behavior of the savage does not agree with our notions of what is reasonable, natural, and proper, it must therefore necessarily be illogical, the result of blind impulse rather than of deliberate thought and calculation. No doubt the savage, like the civilized man, does often act purely on impulse. His passions overmaster his reason, and sweep it away before them. He is probably indeed much more impulsive, much more liable to be whirled about by gusts of emotion than we are, yet it would be unfair to judge his life as a whole by these occasional outbursts rather than by its general tenor, which to those who know him from long observation reveals a groundwork of logic and reason resembling our own in its operations, though differing from ours in the premises from which it sets out. I think it desirable to emphasize the rational basis of savage life because it has been the fashion of late years with some writers to question or rather deny it. According to them, if I understand them aright, the savage acts first and invents his reasons, generally very absurd reasons, for so doing afterwards. Significantly enough, the writers who argue in favor of the essential irrationality of savage conduct have none of them, I believe, any personal acquaintance with savages. Their conclusions are based not on observation but on purely theoretical deductions, a most precarious foundation on which to erect a science of man or indeed of anything. As such, they cannot be weighed in the balance against the positive testimony of many witnesses who have lived for years with the savage and affirm emphatically the logical basis which underlies and explains his seeming vagaries. At all events, I for one have no hesitation in accepting the evidence of such men to matters of fact with which they are acquainted, and I unhesitatingly reject all theories which directly contradict that evidence. If there ever has been any race of men who invariably acted first and thought afterwards, I can only say that in the course of my reading and observation I have never met with any trace of them, and I am apt to suppose that, if they ever existed anywhere but in the imagination of bookish dreamers, their career must have been an exceedingly short one, since in the struggle for existence they would surely succumb to adversaries who tempered and directed the blind fury of combat with at least a modicum of reason and sense. The myth of the illogical or pre-logical savage may safely be relegated to that museum of learned absurdities and abortions which speculative anthropology is constantly enriching with fresh specimens of misapplied ingenuity and wasted industry. But enough of these fantasies. Let us return to facts. The Kai theory of the soul. The life of the Kai people, according to Mr. Keys Sayre, is dominated by their conception of the soul. That conception differs greatly from and is very much more extensive than ours. The Kai regards his reflection and his shadow as his soul or parts of it, hence you should not tread on a man's shadow for fear of injuring his soul. The soul likewise dwells in his heart, for he feels it beating. Hence if you give a native a friendly poke in the ribs, he protests, saying, "Don't poke me so, you might drive my soul out of my body, and then I should die." The soul moreover resides in the eye, where you may see it twinkling. When it departs, the eye grows dim and vacant. Moreover, the soul is in the foot as much as in the head, it lurks even in the spittle and the other bodily excretions. The soul in fact pervades the body just as warmth does. Everything that a man touches he infects, so to say, with his soul. That mysterious entity exists in the very sound of his voice. The sorcerer catches a man's soul by his magic, shuts it up tight, and destroys it. Then the man dies. He dies because the sorcerer has killed his soul. Yet the Kai believes, whether consistently or not, that the soul of the dead man continues to live. He talks to it, he makes offerings to it, he seeks to win its favor in order that he may have luck in the chase, he fears its ill will and anger, he gives it food to eat, liquor to drink, tobacco to smoke, and betel to chew. What could a reasonable ghost ask for more, for 36 two kinds of human souls? Thus, according to Mr. Keys Sayre, whose exposition I am simply reproducing, the Kai believes not in one nor yet in many souls belonging to each individual. He implicitly assumes that there are two different kinds of souls. One of these is the soul which survives the body at death. In all respects it resembles the man himself as he lived on earth, except that it has no body. It is not indeed absolutely incorporeal, but it is greatly shrunken and attenuated by death. That is why the souls of the dead are so angry with the living. They repine at their own degraded condition, they envy the full-blooded life which the living enjoy and which the dead have lost. The second kind of soul is distinguished by Mr. Keys Sayre from the former as a spiritual essence or soul stuff, which pervades the body as sap pervades the tree, and which diffuses itself like corporeal warmth over everything with which the body is brought into contact. 437 In these lectures we are concerned chiefly with the former kind of soul, which is believed to survive the death of the body, and which answers much more nearly than the second to the popular European conception of the soul. Accordingly, in what follows we shall confine our attention mainly to it. Death thought by the Kai to be commonly caused by sorcery. Like many other savages, the Kai do not believe in the possibility of a natural death. They think that everybody dies through the maleficent arts of sorcerers or ghosts. Even in the case of old people, we are told, they assume the cause of death to be sorcery, and to sorcery all misfortunes are ascribed. If a man falls on the path and wounds himself to death, as often happens, on the jagged stump of a bamboo, the natives conclude that he was bewitched. The way in which the sorcerer brought about the catastrophe was this. He obtained some object which was infected with the soul stuff or spiritual essence of his victim, he stuck a pile in the ground, he spread the soul stuff on the pile, then he pretended to wound himself on the pile and to groan with pain. Anybody can see for himself that by a natural and necessary concatenation of causes this compelled the poor fellow to stumble over the jagged bamboo stump and to perish miserably. Again, take the case of a hunter in the forest who is charged and ripped up by a wild boar. On a superficial view of the circumstances it might perhaps occur to you that the cause of death was the boar. But you would assuredly be mistaken. The real cause of death was again a sorcerer, who pounded up the soul stuff of his victim with a boar's tooth. Again, suppose that a man is bitten by a serpent and dies. A shallow rationalist might say that the man died of the bite, but the Kai knows better. He is aware that what really killed him was the sorcerer who took a pinch of his victim's soul and bunged it up tight in a tube along with the sting of a snake. Similarly, if a woman dies in childbed, or if a man hangs himself, the cause of death is still a sorcerer operating with the appropriate means and gestures. Thus, to make a man hang himself, all that the sorcerer has to do is to get a scrap of his victim's soul, and the smallest scrap is quite enough for his purpose. It may be a mere shred or speck of soul adhering to a hair of the man's head, to a drop of his sweat, or to a crumb of his food. I say that the sorcerer need only obtain a tiny little bit of his victim's soul, clap it in a tube, set the tube dangling at the end of a string, and go through a pantomime of gurgling, goggling, and so forth, like a man in the last stage of strangulation, and his victim is thereby physically compelled to put his neck in the noose and hang himself in good earnest. For 38. Danger incurred by the sorcerer. Where these views of sorcery prevail, it is no wonder that the sorcerer is an unpopular character. He naturally therefore shrinks from publicity and hides his somewhat lurid light under a bushel. Not to put too fine a point on it, he carries his life in his hand and may be knocked on the head at any moment without the tedious formality of a trial. Once his professional reputation is established, all the deaths in the neighborhood may be set down at his door. If he gets wind of a plot to assassinate him, he may stave off his doom for a while by soothing the angry passions of his enemies with presents, but sooner or later his fate is sealed. For 39. Many hurts and maladies attributed by the Kai to the action of ghosts. In other cases, the sickness is traced to witchcraft, capturing a lost soul. However, the Kai savage is far from attributing all deaths without distinction to sorcerers. For 40. In many hurts and maladies he detects the cold, clammy hand of a ghost. If a man, for example, wounds himself in the forest, perhaps in the pursuit of a wild beast, he may imagine that he has been speared or clubbed by a malignant ghost. And when a person falls ill, the first thing to do is naturally to ascertain the cause of the illness in order that it may be treated properly. In all such inquiries, Mr. Keyser tells us, suspicion first falls on the ghosts. They are looked upon as even worse than the sorcerers. For 41. So when a doctor is called in to see a patient, the only question with him is whether the sickness is caused by a sorcerer or a ghost. To decide this nice point, he takes a boiled taro over which he has pronounced a charm. This he bites, and if he finds a small stone in the fruit, he decides that ghosts are the cause of the malady, but if on the other hand he detects a minute roll of leaves, he knows that the sufferer is bewitched. In the latter case, the obvious remedy is to discover the sorcerer and to induce him, for an adequate consideration, to give up the magic tube in which he has bottled up a portion of the sick man's soul. If, however, the magician turns a deaf ear alike to the voice of pity and the allurement of gain, the resources of the physician are not yet exhausted. He now produces his whip or scourge for souls. This valuable instrument consists, like a common whip, of a handle with a lash attached to it, but what gives it the peculiar qualities which distinguish it from all other whips is a small packet tied to the end of the lash. The packet contains a certain herb, and the sick man and his friends must all touch it in order to impregnate it with the volatile essence of their souls. Armed with this potent implement, the doctor goes by night into the depth of the forest, for the darkness of night and the solitude of the woods are necessary for the success of the delicate operation which this good physician of souls has now to perform. Finding himself alone, he whistles for the lost soul of the sufferer, and if only the sorcerer by his infernal craft has not yet brought it to death's door, the soul appears at the sound of the whistle, for it is strongly attracted by the soul stuff of its friends in the packet. But the doctor has still to catch it, a feat which is not so easily accomplished as might be supposed. It is now that the whip of souls comes into play. Suddenly the doctor heaves up his arm and lashes out at the truant soul with all his might. If only he hits it, the business is done, the soul is captured, the doctor carries it back to the house in triumph, and restores it to the body of the poor sick man, who necessarily recovers. 442. Extracting ghosts from a sick man. But suppose that the result of the diagnosis is different, and that on mature consideration the doctor should decide that a ghost and not a sorcerer is at the bottom of the mischief. The question then naturally arises whether the sick man has not of late been straying on haunted ground and infected himself with the very dangerous soul stuff or spiritual essence of the dead. If he remembers to have done so, some leaves are fetched from the place in the forest where the mishap occurred, and with them the whole body of the sufferer or the wound, as the case may be, is stroked or brushed down. The healing virtue of this procedure is obvious. The ghosts who are vexing the patient are attracted by the familiar smell of the leaves which come from their old home, and yielding in a moment of weakness to the soft emotions excited by the perfume, they creep out of the body of the sick man and into the leaves. Quick as thought, the doctor now whisks the leaves away with the ghosts in them. He belabors them with a cudgel, he hangs them up in the smoke, or he throws them into the fire. Such powerful disinfectants have their natural results. If the ghosts are not absolutely destroyed, they are at least disarmed, and the sick is made whole. Scraping ghosts from the patient's body. Another equally effective cure for sickness caused by ghosts is this. You take a stout stick, cleave it down the middle so that the two ends remain entire, and give it to two men to hold. Then the sick man pokes his head through the cleft. After that you rub him with the stick from the crown of his head to the soles of his feet. In this way you obviously scrape off the blood-sucking ghosts who are clinging like flies or mosquitoes to his person, and having thus transferred them to the cleft stick, you throw it away or otherwise destroy it. The cure is now complete, and if the patient does not recover, he cannot reasonably blame the doctor, who has done all that humanly speaking could be done to bring back the bloom of health to the poor sick man. 443 Extravagant demonstrations of grief at the death of a sick man. If, however, the sick man obstinately persists in dying, there is a great uproar in the village. For the fear of his ghost has now fallen like a thunderclap on all the people. His disembodied spirit is believed to be hovering in the air, seeing everything that is done, hearing every word that is spoken, and woe to the unlucky wight who does not display a proper degree of sorrow for the irreparable loss that has just befallen the community. Accordingly, shrieks of despair begin to resound, and crocodile tears to flow in cataracts. The whole population assemble and give themselves up to the most frantic demonstrations of grief. Cries are raised on all sides. Why must he die? Wherefore did they bewitch him? Those wicked, wicked men. I'll do for them. I'll hew them in pieces. I'll destroy their crops. I'll fell all their palm trees. I'll stick all their pigs. Oh brother, why did you leave me? Oh friend, how can I live without you? To make good these threats, one man will be seen prancing wildly about and stabbing with a spear at the invisible sorcerers, another catches up a cudgel and at one blow shivers a water pot of the deceased into atoms, or rushes out like one demented and lays a palm tree level with the ground. Some fling themselves prostrate beside the corpse and sob as if their very hearts would break. They take the dead man by the hand, they stroke him, they straighten out the poor feet which are already growing cold. They coo to him softly, they lift up the languid head, and then lay it gently down. Then in a frenzy of grief one of them will leap to his feet, shriek, bellow, stamp on the floor, grapple with the roof beams, shake the walls, as if he would pull the house down, and finally hurl himself on the ground and roll over and over, howling as if his distress was more than he could endure. Another looks wildly about him. He sees a knife. He grasps it. His teeth are set, his mind is made up. Why need he die, he cries, he, my friend, with whom I had all things in common, with whom I ate out of the same dish. Then there is a quick movement of the knife, and down he falls. But he is not dead. He has only slit the flap of one of his ears, and the trickling blood bedabbles his body. Meantime with the hoarse cries of the men are mingled the weeping and wailing, the shrill screams and lamentations of the women, while above all the din and uproar rises the booming sound of the shell trumpets blown to carry the tidings of death to all the villages in the neighborhood. But gradually the wild tumult dies away into silence. Grief or the simulation of it has exhausted itself, the people grow calm, they sit down, they smoke or chew betel, while some engage in the last offices of attention to the dead. 444 Hypocritical character of these demonstrations, which are intended to deceive the ghost. A civilized observer who witnessed such a scene of boisterous lamentation, but did not know the natives well, might naturally set down all these frantic outbursts to genuine sorrow, and might enlarge accordingly on the affectionate nature of savages, who are thus cut to the heart by the death of any one of their acquaintance. But the missionary who knows them better assures us that most of these expressions of mourning and despair are a mere blind to deceive and soothe the dreaded ghost of the deceased into a comfortable persuasion that he is fondly loved and sadly missed by his surviving relatives and friends. This view of the essential hypocrisy of the lamentations is strongly confirmed by the threats which sick people will sometimes utter to their attendants. If you don't take better care of me, a man will sometimes say, and if you don't do everything you possibly can to preserve my valuable life, my ghost will serve you out. That is why friends and relations are so punctilious in paying visits of respect and condolence to the sick. Sometimes the last request which a dying man addresses to his kinsfolk is that they will kill this or that sorcerer who has killed him, and he enforces the injunction by threats of the terrible things he will do to them in his disembodied state if they fail to avenge his death on his imaginary murderer. As all the relatives of a dead man stand in fear of his ghost, the body may not be buried until all of them have had an opportunity of paying their respects to it. If, as sometimes happens, a corpse is interred before a relative can arrive from a distance, he will on arrival break out into reproaches and upbraidings against the grave diggers for exposing him to the wrath of the departed spirit. 445 Burial and mourning customs of the Kai. Preservation of the lower jawbone. When all the relations and friends have assembled and testified their sorrow, the body is buried on the second or third day after death. The grave is usually dug under the house and is so shallow that even when it has been closed the stench is often very perceptible. The ornaments which were placed on the body when it was laid out are removed before it is lowered into the grave, and the dead takes his last rest wrapped in a simple leaf mat. Often a dying man expresses a wish not to be buried. In that case his corpse, tightly bandaged, is deposited in a corner of the house, and the products of decomposition are allowed to drain through a tube into the ground. When they have ceased to run, the bundle is opened and the bones taken out and buried, except the lower jawbone, which is preserved, sometimes along with one of the lower arm bones. The lower jawbone reminds the possessor of the duty of blood revenge which he owes to the deceased, and which the dying man may have inculcated on him with his last breath. The lower arm bone brings luck in the chase, especially if the departed relative was a mighty hunter. However, if the hunters have a long run of bad luck, they conclude that the ghost has departed to the underworld and accordingly bury the lower arm bone and the lower jawbone with the rest of the skeleton. The length of the period of mourning is similarly determined by the good or bad fortune of the huntsman. If the ghost provides them with game in abundance for a long time after his death, the days of mourning are proportionally extended, but when the game grows scarce or fails altogether, the mourning comes to an end and the memory of the deceased soon fades away. For 46, the savage is a thoroughly practical man and is not such a fool as to waste his sorrow over a ghost who gives him nothing in return. Nothing for nothing is his principle. His relations to the dead stand on a strictly commercial basis. Mourning costume. Widows strangled to accompany their dead husbands. The mourning costume consists of strings round the neck, bracelets of reed on the arms, and a cylindrical hat of bark on the head. A widow is swathed in nets. The intention of the costume is to signify to the ghost the sympathy which the mourner feels for him in his disembodied state. If the man in his lifetime was wont to crouch shivering over the fire, a little fire will be kept up for a time at the foot of the grave in order to warm his homeless spirit. For 47, the widow or widower has to discharge the disagreeable duty of living day and night for several weeks in a hovel built directly over the grave. Not unfrequently the lot of a widow is much harder. At her own request she is sometimes strangled and buried with her husband in the grave, in order that her soul may accompany his on the journey to the other world. The other relations have no interest in encouraging the woman to sacrifice herself, rather the contrary, but if she insists they fear to balk her, lest they should offend the ghost of her husband, who would punish them in many ways for keeping his wife from him. But even such voluntary sacrifices, if we may believe Mr. C.H. Key Sayre, are dictated rather by a selfish calculation than by an impulse of disinterested affection. He mentions the case of a man named Jabu, both of whose wives chose thus to attend their husband in death. The deceased was an industrious man, a skillful hunter and farmer, who provided his wives with abundance of food. As such men are believed to work hard also in the other world, tilling fields and killing game just as here, the widows thought they could not do better than follow him as fast as possible to the spirit land, since they had no prospect of getting such another husband here on earth. How firmly convinced, adds the missionary admiringly, must these people be of the reality of another world when they sacrifice their earthly existence, not for the sake of a better life hereafter, but merely in order to be no worse off there than they have been on earth. And he adds that this consideration explains why no man ever chooses to be strangled at the death of his wife. The labor market in the better land is apparently not recruited from the ranks of women. For 48, house or village deserted after a death. The house in which anybody has died is deserted, because the ghost of the dead is believed to haunt it and make it unsafe at night. If the deceased was a chief or a man of importance, the whole village is abandoned and a new one built on another site. 449 footnote 415, return, Stefan Liener, Bokawa, in our Neuhaus's Deutsch New Guinea, 3. Berlin, 1911, pages 395 to 485. Footnote 416, return, S. Liener, opposite pages 399, 433 square, 437 SQQ. Footnote 417, return, S. Liener, opposite page 399. Footnote 418, return, S. Liener, opposite page 414. Footnote 419, return, S. Liener, opposite page 466, 468. Footnote 420, return, S. Liener, opposite page 469. Footnote 421, return, S. Liener, opposite pages 462 SQQ. 466, 467, 471 SQQ. Footnote 422, return, S. Liener, opposite page 462. Footnote 423, return, S. Liener, opposite pages 444 square. Footnote 424, return, S. Liener, opposite pages 434 SQQ. Compare ID. Pages 478 square. Footnote 425, return, S. Liener, opposite page 462. Footnote 426, return, S. Liener, opposite pages 430, 470, 472 square, 474 square. Footnote 427, return, S. Liener, opposite page 403. Footnote 428, return, S. Liener, opposite pages 402 to 410. Footnote 429, return, S. Liener, opposite pages 410 to 414. Footnote 430, return, Ch. Kieser, Aus dem Leben der Kalut, in our Neuhaus's Deutsch New Guinea, 3. 3-6. Footnote 431, return, Ch. Kieser, opposite pages 12 square, 17 to 20. Footnote 432, return, Ch. Kieser, opposite pages 9 to 12. Footnote 433, return, Ch. Kieser, opposite page 111. Footnote 434, return, Ch. Kieser, opposite page 113. Footnote 435, return, compare Ch. Hose and W. McDougall, The Pagan Tribes of Borneo, London, 1912, 2. 221 square. It has often been attempted to exhibit the mental life of savage peoples as profoundly different from our own, to assert that they act from motives, and reach conclusions by means of mental processes, so utterly different from our own motives and processes that we cannot hope to interpret or understand their behavior unless we can first, by some impossible or at least by some hitherto undiscovered method, learn the nature of these mysterious motives and processes. These attempts have recently been renewed in influential quarters. If these views were applied to the savage peoples of the interior of Borneo, we should characterize them as fanciful delusions natural to the anthropologist who has spent all the days of his life in a stiff collar and a black coat upon the well-paved ways of civilized society. We have no hesitation in saying that, the more intimately one becomes acquainted with these pagan tribes, the more fully one realizes the close similarity of their mental processes to one's own. Their primary impulses and emotions seem to be in all respects like our own. It is true that they are very unlike the typical civilized man of some of the older philosophers, whose every action proceeded from a nice and logical calculation of the algebraic sum of pleasures and pains to be derived from alternative lines of conduct, but we ourselves are equally unlike that purely mythical personage. The Kayan or the Iban often acts impulsively in ways which by no means conduce to further his best interests or deeper purposes, but so do we also. He often reaches conclusions by processes that cannot be logically justified, but so do we also. He often holds, and upon successive occasions acts upon, beliefs that are logically inconsistent with one another, but so do we also. For further testimonies to the reasoning powers of savages, which it would be superfluous to affirm if it were not at present a fashion with some theorists to deny, see Taboo and the Perils of the Soul, pages 420 SQQ. And on the tendency of the human mind in general, not of the savage mind in particular, calmly to acquiesce in inconsistent and even contradictory conclusions, I may refer to a note in Adonis, Addis, Osiris, 2nd edition, page 4. But indeed to observe such contradictions in practice the philosopher need not quit his own study. Footnote 436, return, Ch. Kieser, opposite pages 111 square. Footnote 437, return, Ch. Kieser, opposite page 112. Footnote 438, return, Ch. Kieser, opposite page 140. As to the magical tubes in which the sorcerer seals up some part of his victim's soul, CID, page 135. Footnote 439, return, Ch. Keyser, opposite pages 140 square. Footnote 440, return, Mr. Keyser indeed affirms that in the mind of the Kai sorcery is regarded as the cause of all deaths, opposite page 102, and again that all men without exception die in consequence of the baneful acts of these sorcerers and their accomplices, page 134. And again that even in the case of old people they assume sorcery to be the cause of death. To sorcery, too, all misfortunes whatever are ascribed, p. 140, but that these statements are exaggerations seems to follow from Mr. Keyser's own account of the wounds, sicknesses, and deaths which these savages attribute to ghosts and not to sorcerers. Footnote 441, return, Ch. Keyser, opposite page 141. Footnote 442, return, Ch. Keyser, opposite pages 133 square. Footnote 443, return, Ch. Keyser, opposite pages 141 square. Footnote 444, return, Ch. Keyser, opposite pages 80 square, 142. Footnote 445, return, Ch. Keyser, opposite page 142. Footnote 446, return, Ch. Keyser, opposite pages 82, 83. Footnote 447, return, Ch. Keyser, opposite pages 82, 142 square. Footnote 448, return, Ch. Keyser, opposite pages 83 square, 143. Footnote 449, return, Ch. Keyser, opposite page 83. Lecture 13, The Belief in Immortality Among the Natives of German New Guinea, continued, offerings to appease ghosts. In the last lecture I gave you some account of the fear and awe which the Kai of German New Guinea entertain for the spirits of the dead. Believing that the ghost is endowed with all the qualities and faculties which distinguish the man in his lifetime, they naturally dread most the ghosts of warlike, cruel, violent, and passionate men, and take the greatest pains to soothe their anger and win their favor. For that purpose they give the departed spirit all sorts of things to take with him to the far country. And in order that he may have the use of them it is necessary to smash or otherwise spoil them. Thus the spear that is given him must be broken, the pot must be shivered, the bag must be torn, the palm tree must be cut down. Fruits are offered to the ghost by dashing them in pieces or hanging a bunch of them over the grave. Objects of value, such as boar's tusks or dog's teeth, are made over to him by being laid on the corpse, but the economical savage removes these precious things from the body at burial. All such offerings and sacrifices, we are told, are made simply out of fear of the ghost. It is no pleasure to a man to cut down a valuable palm tree, which might have helped to nourish himself and his family for years. He does it only lest a worse thing should befall him at the hands of the departed spirit. 450 Mode of discovering the sorcerer who caused a death. But the greatest service that the Kai can render to a dead man is to take vengeance on the sorcerer who caused his death by witchcraft. The first thing is to discover the villain, and in the search for him the ghost obligingly assists his surviving kinsfolk. Sometimes, however, it is necessary to resort to a stratagem in order to secure his help. Thus, for example, one day while the ghost, blinded by the strong sunlight, is cowering in a dark corner or reposing at full length in the grave, his relatives will set up a low scaffold in a field, cover it with leaves, and pile up over it a mass of the field fruits which belong to the dead man, so that the whole erection may appear to the eye of the unsuspecting ghost a heap of taro, yams, and so forth, and nothing more. But before the sun goes down, 2 or 3 men steal out from the house, and ensconce themselves under the scaffold, where they are completely concealed by the piled-up fruits. When darkness has fallen, out comes the ghost and prowling about espies the heap of yams and taro. At sight of the devastation wrought in his field he flies into a passion, and curses and swears in the feeble wheezy whisper in which ghosts always speak. In the course of his fluent imprecations he expresses a wish that the miscreants who have wasted his substance may suffer so and so at the hands of the sorcerer. That is just what the men in hiding have been waiting for. No sooner do they hear the name of the sorcerer than they jump up with a great shout, the startled ghost takes to his heels, and all the people in the village come pouring out of the houses. Very glad they are to know that the murderer has been found out, and sooner or later they will have his blood. 451 Another way of detecting the sorcerer. Another mode of eliciting the requisite information from the ghost is this. In order to allow him to communicate freely with his moldering body, his relations insert a tube through the earth of the grave down to the corpse, then they sprinkle powdered lime on the grave. At night the ghost comes along, picks up the powdered lime, and makes off in a beeline for the village where the sorcerer who bewitched him resides. On the way he drops some of the powder here and there, so that next morning, on the principle of the paper chase, his relatives can trace his footsteps to the very door of his murderer. In many districts the people tie a packet of lime to the knee of a corpse so that his ghost may have it to hand when he wants it. For 52, cross-questioning the ghost by means of fire. But the favorite way of cross-questioning the ghost on subject of his decease is by means of fire. A few men go out before nightfall from the village and sit down in a row, one behind the other, on the path. The man in front has a leaf mat drawn like a hood over his head and back in order that the ghost may not touch him from behind unawares. In his hand he holds a glowing coal and some tinder, and as he puts the one to the other he calls to the ghost, "Come, take, come, take," and so on. Meantime his mates behind him are reckoning up the names of all the men near and far who are suspected of sorcery, and a portion of the village youth have clambered up trees and are on the lookout for the ghost. If they do not see his body they certainly see his eye twinkling in the gloom, though the uninstructed European might easily mistake it for a glowworm. No sooner do they catch sight of it than they bawl out, "Come hither, fetch the fire, and burn him who burnt thee." If the tinder blazes up at the name of a sorcerer, it is flung towards the village where the man in question dwells. And if at the same time a glowworm is seen to move in the same direction, the people entertain no doubt that the ghost has appeared and fetched the soul of the fire. 453 Necessity of destroying the sorcerer who caused a death. In whichever way the author of the death may be detected, the avengers of blood set out for the village of the miscreant and seek to take his life. Almost all the wars between villages or tribes spring from such expeditions. The sorcerer or sorcerers must be extirpated, nay all their kith and kin must be destroyed root and branch, if the people are to live in peace and quiet. The ghost of the dead calls, nay clamors for vengeance, and if he does not get it, he will wreak his spite on his negligent relations. Not only will he give them no luck in the chase, but he will drive the wild swine into the fields to trample down and root up the crops, and he will do them every mischief in his power. If rain does not fall, so that the freshly planted root crops wither, or if sickness is rife, the people recognize in the calamity the wrath of the ghost, who can only be appeased by the slaughter of the wicked magician or of somebody else. Hence the avengers of blood often do not set out until a fresh death, an outbreak of sickness, failure in the chase, or some other misfortune reminds the living of the duty they owe to the dead. The Kai is not by nature warlike, and he might never go to war if it were not that he dreads the vengeance of ghosts more than the wrath of men. 454 Slayers dread the ghosts of the slain. If the expedition has been successful, if the enemy's village has been surprised and stormed, the men and old women butchered, and the young women taken prisoners, the warriors beat a hasty retreat with their booty in order to be safe at home, or at least in the shelter of a friendly village, before nightfall. Their reason for haste is the fear of being overtaken in the darkness by the ghosts of their slaughtered foes, who, powerless by day, are very dangerous and terrible by night. Restlessly through the hours of darkness these unquiet spirits follow like sleuthhounds in the tracks of their retreating enemies, eager to come up with them and by contact with the blood-stained weapons of their slayers to recover the spiritual substance which they have lost. Not till they have done so can they find rest in peace. That is why the victors are careful not at first to bring back their weapons into the village but to hide them somewhere in the bushes at a safe distance. There they leave them for some days until the baffled ghosts may be supposed to have given up the chase and returned, sad and angry, to their mangled bodies in the charred ruins of their old home. The first night after the return of the warriors is always the most anxious time. All the villagers are then on the alert for fear of the ghosts, but if the night passes quietly, their terror gradually subsides and gives place to the dread of their surviving enemies. 455 Seclusion of manslayers from fear of their victims' ghosts. As the victors in a raid are supposed to have more or less of the soul stuff or spiritual essence of their slain foes adhering to their persons, none of their friends will venture to touch them for some time after their return to the village. A hint is given to the scoundrel's next of kin, it may be his brother, son, or nephew, that if he will only wink at the slaughter of his obnoxious relative, he will receive a handsome compensation from the slayers. Should he privately accept the offer, he is most careful to conceal his connivance at the deed of blood, lest he should draw down on his head the wrath of his murdered kinsman's ghost. So, when the deed is done and the murder is out, he works himself up into a state of virtuous sorrow and indignation, covers his head with the leaves of a certain plant, and chanting a dirge in tones of heart-rending grief, marches straight to the village of the murderers. There, on the public square, surrounded by an attentive audience, he opens the floodgates of his eloquence and pours forth the torrent of an aching heart. "You have slain my kinsman," says he, "you are wicked men. How could you kill so good a man, who conferred so many benefits on me in his lifetime?" I knew nothing of the plot. Had I had an inkling of it, I would have foiled it. How can I now avenge his death? I have no property with which to hire men of war to go and punish his murderers. Yet in spite of everything, my murdered kinsman will not believe in my innocence. He will be angry with me, he will pay me out, he will do me all the harm he can. Therefore do you declare openly whether I had any share whatever in his death, and come and strew lime on my head in order that he may convince himself of my innocence. This appeal of injured innocence meets with a ready response. The people dust the leaves on his head with powdered lime, and so, decorated with the white badge of spotless virtue, and enriched with a boar's tusk or other valuable object as the price of his compliance, he returns to his village with a conscience at peace with all the world, reflecting with satisfaction on the profitable transaction he has just concluded, and laughing in his sleeve at the poor deluded ghost of his murdered relative. 457 Comedy acted to deceive the ghost of a murdered kinsman. Sometimes the worthy soul who thus for a valuable consideration consents to waive all his personal feelings, will even carry his self-abnegation so far as to be present and look on at the murder of his kinsman. But true to his principles, he will see to it that the thing is done decently and humanely. When the struggle is nearly over and the man is down, writhing on the ground with the murderers busy about him, his loving kinsman will not suffer them to take an unfair advantage of their superior numbers to cut him up alive with their knives, to chop him with their axes, or to smash him with their clubs. He will only allow them to stab him with their spears, repeating of course the stabs again and again till the victim ceases to writhe and quiver, and lies there dead as a stone. Then begins the real time of peril for the virtuous kinsman who has been a spectator and director of the scene, for the ghost of the murdered man has now deserted its mangled body, and, still blinded with blood and smarting with pain, might easily and even excusably misunderstand the situation. It is essential, therefore, in order to prevent a painful misapprehension, that the kinsman should at once and emphatically disclaim any part or parcel in the murder. This he accordingly does in language which leaves no room for doubt or ambiguity. He falls into a passion, he rails at the murderers, he proclaims his horror at their deed. All the way home he refuses to be comforted. He upbraids the assassins, he utters the most frightful threats against them, he rushes at them to snatch their weapons from them and dash them in pieces. But they easily wrench the weapons from his unresisting hands. For the whole thing is only a piece of acting. His sole intention is that the ghost may see and hear it all, and being convinced of the innocence of his dear kinsman may not punish him with bad crops, wounds, sickness, and other misfortunes. Even when he has reached the village, he keeps up the comedy for a time, raging, fretting and fuming at the irreparable loss he has sustained by the death of his lamented relative. 458 Pretense of avenging the ghost of a murdered sorcerer. Similarly, when a chief has among his subjects a particular sorcerer whom he fears but with whom he is professedly on terms of friendship, he will sometimes engage a man to murder him. No sooner, however, is the murder perpetrated than the chief who bespoke it hastens in seeming indignation with a band of followers to the murderer's village. The assassin, of course, has got a hint of what is coming, and he and his friends take care not to be at home when the chief arrives on his mission of vengeance. Balked by the absence of their victim, the avengers of blood breathe out fire and slaughter, but content themselves in fact with smashing an old pot or two, knocking down a deserted hut, and perhaps felling a banana tree or a betel palm. Having thus given the ghost of the murdered man an unequivocal proof of the sincerity of their friendship, they return quietly home. 459 The Kai afraid of ghosts. The habits of Kai ghosts are to some extent just the contrary of those of living men. They sleep by day and go about their business by night, when they frighten people and play them all kinds of tricks. Usually they appear in the form of animals. As light has the effect of blinding or at least dazzling them, they avoid everything bright, and hence it is easy to scare them away by means of fire. That is why no native will go even a short way in the dark without a bamboo torch. If it is absolutely necessary to go out by night, which he is very loath to do, he will hum and haw loudly before quitting the house so as to give notice to any lurking ghost that he is coming with a light, which allows the ghost to scuttle out of his way in good time. The people of a village live in terror above all so long as a corpse remains unburied in it. After nightfall nobody would then venture out of sight of the houses. When a troop of people go by night to a neighboring village with flaring torches in their hands, nobody is willing to walk last on the path, they all huddle together for safety in the middle, till one man braver than the rest consents to act as rear guard. The rustling of a bush in the evening twilight startles them with the dread of some ghastly apparition. The sight of a pig in the gloaming is converted by their fears into the vision of a horrible spectre. If a man stumbles, it is because a ghost has pushed him, and he fancies he perceives the frightful thing in a tree stump or any chance object. No wonder a Kaiman fears ghosts, since he believes that the mere touch of one of them may be fatal. People who fall down in fits or in faints are supposed to have been touched by ghosts, and on coming to themselves they will tell their friends with the most solemn assurance how they felt the death-cold hand of the ghost on their body, and how a shudder ran through their whole frame at contact with the uncanny being. 460 services rendered to the living by ghosts of the dead. But it would be a mistake to imagine that the ghosts of the dead are a source of danger, annoyance, and discomfort, and nothing more. That is not so. They may and do render the Kai the most material services in everyday life, particularly by promoting the supply of food both vegetable and animal. I have said that these practical savages stand towards their departed kinsfolk on a strictly commercial footing, and I will now illustrate the benefits which the Kai hope to receive from the ghosts in return for all the respect and attention lavished on them. In the first place, then, so long as a ghost remains in the neighborhood of the village, it is expected of him that he shall make the crops thrive and neither tread them down himself nor allow wild pigs to do so. The expectation is reasonable, yet the conduct of the ghost does not always answer to it. Occasionally, whether out of sheer perverseness or simple absence of mind, he will sit down in a field, and wherever he does so, he makes a hollow where the fruits will not grow. Indeed, any fruit that he even touches with his foot in passing, shrivels up. Where these things have happened, the people offer boiled taro and a few crabs to the ghosts to induce them to keep clear of the crops and to repose their weary limbs elsewhere than in the tilled fields. 461 ghosts help Kai hunters to kill game. But the most important service which the dead render to the living is the good luck which they vouchsafe to hunters. Hence, in order to assure himself of the favor of the dead, the hunter hangs his nets on a grave before he uses them. If a man was a good and successful hunter in his lifetime, his ghost will naturally be more than usually able to assist his brethren in the craft after his death. For that reason, when such a man has just died, the people, to adopt a familiar proverb, hasten to make hay while the sun shines by hunting very frequently, in the confident expectation of receiving ghostly help from the deceased hunter. In the evening, when they return from the chase, they lay a small portion of their bag near his grave, scatter a powder which possesses the special virtue of attracting ghosts, and call out, "So-and-so, come and eat, here I set down food for you, it is a part of all we have." If after such an offering and invocation the night wind rustles the tops of the trees or shakes the thatch of leaves on the roofs, they know that the ghost is in the village. The twinkle of a glowworm near his grave is the glitter of his eye. In the morning, too, before they sally forth to the woods, one of the next of kin to the dead huntsman will go betimes to his grave, stamp on it to waken the sleeper below, and call out, "So-and-so, come. We are now about to go out hunting. Help us to a good bag." If they have luck, they praise the deceased as a good spirit and in the evening supply his wants again with food, tobacco, and betel. The sacrifice, as usually happens in such cases, does not call for any great exercise of self-denial, since the spirit consumes only the spiritual essence of the good things, while he leaves their material substance to be enjoyed by the living. For 62 ill treatment of a ghost who fails to help hunters. However, it sometimes happens that the ghost disappoints them, and that the hunters return in the evening hungry and empty-handed. This may even be repeated day after day, and still the people will not lose hope. They think that the ghost is perhaps busy working in his field, or that he has gone on a visit and will soon come home. To give him time to do his business or see his friends at leisure, they will remain in the village for several days. Then, when they imagine that he must surely have returned, they go out into the woods and try their luck again. But should there still be no ghost and no game, they begin to be seriously alarmed. They think that some evil must have befallen him. But if time goes on and still he gives no sign and the game continues scarce and shy, their feelings towards the ghost undergo a radical alteration. Passion getting the better of prudence, they will even reproach him with ingratitude, taunt him with his uselessness, and leave him to starve. Should he after that still remain deaf to their railing and regardless of the short comments to which they have reduced him, they will discharge a volley of abuse at his grave and trouble themselves about him no more. However, if, not content with refusing his valuable assistance in the chase, the ghost should actually blight the crops or send wild boars into the fields to trample them down, the patience of the long-suffering people is quite exhausted, the vials of their wrath overflow, and snatching up their cudgels in a fury they belabor his grave till his bones ache, or even drive him with blows and curses altogether from the village. For 63 The journey of ghosts to the spirit land. Such an outcast ghost, if he does not seek his revenge by prowling in the neighborhood and preying on society at large, will naturally bethink himself of repairing to his long home in the underworld. For sooner or later the spirits of the dead congregate there. It is especially when the flesh has quite mouldered away from his bones that the ghost packs up his little traps and sets out for the better land. The entrance to the abode of bliss is a cave to the west of Saddle Mountain. Here in the gully there is a projecting tree stump on which the ghosts perch, waiting for a favorable moment to jump into the mouth of the cavern. When a slight earthquake is felt, a Kaiman will often say, "A ghost has just leaped from the tree into the cave, that is why the earth is shaking." Down below the ghosts are received by Tolming, lord of the netherworld. Often he appears in a canoe to ferry them over to the further shore. Blood or wax, is the laconic question which he puts to the ghost on the bank. He means to say, were you killed or were you done to death by magic? For it is with wax that the sorcerer stops up the fatal little tubes in which he encloses the souls of his enemies. And the reason why the Lord of the Dead puts the question to the newcomer is that the ghosts of the slain and the ghosts of the bewitched dwell in separate places. Right in front of the land of souls rises a high steep wall, which cannot be climbed even by ghosts. The spirits have accordingly to make their way through it and thereupon find themselves in their new abode. According to some Kai, before the ghosts are admitted to Ghostland they must swing to and fro on a rope and then drop into water, where they are washed clean of bloodstains and all impurity, after which they ascend, spick and span, the last slope to the village of ghosts. Life of ghosts in the other world. Tolming has the reputation of being a very stern ruler in his weird realm, but the Kai really know very little about him. He beats refractory souls, and it is essential that every ghost should have his ears and nose bored. The operation is very painful, and to escape it most people take the precaution of having their ears and noses bored in their lifetime. Life in the other world goes on just like life in this one. Houses are built exactly like houses on earth, and there is here pigs swarm in the streets. Fields are tilled and crops are got in, ghostly men marry ghostly women, who give birth to ghostly children. The same old round of love and hate, of quarreling and fighting, of battle, murder and sudden death goes on in the shadowy realm below ground just as in the more solid world above ground. Sorcerers are there also, and they breed just as bad blood among the dead as among the living. All things indeed are the same except for their shadowy unsubstantial texture. 464 ghosts die and turn into animals. But the ghosts do not live forever in the netherworld. They die the second death and turn into animals, generally into cuscus. In the shape of animals they haunt the wildest, deepest, darkest glens of the rugged mountains. No one but the owner has the right to set foot on such haunted ground. He may even kill the ghostly animals. Anyone else who dared to disturb them in their haunts would do so at the peril of his life. But even the owner of the land who has killed one of the ghostly creatures is bound to appease the spirit of the dead beast. He may not cut up the carcass at once, but must leave it for a time, perhaps for a whole night, after laying on it presents which are intended to mollify and soothe the injured spirit. In placing the gifts on the body he says, "Take the gifts and leave us that which was a game animal, that we may eat it." When the animal's ghost has appropriated the spiritual essence of the offerings, the hunter and his family may eat the carcass. Should one of these ghostly creatures die or be killed, its spirit turns either into an insect or into an anthill. Children who would destroy such an anthill or throw little darts at it, are warned by their elders not to indulge in such sacrilegious sport. When the insect also dies, the series of spiritual transformations is at an end. 465 ghosts of persons eminent for good or evil in their lives are remembered and appealed to for help long after their deaths. Prayers to ghosts for rain, a good crop of yams, and so forth. The ghosts whose help is invoked by hunters and farmers are commonly the spirits of persons who have lately died, since such spirits linger for a time in the neighborhood, or rather in the memory of the people. But besides these spirits of the recent dead, there are certain older ghosts who may be regarded as permanent patrons of hunting and other departments of life and nature, because their fame has survived long after the men or women themselves were gathered to their fathers. For example, men who were bold and resolute in battle during their life will be invoked long after their death, whenever a stout heart is needed for some feat of daring. And men who were notorious thieves and villains in the flesh will be invited, long after their bodies have mouldered in the grave, to lend their help when a deed of villainy is to be done. The names of men or women who were eminent for good or evil in their lives survive indefinitely in the memory of the tribe. Thus before a battle many a Kai warrior will throw something over the enemy's village, and as he does so he will softly call on two ghosts, "We and Gunong, ye two heroes, come and guard me and keep the foes from me, that they may not be able to hurt me. But stand by me that I may be able to riddle them with spears." Again, when a magician wishes to cause an earthquake, he will take a handful of ashes, wrap them in certain leaves, and pronounce the following spell over the packet: "Thou man Seong, throw about everything that exists, houses, villages, paths, fields, bushes and tall forest trees, yams, and taro, throw them all hither and thither, break and smash everything, but leave me in peace." While he utters this incantation or prayer, the sorcerer's body itself twitches and quivers more and more violently, till the hut creaks and cracks and his strength is exhausted. Then he throws the packet of ashes out of the hut, and after that the earthquake is sure to follow sooner or later. So when they want rain, the Kai call upon two ghostly men named Balong and Batu, or Dinding and Bujun, to drive away a certain woman named Yandami, so that the rain which she is holding up may fall upon the earth. The prayer for rain addressed to the ghosts is combined with a magical spell pronounced over a stone. And when rain has fallen in abundance and the Kai wish to make it cease, they strew hot ashes on the stone or lay it in a wood fire. On the principle of homeopathic magic, the heat of the ashes or of the fire is supposed to dry up the rain. Thus in these ceremonies for the production or cessation of rain we see that religion, represented by the invocation of the ghosts, goes hand in hand with magic, represented by the hocus pocus with the stone. Again, certain celebrated ghosts are invoked to promote the growth of taro and yams. Thus to ensure a good crop of taro, the suppliant will hold a bud of taro in his hand and pray, "O Mrs. Zuanong, may my taro leaves unfold till they are as broad as the petticoat which covers thy loins." When they are planting yams, they pray to two women named Tendung and Molwa that they would cause the yams to put forth as long suckers as the strings which the women twist to make into carrying nets. Before they dig up the yams, they take a branch and drive with it the evil spirits or ghosts from the house in which the yams are to be stored. Having effected this clearance, they stick the branch in the roof of the house and appoint a certain ghostly man named Ihang to act as warden. Again, fowlers invoke a married pair of ghosts called Mans and Tamangoka to frighten the birds from the trees and drive them on the lime twigs. Or they pray to a ghostly woman named Lane, saying, "In all places of the neighborhood shake the betel nuts from the palms, that they may fall down to me on this fruit tree and knock the berries from the boughs." But by the betel nuts the fowler in veiled language means the birds, which are to come in flocks to the fruit tree and be caught fast by the lime on the branches. Again, when a fisherman wishes to catch eels, he prays to two ghosts called Yambi and Jigwali, saying, "Come, ye two men, and go down into the holes of the pool, smite the eels in them, and draw them out on the bank, that I may kill them." Once more, when a child suffers from enlarged spleen, which shews as a swelling on its body, the parent will pray to a ghost named Idolo for help in these words: "Come and help this child. It is big with a ball of sickness. Cut it up and squeeze and squash it, that the blood and pus may drain away and my child may be made whole." To give point to the prayer, the petitioner simultaneously pretends to cut a cross on the swelling with a knife. 466 Possible development of departmental gods out of ghosts. From this it appears that men and women who impress their contemporaries by their talents, their virtues, or their vices in their lifetime, are sometimes remembered long after their death and continue to be invoked by their descendants for help in the particular department in which they had formerly rendered themselves eminent either for good or for evil. Such powerful and admired or dreaded ghosts might easily grow in time into gods and goddesses, who are worshipped as presiding over the various departments of nature and of human life. There is good reason to think that among many tribes and nations of the world the history of a god, if it could be recovered, would be found to be the history of a spirit who served his apprenticeship as a ghost before he was promoted to the rank of deity. Kai lads at circumcision supposed to be swallowed by a monster. Bull roarers. Before quitting the Kai tribe, I will mention that they, like the other tribes on this coast, practice circumcision and appear to associate the custom more or less vaguely with the spirits of the dead. Like their neighbors, they impress women with the belief that at circumcision the lads are swallowed by a monster, who can only be induced to disgorge them by the bribe of much food and especially of pigs, which are accordingly bred and kept nominally for this purpose, but really to furnish a banquet for the men alone. The ceremony is performed at irregular intervals of several years. A long hut, entered through a high door at one end and tapering away at the other, is built in a lonely part of the forest. It represents the monster which is to swallow the novices in its capacious jaws. The process of deglutition is represented as follows. In front of the entrance to the hut a scaffold is erected and a man mounts it. The novices are then led up one by one and passed under the scaffold. As each comes up, the man overhead makes a gesture of swallowing, while at the same time he takes a great gulp of water from a coconut flask. The trembling novice is now supposed to be in the maw of the monster, but a pig is offered for his redemption. The man on the scaffold, as representative of the beast, accepts the offering, a gurgling sound is heard, and the water which he had just gulped descends in a jet on the novice, who now goes free. The actual circumcision follows immediately on this impressive pantomime. The monster who swallows the lads is named Ngosa, which means grandfather, and the same name is given to the bull roarers which are swung at the festival. The Kai bull roarer is a lance-shaped piece of palm wood, more or less elaborately carved, which being swung at the end of a string emits the usual droning, booming sound. When they are not in use, the instruments are kept, carefully wrapped up, in the men's house, which no woman may enter. Only the old men have the right to undo these precious bundles and take out the sacred bull roarers. Women, too, are strictly excluded from the neighborhood of the circumcision ground. Any who intrude on it are put to death. The mythical monster who is supposed to haunt the ground is said to be very dangerous to the female sex. When the novices go forth to be swallowed by him in the forest, the women who remain in the village weep and wail, and they rejoice greatly when the lads come back safe and sound. For 67 The Tami Islanders of Huon Gulf. The last tribe of German New Guinea to which I shall invite your attention are the Tami. Most of them live not on the mainland but in a group of islands in Huon Gulf, to the southeast of Yabam. They are of a purer Melanesian stock than most of the tribes on the neighboring coast of New Guinea. The German missionary Mr. G. Bamler, who lived amongst them for 10 years and knows the people and their language intimately, thinks that they may even contain a strong infusion of Polynesian blood. For 68 They are a seafaring folk, who extend their voyages all along the coast for the purpose of trade, bartering mats, pearls, fish, coconuts, and other tree fruits which grow on their islands for taro, bananas, sugarcane, and sago, which grow on the mainland. For 69 The long soul and the short soul. In the opinion of these people every man has two souls, a long one and a short one. The long soul is identified with the shadow. It is only loosely attached to its owner, wandering away from his body in sleep and returning to it when he wakes with a start. The seat of the long soul is in the stomach. When the man dies, the long soul quits his body and appears to his relations at a distance, who thus obtain the first intimation of his decease. Having conveyed the sad intelligence to them, the long soul departs by way of Malajep, on the west coast of New Britain, to a village on the north coast, the inhabitants of which recognize the Tami ghosts as they flit past. For 70 Departure of the short soul to Lambome, the netherworld. The short soul, on the other hand, never leaves the body in life but only after death. Even then it tarries for a time in the neighborhood of the body before it takes its departure for Lambome, which is the abode of the dead in the netherworld. The Tami bury their dead in shallow graves under or near the houses. They collect in a coconut shell the maggots which swarm from the decaying corpse, and when the insects cease to swarm, they know that the short soul has gone away to its long home. It is the short soul which receives and carries away with it the offerings that are made to the deceased. These offerings serve a double purpose: they form the nucleus of the dead man's property in the far country, and they ensure him a friendly reception on his arrival. For example, the soul shivers with cold when it first reaches the subterranean realm, and the other ghosts, the old stagers, obligingly heat stones to warm it up. For 71 Dilemma of the Tami. However, the restless spirit returns from time to time to haunt and terrify the sorcerer, who is the cause of its death. But its threats are idle, it can really do him very little harm. Yet it keeps its ghostly eye on its surviving relatives to see that they do not stand on a friendly footing with the wicked sorcerer. Strictly speaking, the Tami ought to avenge his death, but as a matter of fact they do not. The truth of it is that the Tami do a very good business with the people on the mainland, among whom the sorcerer is usually to be found, and the amicable relations which are essential to the maintenance of commerce would unquestionably suffer if a merchant were to indulge his resentment so far as to take his customer's head instead of his sago and bananas. These considerations reduce the Tami to a painful dilemma. If they gratify the ghost they lose a customer, if they keep the customer they must bitterly offend the ghost, who will punish them for their disrespect to his memory. In this delicate position, the Tammy endeavor to make the best of both worlds. On the one hand, by loudly professing their wrath and indignation against the guilty sorcerer, they endeavor to appease the ghost, and on the other hand, by leaving the villain unmolested, they do nothing to alienate their customers. For 72 funeral and mourning customs of the Tammy. But if they do not gratify the desire for vengeance of the bloodthirsty ghost, they are at great pains to testify their respect for him in all other ways. The whole village takes part in the mourning and lamentation for a death. The women dance death dances, the men lend a hand in the preparations for the burial. All festivities are stopped, the drums are silent. As the people believe that when anybody has died, the ghosts of his dead kinsfolk gather in the village and are joined by other ghosts, they are careful not to leave the mourners alone, exposed to the too pressing attentions of the spectral visitors. They keep the bereaved family company, especially at night. Indeed, if the weather be fine, the whole population of the village will encamp round the temporary hut which is built on the grave. This watch at the grave lasts about 8 days. The watchers are supported and comforted in the discharge of their pious duty by a liberal allowance of food and drink. Nor are the wants of the ghost himself forgotten. Many families offer him taro broth at this time. The period of mourning lasts 2 or 3 years. During the first year, the observances prescribed by custom are strictly followed, and the nearest relations must avoid publicity. After a year, they are allowed more freedom. For example, the widow may lay aside the heavy net, which is her costume in full mourning, and may replace it by a lighter one. Moreover, she may quit the house. At the end of the long period of mourning, dances are danced in honor of the deceased. They begin in the evening and last all night till daybreak. The mourners on these occasions smear their heads, necks, and breasts with black earth. A great quantity of food, particularly of pigs and taro broth, has been made ready, for the whole village, and perhaps a neighboring village also, has been invited to share in the festivity, which may last 8 or 10 days, if the provisions suffice. The dances begin with a gravity and solemnity appropriate to a memorial of the dead, but towards the close the performers indulge in a lighter vein and act comic pieces, which so tickle the fancy of the spectators, that many of them roll on the ground with laughter. Finally, the temporary hut erected on the grave is taken down and the materials burned. As the other ghosts of the village are believed to be present in attendance on the one who was the guest of honor, all the villagers bring offerings and throw them into the fire. However, persons who are not related to the ghosts may snatch the offerings from the flames and convert them to their own use. Precious objects, such as boar's tusks and dog's teeth, are not committed to the fire but merely swung over it in a bag, while the name of the person who offers the valuables in this economical fashion is proclaimed aloud for the satisfaction of the ghost. With these dances, pantomimes, and offerings, the living have discharged the last duties of respect and affection to the dead. Yet for a while his ghost is thought to linger as a domestic or household spirit, but the time comes when he is wholly forgotten. 473 bones of the dead dug up and kept in the house for a time. Many families, however, not content with the observance of these ordinary ceremonies, dig up the bodies of their dead when the flesh has moldered away, redden the bones with ochre, and keep them bundled up in the house for 2 or 3 years, when these relics of mortality are finally committed to the earth. The intention of thus preserving the bones for years in the house is not mentioned, but no doubt it is to maintain a closer intimacy with the departed spirit than seems possible if his skeleton is left to rot in the grave. When he is at last laid in the ground, the tomb is enclosed by a strong wooden fence and planted with ornamental shrubs. Yet in the course of years, as the memory of the deceased fades away, his grave is neglected, the fence decays, the shrubs run wild. Another generation, which knew him not, will build a house on the spot, and if in digging the foundations they turn up his bleached and moldering bones, it is nothing to them. Why should they trouble themselves about the spirit of a man or woman whose very name is forgotten? For 74 footnote 450, return, ch. Keyser, opposite pages 142 square footnote 451, return, ch. Keyser, opposite page 143. Footnote 452, return, ch. Keyser, LC footnote 453, return, ch. Keyser, opposite pages 143 square footnote 454, return, ch. Keyser, opposite pages 62 square footnote 455, return, ch. Keyser, pages 64 sqq. 147 square footnote 456, return, ch. Keyser, opposite page 132. Footnote 457, return, ch. Keyser, opposite page 148. Footnote 458, return, ch. Keyser, opposite pages 148 square footnote 459, return, ch Keyser, opposite page 149. Footnote 460, return, ch Keyser, opposite page 147. Footnote 461, return, ch Keyser, opposite page 145. Footnote 462, return, ch Keyser, opposite page 145. Footnote 463, return, ch Keyser, opposite pages 145 square footnote 464, return, ch Keyser, opposite pages 149 square footnote 465, return, ch Keyser, opposite pages 112, 150 square footnote 466, return, ch Keyser, opposite pages 151 to 154. In this passage the ghosts are spoken of simply as spirits, Geister, but the context proves that the spirits in question are those of the dead. Footnote 467, return, ch Keyser, opposite pages 34 to 40. Footnote 468, return, G. Bamler, Tammy, in our Neuhaus's Deutsch New Guinea, 3. Berlin, 1911, p. 489, compare IB page 7. Footnote 469, return, H. Azan, Die Jabim, in our Neuhaus's Deutsch New Guinea, 3. 315 square footnote 470, return, G. Bamler, opposite page 518. Footnote 471, return, G. Bamler, LC. Footnote 472, return, G. Bamler, opposite pages 518 square footnote 473, return, G. Bamler, opposite pages 519 to 522. Footnote 474, return, G. Bamler, opposite page 518. Lecture 14, The Belief in Immortality Among the Natives of German and Dutch New Guinea, the Tammy Doctrine of Souls and Gods. The Tego spirits, represented by masked men. At the close of the last lecture I dealt with the Tammy, a people of Melanesian stock who inhabit a group of islands off the mainland of New Guinea. I explained their theory of the human soul. According to them, every man has two distinct souls, a long one and a short one, both of which survive his death, but depart in different directions, one of them repairing to the lower world, and the other being last sighted off the coast of New Britain. But the knowledge which these savages possess of the spiritual world is not limited to the souls of men. They are acquainted with several deities, Buwan, who live in the otherwise uninhabited island of Jan. They are beings of an amorous disposition, and though their real shape is that of a fish's body with a human head, they can take on the form of men in order to seduce women. They also cause epidemics and earthquakes, yet the people shew them no respect, for they believe them to be dull-witted as well as lecherous. At most, if a fearful epidemic is raging, they will offer the gods a lean little pig or a mangy cur, and should an earthquake last longer than usual they will rap on the ground, saying, "Hello, you down there. Easy a little. We men are still here." They also profess acquaintance with a god named Inuto, who created the heaven and the earth together with the first man and woman. He is a good being, nobody need be afraid of him. At festivals and meat markets the Tammy offer him the first portion in a little basket, which a lad carries away into the wood and leaves there. As usual, the deity consumes only the soul of the offering, the bearer eats the material substance. For 75 the Tammy further believe in certain spirits called Tego which are very old, having been created at the same time as the village. Every family or clan possesses its own familiar spirits of this class. They are represented by men who disguise their bodies in dense masses of sago leaves and their faces in grotesque masks with long hooked noses. In this costume the maskers jig it as well as the heavy unwieldy disguise allows them to do. But the dance consists in little more than running round and round in a circle, with an occasional hop. The orchestra stands in the middle, singing and thumping drums. Sometimes 2 or 3 of the masked men will make a round of the village, pelting the men with pebbles or hard fruits, while the women and children scurry out of their way. When they are not in use the masks are hidden away in a hut in the forest, which women and children may not approach. Their secret is sternly kept, any betrayal of it is punished with death. The season for the exhibition of these masked dances recurs only once in 10 or 12 years, but it extends over a year or thereabout. During the whole of the dancing season, curiously enough, coconuts are strictly tabooed, no person may eat them, so that the unused nuts accumulate in thousands. As coconuts ordinarily form a daily article of diet with the Tammy, their prohibition for a year is felt by the people as a privation. The meaning of the prohibition and also of the masquerades remains obscure. 476 The superhuman beings with whom the Tami are chiefly concerned are the souls of the dead. Offerings to the dead. But while the Tami believe in gods and spirits of various sorts, the superhuman beings with whom they chiefly concern themselves are the souls of the dead. On this subject Mr. Bamler writes, all the spirits whom we have thus far described are of little importance in the life and thought of the Tami, they are remembered only on special occasions. The spirits who fill the thoughts and attract the attention of the Tami are the Kani, that is, the souls of the departed. The Tami therefore practice the worship of ancestors. Yet the memory of ancestors does not reach far back. People occupy themselves only with the souls of those relatives whom they have personally known. Hence the worship seldom extends beyond the grandfather, even when a knowledge of more remote progenitors survives. An offering to the ancestors takes the form of a little dish of boiled taro, a cigar, betel nuts, and the like, but the spirits partake only of the image or soul of the things offered, while the material substance falls to the share of mankind. There is no fixed rule as to the manner or time of the offering. It is left to the caprice or childlike affection of the individual to decide how he will make it. With most natives it is a simple matter of business, the throwing of a sprat to catch a salmon. The man brings his offering only when he needs the help of the spirits. There is very little ceremony about it. The offerer will say, for example, "There, I lay a cigar for you, smoke it and hereafter drive fish towards me," or, "Accompany me on the journey, and see to it that I do good business." The place where the food is presented is the shelf for pots and dishes under the roof. Thus they imagine that the spirits exert a tolerably far-reaching influence over all created things, and it is their notion that the spirits take possession of the objects. In like manner the spirits can injure a man by thwarting his plans, for example, by frightening away the fish, blighting the fruits of the fields, and so forth. If the native is forced to conclude that the spirits are against him, he has no hesitation about deceiving them in the grossest manner. Should the requisite sacrifices be inconvenient to him, he flatly refuses them, or gives the shabbiest things he can find. In all this the native displays the same craft and cunning which he is apt to practice in his dealings with the whites. He fears the power which the spirit has over him, yet he tries whether he cannot outwit the spirit like an arrant blockhead. 477 Crude motives for sacrifice. This account of the crude but quite intelligible motives which lead these savages to sacrifice to the spirits of their dead may be commended to the attention of writers on the history of religion who read into primitive sacrifice certain subtle and complex ideas which had never entered into the mind of primitive man to conceive and which, even if they were explained to him, he would in all probability be totally unable to understand. Lambom, the land of the dead. According to the Tami, the souls of the dead live in the netherworld. The spirit land is called Lambom, the entrance to it is by a cleft in a rock. The natives of the mainland also call Hades by the name of Lambom, but whereas according to them every village has its own little Lambom, the Tami hold that there is only one big Lambom for everybody, though it is subdivided into many mansions, of which every village has one to itself. In Lambom everything is fairer and more perfect than on earth. The fruits are so plentiful that the blessed spirits can, if they choose, give themselves up to the delights of idleness. The villages are full of ornamental plants. Yet on the other hand we are informed that life beneath the ground is very like life above it. People work and marry, they squabble and wrangle, they fall sick and even die, just as people do on earth. Souls which die the second death in Lambom are changed into vermin, such as ants and worms. However, others say that they turn into wood spirits, who do men a mischief in the fields. It is not so easy as is commonly supposed to effect an entrance into the spirit land. You must pass a river, and even when you have crossed it you will be very likely to suffer from the practical jokes which the merry old ghosts play on a raw newcomer. A very favorite trick of theirs is to send him up a pandanus tree to look for fruit. If he is simple enough to comply, they catch him by the legs as he is swarming up the trunk and drag him down, so that his whole body is fearfully scratched, if not quite ripped up, by the rough bark. That is why people put valuable things with the dead in the grave, in order that their ghosts on arrival in Lambom may have the wherewithal to purchase the good graces of the facetious old stagers. For 78 Return of the ghosts to earth, sometimes in the form of serpents. However, even when the ghosts have succeeded in effecting a lodgment in Lambom, they are not strictly confined to it. They can break bounds at any moment and return to the upper air. This they do particularly when any of their surviving relations is at the point of death. Ghosts of deceased kinsfolk and of others gather round the parting soul and attend it to the far country. Yet sometimes, apparently, the soul sets out alone, for the anxious relatives will call out to it, "Miss not the way." But ghosts visit their surviving friends at other times than at the moment of death. For example, some families possess the power of calling up spirits in the form of serpents from the vasty deep. The spirits whom they evoke are usually those of persons who have died quite lately, for such ghosts cannot return to earth except in the guise of serpents. In this novel shape, they naturally feel shy and hide under a mat. They come out only in the dusk of the evening or the darkness of night and sit on the shelf for pots and dishes under the roof. They have lost the faculty of speech and can express themselves only in whistles. These whistles the seer, who is generally a woman, understands perfectly and interprets to his or her less gifted fellows. In this way, a considerable body of information, more or less accurate in detail, is collected as to life in the other world. More than that, it is even possible for men, and especially for women, to go down alive into the nether world and prosecute their inquiries at first hand among the ghosts. Women who possess this remarkable faculty transmit it to their daughters, so that the profession is hereditary. When anybody wishes to ascertain how it fares with one of his dead kinsfolk in Lambone, he has nothing to do but to engage the services of one of these professional mediums, giving her something which belonged to his departed friend. The medium rubs her forehead with ginger, muttering an incantation, lies down on the dead man's property, and falls asleep. Her soul then goes down in a dream to Deadland and elicits from the ghosts the required information, which on waking from sleep she imparts to the anxious inquirer. For 79 sickness caused by a spirit. Sickness accompanied by fainting fits is ascribed to the action of a spirit. It may be the ghost of a near relation, who has carried off the long soul of the sufferer. The truant soul is recalled by a blast blown on a triton shell, in which some chewed ginger or masoi bark has been inserted. The booming sound attracts the attention of the vagrant spirit, while the smell of the bark or of the ginger drives away the ghost. 480 Tammy lads supposed to be swallowed by a monster at circumcision. The monster and the bull roarer are both called Connie. The name which the Tammy give to the spirits of the dead is Connie, but like other tribes in this part of New Guinea, they apply the same term to the bull roarer and also to the mythical monster who was supposed to swallow the lads at circumcision. The identity of the name for the three things seems to prove that in the mind of the Tammy the initiatory rites, of which circumcision is the principal feature, are closely associated with their conception of the state of the human soul after death, though what the precise nature of the association may be still remains obscure. Like their neighbors on the mainland of New Guinea, the Tammy give out that the novices at initiation are swallowed by a monster or dragon, who only consents to disgorge his prey in consideration of a tribute of pigs, the rate of the tribute being 1 novice 1 pig. In the act of disgorging the lad, the dragon bites him, and the bite is visible to all in the cut called circumcision. The voice of the monster is heard in the hum of the bull roarers, which are swung at the ceremony in such numbers and with such force that in still weather the booming sound may be heard across the sea for many miles. To impress women and children with an idea of the superhuman strength of the dragon, deep grooves are cut in the trunks of trees and afterwards exhibited to the uninitiated as the marks made by the monster in tugging at the ropes which bound him to the trees. However, the whole thing is an open secret to the married women, though they keep their knowledge to themselves, fearing to incur the penalty of death which is denounced upon all who betray the mystery. The rite of circumcision. Seclusion and return of the newly circumcised lads. The initiatory rites are now celebrated only at intervals of many years. When the time has come for the ceremony, women are banished from the village and special quarters prepared for them elsewhere, for they are strictly forbidden to set foot in the village while the monster or spirit who swallows the lads has his abode in it. A special hut is then built for the accommodation of the novices during the many months which they spend in seclusion before and after the operation of circumcision. The hut represents the monster. It consists of a framework of thin poles covered with palm leaf mats and tapering down at one end. Looked at from a distance, it resembles a whale. The backbone is composed of a betel nut palm, which has been grubbed up with its roots. The root with its fibers represents the monster's head and hair, and under it are painted a pair of eyes and a great mouth in red, white, and black. The passage of the novices into the monster's belly is represented by causing them to defile past a row of men who hold bull roarers aloft over the heads of the candidates. Before this march past takes place, each of the candidates is struck by the chief with a bull roarer on his chin and brow. The operation of circumcising the lads is afterwards performed behind a screen set up near the monster-shaped house. It is followed by a great feast on swine's flesh. After their wounds are healed, the circumcised lads have still to remain in seclusion for 3 or 4 months. Finally, they are brought back to the village with great pomp. For this solemn ceremony their faces, necks, and breasts are whitened with a thick layer of chalk, while red stripes, painted round their mouths and eyes and prolonged to the ears, add to the grotesqueness of their appearance. Their eyes are closed with a plaster of chalk, and thus curiously arrayed and blindfolded they are led back to the village square, where leave is formally given them to open their eyes. At the entrance to the village they are received by the women, who weep for joy and strew boiled field fruits on the way. Next morning the newly initiated lads wash off the crust of chalk, and have their hair, faces, necks, and breasts painted bright red. This ends their time of seclusion, which has lasted 5 or 6 months. They now rank as full-grown men. 481 Simulation of Death and Resurrection. In these initiatory rites, as in the similar rites of the neighboring tribes on the mainland of New Guinea, we may perhaps detect a simulation of death and of resurrection to a new and higher life. But why circumcision should form the central feature of such a drama is a question to which as yet no certain or even very probable answer can be given. The bodily mutilations of various sorts, which in many savage tribes mark the transition from boyhood to manhood, remain one of the obscurest features in the life of uncultured races. That they are in most cases connected with the great change which takes place in the sexes at puberty seems fairly certain, but we are far from understanding the ideas which primitive man has formed on this mysterious subject. The natives of Dutch New Guinea. That ends what I have to say as to the notions of death and a life hereafter which are entertained by the natives of German New Guinea. We now turn to the natives of Dutch New Guinea, who occupy roughly speaking the western half of the great island. Our information as to their customs and beliefs on this subject is much scantier, and accordingly my account of them will be much briefer. Geelvink Bay Indoor Bay. The Nufor or Noomfer people. Their material culture and arts of life. Towards the western end of the Dutch possession there is on the northern coast a deep and wide indentation known as Geelvink Bay, which in its northwest corner includes a very much smaller indentation known as Door Bay. Scattered about in the waters of the Great Geelvink Bay are many islands of various sizes, such as Biak or Wyak, Japan or Jobi, Run or Ron, Noomfer, and many more. It is in regard to the natives who inhabit the coasts or islands of Geelvink Bay that our information is perhaps least imperfect, and it is accordingly with them that I shall begin. In physical appearance, expression of the face, mode of wearing the hair, and still more in manners and customs these natives of the coast and islands differ from the natives of the mountains in the interior. The name given to them by Dutch and German writers is Nufor or Noomfer. Their original home is believed to be the island of Biak or Wyak, which lies at the northern entrance of the bay, and from which they are supposed to have spread southwards and southwestwards to the other islands and to the mainland of New Guinea. For 82 they are a handsomely built race. Their color is usually dark brown, but in some individuals it shades off to light brown, while in others it deepens into black brown. The forehead is high and narrow, the eye is dark brown or black with a lively expression, the nose broad and flat, the lips thick and projecting. The cheekbones are not very high. The facial angle agrees with that of Europeans. The hair is abundant and frizzly. The people live in settled villages and subsist by agriculture, hunting, and fishing. Their large communal houses are raised above the ground on piles, on the coast they are built over the water. Each house has a long gallery, one in front and one behind, and a long passage running down the middle of the dwelling, with the rooms arranged on either side of it. Each room has its own fireplace and is occupied by a single family. One such communal house may contain from 10 to 20 families with 100 or more men, women, and children, besides dogs, fowls, parrots, and other creatures. When the house is built over the water, it is commonly connected with the shore by a bridge, but in some places no such bridge exists, and at high water the inmates can only communicate with the shore by means of their canoes. The staple food of the people is sago, which they extract from the sago palm, but they also make use of breadfruit, together with millet, rice, and maize, whenever they can obtain these cereals. Their flesh diet includes wild pigs, birds, fish, and trepang. While some of them subsist mainly by fishing and commerce, others devote themselves almost exclusively to the cultivation of their gardens, which they lay out in clearings of the dense tropical forest, employing chiefly axes and chopping knives as their instruments of tillage. Of plows they, like most savages, seem to know nothing. The rice and other plants which they raise in these gardens are produced by the dry method of cultivation. In hunting birds they employ chiefly bows and arrows, but sometimes also snares. The arrows with which they shoot the birds of paradise are blunted so as not to injure the splendid plumage of the birds. Turtle shells, feathers of the birds of paradise, and trepang are among the principal articles which they barter with traders for cotton goods, knives, swords, axes, beads, and so forth. They display some skill and taste in woodcarving. The art of working in iron has been introduced among them from abroad and is now extensively practiced by the men. They make large dugout canoes with outriggers, which seem to be very seaworthy, for they accomplish long voyages even in stormy weather. The making of pottery, basketwork, and weaving, together with pounding rice and cooking food, are the special business of women. The men wear waistbands or loincloths made of bark, which is beaten till it becomes as supple as leather. The women wear petticoats or strips of blue cotton round their loins, and as ornaments they have rings of silver, copper, or shell on their arms and legs. 483 Thus the people have attained to a fair degree of barbaric culture. Fear of ghosts. Ideas of the spirit world. Now it is significant that among these comparatively advanced savages the fear of ghosts and the reverence entertained for them have developed into something which might almost be called a systematic worship of the dead. As to their fear of ghosts, I will quote the evidence of a Dutch missionary, Mr. J. L. van Hasselt, who lived for many years among them and is the author of a grammar and dictionary of their language. He says that a great fear of ghosts prevails among the Papuans is intelligible. Even by day they are reluctant to pass a grave, but nothing would induce them to do so by night. For the dead are then roaming about in their search for gambir and tobacco, and they may also sail out to sea in a canoe. Some of the departed, above all the so-called mambri or heroes, inspire them with a special fear. In such cases for some days after the burial you may hear about sunset a simultaneous and horrible din in all the houses of all the villages, a yelling, screaming, beating and throwing of sticks. Happily the uproar does not last long. Its intention is to compel the ghost to take himself off. They have given him all that befits him, namely, a grave, a funeral banquet, and funeral ornaments, and now they beseech him not to thrust himself on their observation any more, not to breathe any sickness upon the survivors, and not to kill them or fetch them, as the Papuans put it. Their ideas of the spirit world are very vague. Their usual answer to such questions is, "We know not." If you press them, they will commonly say that the spirit realm is under the earth or under the bottom of the sea. Everything there is as it is in the upper world, only the vegetation down below is more luxuriant, and all plants grow faster. Their fear of death and their helpless wailing over the dead indicate that the misty kingdom of the shades offers but little that is consolatory to the Papuan at his departure from this world. 484 Fear of ghosts in general and of the ghosts of the slain in particular. Again, speaking of the natives of Dor, a Dutch official observes that superstition and magic play a principal part in the life of the Papuan. Occasions for such absurdities he discovers at every step. Thus he cherishes a great fear of the ghosts of slain persons, for which reason their bodies remain unburied on the spot where they were murdered. When a murder has taken place in the village, the inhabitants assemble for several evenings in succession and raise a fearful outcry in order to chase away the soul, in case it should be minded to return to the village. They set up miniature wooden houses here and there on trees in the forest for the ghosts of persons who die of disease or through accidents, believing that the souls take up their abode in them. 485 The same writer remarks that these savages have no priests, but that they have magicians, kokinser, who practice exorcisms, work magic, and heal the sick, for which they receive a small payment in articles of barter or food. 486 Speaking of the Papuans of Dutch New Guinea in general, another writer informs us that they honor the memory of the dead in every way, because they ascribe to the spirits of the departed a great influence on the life of the survivors. Whereas in life all good and evil comes from the soul, after death, on the other hand, the spirit works for the most part only evil. It loves especially to haunt by night the neighborhood of its old dwelling in the grave, so the people particularly avoid the neighborhood of graves at night, and when darkness has fallen they will not go out except with a burning brand. According to the belief of the Papuans, the ghosts cause sickness, bad harvests, war, and in general every misfortune. From fear of such evils and in order to keep them in good humor, the people make provision for the spirits of the departed after death. Also they sacrifice to them before every important undertaking and never fail to ask their advice. 487 Papuan Ideas as to the state of the dead. A Dutch writer, who has given us a comparatively full account of the natives of Geelvink Bay, describes as follows their views in regard to the state of the dead. According to the Papuans, the soul, which they imagine to have its seat in the blood, continues to exist at the bottom of the sea, and everyone who dies goes thither. They imagine the state of things there to be much the same as that in which they lived on earth. Hence at his burial the dead man is given an equipment suitable to his rank and position in life. He is provided with a bow and arrow, armlets and body ornaments, pots and pans, everything that may stand him in good stead in the life hereafter. This provision must not be neglected, for it is a prevalent opinion that the dead continue always to maintain relations with the world and with the living, that they possess superhuman power, exercise great influence over the affairs of life on earth, and are able to protect in danger, to stand by in war, to guard against shipwreck at sea, and to grant success in fishing and hunting. For such weighty reasons the Papuans do all in their power to win the favor of their dead. On undertaking a journey they are said never to forget to hang amulets about themselves in the belief that their dead will then surely help them. Hence, too, when they are at sea in rough weather, they call upon the souls of the departed, asking them for better weather or a favorable breeze, in case the wind happens to be contrary. 488 Wooden images of the dead, Korwar. In order to communicate with these powerful spirits and to obtain their advice and help in time of need, the Papuans of Geelvink Bay make wooden images of their dead, which they keep in their houses and consult from time to time. Every family has at least one such ancestral image, which forms the medium whereby the soul of the deceased communicates with his or her surviving relatives. These images, or panades, as we may call them, are carved of wood, about a foot high, and represent the deceased person in a standing, sitting, or crouching attitude, but commonly with the hands folded in front. The head is disproportionately large, the nose long and projecting, the mouth wide and well furnished with teeth. The eyes are formed of large green or blue beads with black dots to indicate the pupils. Sometimes the male figures carry a shield in the left hand and brandish a sword in the right, while the female figures are represented grasping with both hands a serpent which stands on its coiled tail. Rags of many colors adorn these figures, and the hair of the deceased, whom they represent, is placed between their legs. Such an ancestral image is called a Korwar or Karvar. The natives identify these effigies with the deceased persons whom they portray, and accordingly they will speak of one as their father or mother or other relation. Tobacco and food are offered to the images, and the natives greet them reverentially by bowing to the earth before them with the two hands joined and raised to the forehead. Such images carried on voyages and consulted as oracles. The images consulted in sickness. Such images are kept in the houses and carried in canoes on voyages, in order that they may be at hand to help and advise their kinsfolk and worshippers. They are consulted on many occasions, for example, when the people are going on a journey, or about to fish for turtles or trepang, or when a member of the family is sick, and his relations wish to know whether he will recover. At these consultations the inquirer may either take the image in his hands or crouch before it on the ground, on which he places his offerings of tobacco, cotton, beads, and so forth. The spirit of the dead is thought to be in the image and to pass from it into the inquirer, who thus becomes inspired by the soul of the deceased and acquires his superhuman knowledge. As a sign of his inspiration, the medium shivers and shakes. According to some accounts, however, this shivering and shaking of the medium is an evil omen, whereas if he remains tranquil, the omen is good. It is especially in cases of sickness that the images are consulted. The mode of consultation has been described as follows by a Dutch writer: when anyone is sick and wishes to know the means of cure, or when anyone desires to avert misfortune or to discover something unknown, then in presence of the whole family one of the members is stupefied by the fumes of incense or by other means of producing a state of trance. The image of the deceased person whose advice is sought is then placed on the lap or shoulder of the medium in order to cause the soul to pass out of the image into his body. At the moment when that happens, he begins to shiver, and, encouraged by the bystanders, the soul speaks through the mouth of the medium and names the means of cure or of averting the calamity. When he comes to himself, the medium knows nothing of what he has been saying. This they call Kor Karvar, that is, invoking the soul, and they say Karvar Iwos, the soul speaks. The writer adds, it is sometimes reported that the souls go to the underworld, but that is not true. The Papuans think that after death the soul abides by the corpse and is buried with it in the grave. Hence before an image is made, if it is necessary to consult the soul, the inquirer must betake himself to the grave in order to do so. But when the image is made, the soul enters into it and is supposed to remain in it so long as satisfactory answers are obtained from it in consultation. But should the answers prove disappointing, the people think that the soul has deserted the image, on which they throw the image away as useless. Where the soul has gone, nobody knows, and they do not trouble their heads about it, since it has lost its power. For 89, the person who acts as medium in consulting the spirit may be either the housefather himself or a magician, Conor. 490. Example of the consultation of an ancestral image. As an example of these consultations, we may take the case of a man who was suffering from a painful sore on his finger and wished to ascertain the cause of the trouble. So he set one of the ancestral images before him and questioned it closely. At first the image made no reply, but at last the man remembered that he had neglected his duty to his dead brother by failing to marry his widow, as, according to native custom, he should have done. Now the natives believe that the dead can punish them for any breach of customary law, so it occurred to our inquirer that the ghost of his dead brother might have afflicted him with the sore on his finger for not marrying his widow. Accordingly he put the question to the image, and in doing so the compunction of a guilty conscience caused him to tremble. This trembling he took for an answer of the image in the affirmative, wherefore he went off and took the widow to wife and provided for her maintenance. 491 Ancestral images consulted as to the cause of death. Offerings to the images. Again, the ancestral images are often consulted to ascertain the cause of a death, and if the image attributes the death to the evil magic of a member of another tribe, an expedition will be sent to avenge the wrong by slaying the supposed culprit. For the souls of the dead take it very ill and wreak their spite on the survivors, if their death is not avenged on their enemies. Not uncommonly, the consultation of the images merely furnishes a pretext for satisfying a grudge against an individual or a tribe. For 92, the mere presence of these images appears to be supposed to benefit the sick. A woman who was seriously ill has been seen to lie with 4 or 5 ancestral figures fastened at the head of her bed. On inquiry, she explained that they did not all belong to her, but that some of them had been kindly lent to her by relations and friends. 493 Again, the images are taken by the natives with them to war, because they hope thereby to secure the help of the spirits whom the images represent. Also they make offerings from time to time to the effigies and hold feasts in their honor. For 94 they observe, indeed, that the food which they present to these household idols remains unconsumed, but they explain this by saying that the spirits are content to snuff up the savor of the viands, and to leave their gross material substance alone. 495 Images of persons who have died away from home. In general, images are only made of persons who have died at home. But in the island of Ron or Run they are also made of persons who have died away from home or have fallen in battle. In such cases the difficulty is to compel the soul to quit its mortal remains far away and come to animate the image. However, the natives of Ron have found means to overcome this difficulty. They first carve the wooden image of the dead person and then call his soul back to the village by setting a great tree on fire, while the family assemble round it and one of them, holding the image in his hand, acts the part of a medium, shivering and shaking and falling into a trance after the approved fashion of mediums in many lands. After this ceremony the image is supposed to be animated by the soul of the deceased, and it is kept in the house with as much confidence as any other. For 96 Sometimes the head of the image is composed of the skull of the deceased. Sometimes the head of the image consists of the skull of the deceased, which has been detached from the skeleton and inserted in a hole at the top of the effigy. In such cases the body of the image is of wood and the head of bone. It is especially men who have distinguished themselves by their bravery or have earned a name for themselves in other ways who are thus represented. Apparently the notion is that as a personal relic of the departed the skull is better fitted to retain his soul than a mere head of wood. But in the island of Ron or Run, and perhaps elsewhere, skull-topped images of this sort are made for all firstborn children, whether male or female, young or old, at least for all who die from the age of 12 years and upward. These images have a special name, Bimarbu, which means head of a corpse. They are kept in the room of the parents who have lost the child. 497 Mode of preparing such skull-headed images. The mode in which such images are prepared is as follows. The body of the firstborn child, who dies at the age of years or upwards, is laid in a small canoe, which is deposited in a hut erected behind the dwelling house. Here the mother is obliged to keep watch night and day beside the corpse and to maintain a blazing fire till the head drops off the body, which it generally does about 20 days after the death. Then the trunk is wrapped in leaves and buried, but the head is brought into the house and carefully preserved. Above the spot where it is deposited a small opening is made in the roof, through which a stick is thrust bearing some rags or flags to indicate that the remains of a dead body are in the house. When, after the lapse of 3 or 4 months, the nose and ears of the head have dropped off, and the eyes have moldered away, the relations and friends assemble in the house of mourning. In the middle of the assembly, the father of the child crouches on his hams with downcast look in an attitude of grief, while one of the persons present begins to carve a new nose and a new pair of ears for the skull out of a piece of wood. The kind of wood varies according as the deceased was a male or a female. All the time that the artist is at work, the rest of the company chant a melancholy dirge. When the nose and ears are finished and have been attached to the skull, and small round fruits have been inserted in the hollow sockets of the eyes to represent the missing orbs, a banquet follows in honor of the deceased, who is now represented by his decorated skull set up on a block of wood on the table. Thus he receives his share of the food and of the cigars, and is raised to the rank of a domestic idol or corwer. Henceforth the skull is carefully kept in a corner of the chamber to be consulted as an oracle in time of need. The bodies of fathers and mothers are treated in the same way as those of firstborn children. On the other hand, the bodies of children who die under the age of 2 years are never buried. The remains are packed in baskets of rushes covered with lids and tightly corded, and the baskets are then hung on the branches of tall trees, where no more notice is taken of them. 4 or 5 such baskets containing the moldering bodies of infants may sometimes be seen hanging on a single tree. For 98, the reason for thus disposing of the remains of young children is said to be as follows. A thick mist hangs at evening over the top of the dense tropical forest, and in the mist dwell 2 spirits called Narwar and Engir, one male and the other female, who kill little children, not out of malice but out of love, because they wish to have the children with them. So when a child dies, the parents fasten its little body to the branches of a tall tree in the forest, hoping that the spirit pair will take it and be satisfied, and will spare its small brothers and sisters. For 99, mummification of the dead. In some parts of Geelvink Bay, however, the bodies of the dead are treated differently. For example, on the south coast of the island of Jobi or Japan and elsewhere, the corpses are reduced to mummies by being dried on a bamboo stage over a slow fire, after which the mummies, wrapped in cloth, are kept in the house, being either laid along the wall or hung from the ceiling. When the number of these relics begins to incommode the living inmates of the house, the older mummies are removed and deposited in the hollow trunks of ancient trees. In some tribes who thus mummify their dead, the juices of corruption which drip from the rotting corpse are caught in a vessel and given to the widow to drink, who is forced to gulp them down under the threat of decapitation if she were to reject the loathsome beverage. 500 restrictions observed by mourners. Tattooing in honor of the dead. Teeth of the dead worn by relatives. The family in which a death has taken place is subject for a time to certain burdensome restrictions, which are probably dictated by a fear of the ghost. Thus, all the time till the effigy of the deceased has been made and a feast given in his honor, they are obliged to remain in the house without going out for any purpose, not even to bathe or to fetch food and drink. Moreover, they must abstain from the ordinary articles of diet and confine themselves to half-baked cakes of sago and other unpalatable viands. As these restrictions may last for months, they are not only irksome but onerous, especially to people who have no slaves to fetch and carry for them. However, in that case the neighbors come to the rescue and supply the mourners with wood, water, and the other necessaries of life, until custom allows them to go out and help themselves. After the effigy of the dead has been made, the family go in state to a sacred place to purify themselves by bathing. If the journey is made by sea, no other canoe may meet or sail past the canoe of the mourners under pain of being confiscated to them and redeemed at a heavy price. On their return from the holy place, the period of mourning is over, and the family is free to resume their ordinary mode of life and their ordinary victuals. 501 That the seclusion of the mourners in the house for some time after the death springs from a fear of the ghost is not only probable on general grounds but is directly suggested by a custom which is observed at the burial of the body. When it has been laid in the earth along with various articles of daily use, which the ghost is supposed to require for his comfort, the mourners gather round the grave and each of them picks up a leaf, which he folds in the shape of a spoon and holds several times over his head as if he would pour out the contents upon it. As they do so, they all murmur, Rarai Rama, that is, the spirit comes. This exclamation or incantation is supposed to prevent the ghost from troubling them. The gravediggers may not enter their houses till they have bathed and so removed from their persons the contagion of death, in order that the soul of the deceased may have no power over them. 502 Mourners sometimes tattoo themselves in honor of the dead. For a father, the marks are tattooed on the cheeks and under the eyes, for a grandfather, on the breast, for a mother, on the shoulders and arms, for a brother, on the back. On the death of a father or mother, the eldest son or, if there is none such, the eldest daughter wears the teeth and hair of the deceased. When the teeth of old people drop out, they are kept on purpose to be thus strung on a string and worn by their sons or daughters after their death. Similarly, a mother wears as a permanent mark of mourning the teeth of her dead child strung on a cord round her neck, and as a temporary mark of mourning a little bag on her throat containing a lock of the child's hair. 503 The intention of these customs is not mentioned. Probably they are not purely commemorative but designed in some way either to influence for good the spirit of the departed or to obtain its help and protection for the living. Rebirth of parents and their children. Thus far we have found no evidence among the natives of New Guinea of a belief that the dead are permanently reincarnated in their human descendants. However, the inhabitants of Iambori, an inland village about an hour distant to the east of Dor, are reported to believe that the soul of a dead man returns in his eldest son, and that the soul of a dead woman returns in her eldest daughter. 504 So stated, the belief is hardly clear and intelligible, for if a man has several sons, he must evidently be alive and not dead when the eldest of them is born, and similarly with a woman and her eldest daughter. On the analogy of similar beliefs elsewhere, we may conjecture that these Papuans imagine every firstborn son to be animated by the soul of his father, whether his father be alive or dead, and every firstborn daughter to be animated by the soul of her mother, whether her mother be alive or dead. Customs concerning the dead observed in the islands off the western end of New Guinea. Beliefs and customs concerning the dead like those which we have found among the natives of Geelvink Bay are reported to prevail in other parts of Dutch New Guinea, but our information about them is much less full. Thus, off the western extremity of New Guinea there is a group of small islands, Weju, Salawati, Missile, Waigama, and so on, the inhabitants of which make carvar or wooden images of their dead ancestors. These they keep in separate rooms of their houses and take with them as talismans to war. In these inner rooms are also kept miniature wooden houses in which their ancestors are believed to reside, and in which even Mohammedans, for some of the natives profess Islam, burn incense on Fridays in honor of the souls of the dead. These souls are treated like living beings, for in the morning some finely pounded sago is placed in the shrines, at noon it is taken away, but may not be eaten by the inmates of the house. Curiously enough, women are forbidden to set food for the dead in the shrines. If they did so, it is believed that they would be childless. Further, in the chief's house there are shrines for the souls of all the persons who have died in the whole village. Such a house might almost be described as a temple of the dead. Among the inhabitants of the Nijin Ngorojan or 9 villages, the abodes of the ancestral spirits are often merely frameworks of houses decorated with colored rags. These frameworks are called roem siram. On festal occasions they are brought forth and the people dance round them to music. The mountain tribes of these islands to the west of New Guinea seldom have any such little houses for the souls of the dead. They think that the spirits of the departed dwell among the branches of trees, to which accordingly the living attach strips of red and white cotton, always to the number of 7 or a multiple of 7. Also they place food on the branches or hang it in baskets on the boughs. 505 No doubt in order to feed the hungry ghosts. But among the tribes on the coast, who make miniature houses for the use of their dead, these little shrines form a central feature of the religious life of the people. At festivals, especially on the occasion of a marriage or a death, the shrines are brought out from the side chamber and are set down in the central room of the house, where the people dance round them, singing and making music for days together with no interruption except for meals. 506 Wooden images of the dead. According to the Dutch writer, Mr. de Klerk, whose account I am reproducing, this worship of the dead, represented by wooden images, carvar, and lodged in miniature houses, is, together with a belief in good and bad spirits, the only thing deserving the name of religion that can be detected among these people. It is certain that the wooden images represent members of the family who died a natural death at home. They are never, as in Ansos and War Open, images of persons who have been murdered or slain in battle. Hence they form a kind of penates, who are supposed to lead an invisible life in the family circle. The natives of the Nijin Ngorojan, for example, believe that these wooden images, carvar, which are both male and female, contain the souls of their ancestors, who protect the house and household and are honored at festivals by having portions of food set beside their images. 507 The Sejatsiel, who occupy the extreme westerly point of New Guinea, bury their dead in the island of Lego and set up little houses in the forest for the use of the spirits of their ancestors. But these little houses may never be entered or even approached by members of the family. 508 A traveler, who visited a hut occupied by members of the Seja tribe in Princess Island, or Kararabo, found a sick man in it and observed that before the front and back door were set up double rows of roughly hewn images painted with red and black stripes. He was told that these images were intended to keep off the sickness, for the natives thought that it would not dare to run the gauntlet between the double rows of figures into the house. 509 We may conjecture that these rude images represented ancestral spirits who were doing sentinel duty over the sick man. Customs concerning the dead among the natives of the Maclure Gulf. Among the natives of the Maclure Gulf, which penetrates deep into the western part of Dutch New Guinea, the souls of dead men who have distinguished themselves by bravery or in other ways are honored in the shape of wooden images, which are sometimes wrapped in cloth and decorated with shells about the neck. In Sekar, a village on the south side of the Gulf, small bowls, called kararasa after the spirits of ancestors who are believed to lodge in them, are hung up in the houses. On special occasions food is placed in them. In some of the islands of the Maclure Gulf the dead are laid in hollows of the rocks, which are then adorned with drawings of birds, hands, and so forth. The hands are always painted white or yellowish on a red ground. The other figures are drawn with chalk on the weathered surface of the rock. But the natives either cannot or will not give any explanation of the custom. 510 Burial and mourning customs in the Mimica district. The Papuans of the Mimica district, on the southern coast of Dutch New Guinea, sometimes bury their dead in shallow graves near the huts, sometimes they place them in coffins on rough trestles and leave them there till decomposition is complete, when they remove the skull and preserve it in the house, either burying it in the sand of the floor or hanging it in a sort of basket from the roof, where it becomes brown with smoke and polished with frequent handling. The people do not appear to be particularly attached to these relics of their kinsfolk and they sell them readily to Europeans. Mourners plaster themselves all over with mud, and sometimes they bathe in the river, probably as a mode of ceremonial purification. They believe in ghosts, which they call naniki, but beyond that elementary fact we have no information as to their beliefs concerning the state of the dead. 511 Burial customs at Windesi. The natives of Windesi in Dutch New Guinea generally bury their dead the day after the decease. As a rule the corpse is wrapped in mats and a piece of blue cloth and laid on a scaffold. Few are coffined. All the possessions of the dead, including weapons, fishing nets, wooden bowls, pots, and so forth, according as the deceased was a man or a woman, are placed beside him or her. If the death is attributed to the influence of an evil spirit, they take hold of a lock of hair of the corpse and mention various places. At the mention of each place, they tug the hair, and if it comes out, they conclude that the death was caused by somebody at the place which was mentioned at the moment. But if the hair does not come out, they infer that evil spirits had no hand in the affair. Before the body is carried away, the family bathes, no doubt to purify themselves from the contagion of death. Among the people of Windesi it is a common custom to bury the dead in an island. At such a burial the bystanders pick up a fallen leaf, tear it in two, and stroke the corpse with it, in order that the ghost of the departed may not kill them. When the body has been disposed of either in a grave or on a scaffold, they embark in the canoe and sit listening for omens. One of the men in a loud voice bids the birds and the flies to be silent, and all the others sit as still as death in an attitude of devotion. At last, after an interval of silence, the man who called out tells his fellows what he has heard. If it was the buzz of the blue flies that he heard, someone else will die. If it was the booming sound of a triton shell blown in the distance, a raid must be made in that direction to rob and murder. Why it must be so, is not said, but we may suppose that the note of the triton shell is believed to betray the place of the enemy who has wrought the death by magic, and that accordingly an expedition must be sent to avenge the supposed crime on the supposed murderer. If the note of a bird called kowi is heard, then the fruit trees will bear fruit. Though all the men sit listening in the canoe, the ominous sounds are heard only by the man who called out. 512 Mourning customs at Windesi. When the omens have thus been taken, the paddles again dip in the water, and the canoe returns to the house of mourning. Arrived at it, the men disembark, climb up the ladder, for the houses seem to be built on piles over the water, and run the whole length of the long house with their paddles on their shoulders. Curiously enough, they never do this at any other time, because they imagine that it would cause the death of somebody. Meantime the women have gone into the forest to get bark, which they beat into barkcloth and make into mourning caps for themselves. The men busy themselves with plaiting armlets and leglets of rattan, in which some red rags are stuck. Large blue and white beads are strung on a red cord and worn round the neck. Further, the hair is shorn in sign of mourning. Mourners are forbidden to eat anything cooked in a pot. Sago porridge, which is a staple food with some of the natives of New Guinea, is also forbidden to mourners at Windesi. If they would eat rice, it must be cooked in a bamboo. The doors and windows of the house are closed with planks or mats, just as with us the blinds are lowered in a house after a death. The surviving relatives make as many long sago cakes as there are houses in the village and send them to the inmates. They also prepare a few for themselves. All who do not belong to the family now leave the house of mourning. Then the eldest brother or his representative gets up and all follow him to the back veranda, where a woman stands holding a bow and arrows, an axe, a paddle, and so forth. Everyone touches these implements. Since the death, there has been no working in the house, but this time of inactivity is now over and everyone is free to resume his usual occupations. This ends the preliminary ceremonies of mourning, which go by the name of Jawara. A month afterwards round cakes of sago are baked on the fire, and all the members of the family, their friends, and the persons who assisted at the burial receive 3 such cakes each. Only very young children are now allowed to eat sago porridge. This ceremony is called Jawara Baba. Festival of the Dead. Wooden images of the dead. When a year or more has elapsed, the so-called Festival of the Dead takes place. Often the festival is held for several dead at the same time, and in that case the cost is borne in common. From far and near the people have collected sago, coconuts, and other food. For 2 nights and a day they dance and sing, but without the accompaniment of drums, tifa, and gongs. The first night, the signs of mourning are still worn, hence no sago porridge may be eaten, only friends who are not in mourning are allowed to partake of it. The night is spent in eating, drinking, smoking, singing, and dancing. Next day many people make korwars of their dead, that is, grotesque wooden images carved in human form, which are regarded as the representatives of the departed. Some people fetch the head of the deceased person, and having made a wooden image with a large head and a hole in the back of it, they insert the skull into the wooden head from behind. After that friends feed the mourners with sago porridge, putting it into their mouths with the help of the chopsticks which are commonly used in eating sago. When that is done, the period of mourning is at an end, and the signs of mourning are thrown away. A dance on the beach follows, at which the new wooden images of the dead make their appearance. But still the drums and gongs are silent. Dancing and singing go on till the next morning, when the whole of the ceremonies come to an end. 513 Fear of the Ghost. The exact meaning of all these ceremonies is not clear, but we may conjecture that they are based in large measure on the fear of the ghost. That fear comes out plainly in the ceremony of stroking the corpse with leaves in order to prevent the ghost from killing the survivors. The writer to whom we are indebted for an account of these customs tells us in explanation of them that among these people death is ascribed to the influence of evil spirits called Manoam, who are supposed to be incarnate in some human beings. Hence they often seek to avenge a death by murdering somebody who has the reputation of being an evil spirit incarnate. If they succeed in doing so, they celebrate the preliminary mourning ceremonies called Jawara and Jawara Baba, but the Festival of the Dead is changed into a memorial festival, at which the people dance and sing to the accompaniment of drums, tifa, gongs, and triton shells, and instead of carving a wooden image of the deceased, they make marks on the fleshless skull of the murdered man. 514 Beliefs of the natives of Windesi as to the life after death. Medicine men inspired by the spirits of the dead. The natives of Windesi are said to have the following belief as to the life after death, though we are told that the creed is now known to very few of them, for their old beliefs and customs are fading away under the influence of a mission station which is established among them. According to their ancient creed, every man and every woman has 2 spirits, and in the netherworld, called Saruka, is a large house where there is room for all the people of Windesi. When a woman dies, both her spirits always go down to the netherworld, where they are clothed with flesh and bones, need do no work, and live forever. But when a man dies, only one of his spirits must go to the underworld, the other may pass or transmigrate into a living man or, in rare cases, into a living woman. The person so inspired by a dead man's spirit becomes an indari, that is, a medicine man or medicine woman, and has power to heal the sick. When a person wishes to become a medicine man or medicine woman, he or she acts as follows. If a man has died, and his friends are sitting about the corpse lamenting, the would-be medicine man suddenly begins to shiver and to rub his knee with his folded hands, while he utters a monotonous sound. Gradually he falls into an ecstasy, and if his whole body shakes convulsively, the spirit of the dead man is supposed to have entered into him, and he becomes a medicine man. Next day or the day after he is taken into the forest, some hocus pocus is performed over him, and the spirits of lunatics, who dwell in certain thick trees, are invoked to take possession of him. He is now himself called a lunatic, and on returning home behaves as if he were half crazed. This completes his training as a medicine man, and he is now fully qualified to kill or cure the sick. His mode of cure depends on the native theory of sickness. These savages think that sickness is caused by a malicious or angry spirit, apparently the spirit of a dead person, for a patient will say, the korwar, that is, the wooden image which represents a particular dead person, is murdering me, or is making me sick. So the medicine man is called in, and sets to work on the sufferer, while the korwar, or wooden image of the spirit who is supposed to be doing all the mischief, stands beside him. The principal method of cure employed by the doctor is massage. He chews a certain fruit fine and rubs the patient with it, also he pinches him all over the body as if to drive out the spirit. Often he professes to extract a stone, a bone, or a stick from the body of the sufferer. At last he gives out that he has ascertained the cause of the sickness. The sick man has done or has omitted to do something which has excited the anger of the spirit. 515 ghosts of slain enemies dreaded. From all this it would seem that the souls of the dead are more feared than loved and reverenced by the Papuans of Windesi. Naturally, the ghosts of enemies who have perished at their hands are particularly dreaded by them. That dread explains some of the ceremonies which are observed in the village at the return of a successful party of headhunters. As they draw near the village, they announce their approach and success by blowing on Triton shells. Their canoes also are decked with branches. The faces of the men who have taken a head are blackened with charcoal, and if several have joined in killing one man, his skull is divided between them. They always time their arrival so as to reach home in the early morning. They come paddling to the village with a great noise, and the women stand ready to dance in the verandas of the houses. The canoes row past the Roem Srammer clubhouse where the young men live, and as they pass, the grimy-faced slayers fling as many pointed sticks or bamboos at the house as they have killed enemies. The rest of the day is spent very quietly. But now and then they drum or blow on the conch, and at other times they beat on the walls of the houses with sticks, shouting loudly at the same time, to drive away the ghosts of their victims. 516 That concludes what I have to say as to the fear and worship of the dead in Dutch New Guinea. Footnote 475, return, G. Bamler, Tammy, in our No-Houses Deutsch New Guinea, 3. Berlin, 1911, pages 489 to 492. Footnote 476, return, G. Bamler, opposite pages 507 to 512. Footnote 477, return, G. Bamler, opposite pages 513 square. Footnote 478, return, G. Bamler, opposite pages 514 square. Footnote 479, return, G. Bamler, opposite pages 515 square. Footnote 480, return, G. Bamler, opposite page 516. Footnote 481, return, G. Bamler, opposite pages 493 to 507. Footnote 482, return, J. L. van Hasselt, Die Popuastammen der Gilding by New Guinea, Middelanden der Geographischen Gesellschaft zu Jena, 9. 1890, page 1, FSA de Klerk, de Westin Nordkust van Nederlandsch New Guinea, Tidschrift van het Kon. Nederlandsch Aardrijkskundig Genootschap, Tweed Serie, X, 1893, pages 587 square. Footnote 483, return, J. L. van Hasselt, opposite pages 2, 3, 5 square. A Goudswoord, de Papuas van de Gildingspe, Schiedam, 1863, pages 28 SQQ. 33 SQQ. 42 square, 47 SQQ. Footnote 484, return, J. L. van Hasselt, Die Popuastammen der Gilding by New Guinea, Middelanden der Geographischen Gesellschaft zu Jena, 9. 1891, page 101. Footnote 485, return, H. van Rosenberg, Der Malayische Archipel, Leipzig, 1878, p. 461, footnote 486, return, H. van Rosenberg, opposite page 462. Footnote 487, return, M. Krieger, New Guinea, Berlin, N.D., preface dated 1899, pages 401, 402. Footnote 488, return, Ed Goudswoord, de Papuas van de Gildingspe, Schiedam, 1863, page 77. Comparo a Finch, New Guinea und Saint Bewohner, Bremen, 1865, page 105. Footnote 489, return, FS8 de Klerk, de Westen Noordkust van Nederlands New Guinea, Tidschrift van het Kon. Nederlands Aardrijkskundig Genootschap, Tweede serie, X, 1893, page 631. On these Korwer or Karvar, images of the dead, see further A. Goudswaard, de Papuas van de Gildingspe, pages 72 square, 77 to 79, O. Finch, New Guinea und zijn bewoner, pages 104 to 106, H. von Rosenberg, Der Malayische Archipel, pages 460 square, J. L. van Hasselt, Die Papuastammen der Gildingpai, New Guinea, Middellungen der Geographischen Gesellschaft zu Jena, 9. 1891, page 100, M. Krieger, New Guinea, pages 400 square, 402 square, 498 SQQ. In the text I have drawn on these various accounts. Footnote 490, return, J. L. van Hasselt, L.C. A footnote 491, return, Ud Goudswaard, de Papuas van de Gildingspe, pages 78 square, O. Finch, New Guinea und zijn bewoner, pp. 105 square footnote 492, return, Ud Goudswaard, opposite page 79, O. Finch, opposite page 106. Footnote 493, return, J. L. van Hasselt, opposite page 100. Footnote 494, return, Ed Goudswaard, opposite page 78. Footnote 495, return, F.S. de Klerk, opposite page 632. Footnote 496, return, F.S. de Klerk, opposite page 632. Footnote 497, return, F.S. de Klerk, opposite page 632. Footnote 498, return, Ud Goudswaard, de Papuas van de Gildingspe, pages 70 to 73, O. Finch, New Guinea und zijn bewoner pages 104 square, M. Krieger, New Guinea, page 398. Footnote 499, return, J. L. van Hasselt, in Middellungen der Geographischen Gesellschaft zu Jena, 4. 1886, pages 118 square. As to the spirit or spirits who dwell in treetops and draw away the souls of the living to themselves, see further Enige Bijonder Betroffen de Papias van de Gildingspe van New Guinea, Bijdragen tot de tal landen Volkenkund van Nederland Shindi, 2. 1854, pages 375 square footnote 500, return, Ud Goudswaard, de Papuas van de Gildingspe, page 73, J. L. van Hasselt, in Middellungen der Geographischen Gesellschaft zu Jena, 4. 1886, page 118, M. Krieger, New Guinea, pages 398. Square footnote 501, return, A. Goudswaard, de Papuas van de Gildingspe, pages 75 square footnote 502, return, J. L. van Hasselt, in Middellungen der Geographischen Gesellschaft zu Jena, 4. 1886, 117 square, M. Krieger, opposite pages 397 square footnote 503, return, A. Goudswaard, opposite pages 74 square footnote 504, return, New Guinea Ethnographische Nederkundig Onderzoek en Beschreven, Amsterdam, 1862, page 162. Footnote 505, return, F.S. de Klerk, de Westen Noordkust van Nederlands New Guinea, Tidschrift van het Kon. Nederlands Aardrijkskundig Genootschap, Tweede serie, X, 1893, pages 198 square footnote 506, return, F.S. de Klerk, opposite page 201. Footnote 507, return, F.S. de Klerk, opposite pages 202, 205. Footnote 508, return, F.S. de Klerk, opposite page 211. Footnote 509, return, J. W. van Hill, Reizen in West New Guinea, Tidschrift van het Kon. Nederlands Aardrijkskundig Genootschap, Tweede serie, 23. 1906, page 463. Footnote 510, return, F.S. de Klerk, opposite pages 459 square, 461 square. A German traveler, Mr. H. Kuhn, spent some time at Sakar and purchased a couple of what he calls old heathen idols, which are now in the Ethnological Museum at Leipzig. One of them, about a foot high, represents a human head and bust, the other, about 2 feet high, represents a squat sitting figure. They are probably ancestral images, Korwer or Karvar. The natives are said to have such confidence in the protection of these idols that they leave their jewelry and other possessions unguarded beside them, in the full belief that nobody would dare to steal anything from spots protected by such mighty beings. C.H. Kuhn, Mijn Offenvalt in New Guinea, Festschrift die 25 Jarigen Bestehens de Vereins voor Erdkunde zu Dresden, Dresden, 1888, pages 143 square. Footnote 511, return, F. R. Wollaston, Pygmies and Papuans, London, 1912, pages 132 square, 136 to 140. Footnote 512, return, J. L. D. van der Roest, Ut the leven der bevolking van Wendessie, Tidschrift voor een digital landen Volkenkunde, XL. 1898, pages 159 square. Footnote 513, return, J. L. D. van der Roest, opposite pages 161 square. Footnote 514, return, J. L. D. van der Roest, opposite page 162. Footnote 515, return, J. L. D. van der Roest, opposite pages 164 to 166. Footnote 516, return, J. L. D. van der Roest, opposite pages 157 square. Lecture 15, The Belief in Immortality Among the Natives of Southern Melanesia, New Caledonia, Melanesia and the Melanesians. In the last lecture I concluded our survey of the beliefs and practices concerning death and the dead which are reported to prevail among the natives of New Guinea. We now pass to the natives of Melanesia, the great archipelago or rather chain of archipelagos, which stretches round the northeastern and eastern ends of New Guinea and southward, parallel to the coast of Queensland, till it almost touches the Tropic of Capricorn. Thus the islands lie wholly within the tropics and are for the most part characterized by tropical heat and tropical luxuriance of vegetation. Only New Caledonia, the most southerly of the larger islands, differs somewhat from the rest in its comparatively cool climate and scanty flora. 517 The natives of the islands belong to the Melanesian race. They are dark-skinned and woolly-haired and speak a language which is akin to the Polynesian language. In material culture they stand roughly on the same level as the natives of New Guinea, a considerable part of whom in the southeastern part of the island, as I pointed out before, are either pure Melanesians or at all events exhibit a strong infusion of Melanesian blood. They cultivate the ground, live in settled villages, build substantial houses, construct outrigger canoes, display some aptitude for art, possess strong commercial instincts, and even employ various mediums of exchange, of which shell money is the most notable. 518 The New Caledonians. We shall begin our survey of these islands with New Caledonia in the south, and from it shall pass northwards through the New Hebrides and Solomon Islands to the Bismarck Archipelago, which consists chiefly of the two great islands of New Britain and New Ireland with the group of the Admiralty Islands terminating it to the westward. For our knowledge of the customs and religion of the New Caledonians we depend chiefly on the evidence of a Catholic missionary, Father Lambert, who has worked among them since 1856 and has published a valuable book on the subject. 519 to be exact, his information applies not to the natives of New Caledonia itself, but to the inhabitants of a group of small islands, which lie immediately off the northern extremity of the island and are known as the Belep group. Father Lambert began to labor among the Belep at a time when no white man had as yet resided among them. At a later time circumstances led him to transfer his ministry to the Isle of Pines, which lies off the opposite or southern end of New Caledonia. A comparative study of the natives at the two extremities of New Caledonia revealed to him an essential similarity in their beliefs and customs, so that it is not perhaps very rash to assume that similar customs prevail among the Aborigines of New Caledonia itself, which lies intermediate between the 2 points observed by Father Lambert. 520 The assumption is confirmed by evidence which was collected by Dr. George Turner from the mainland of New Caledonia so long ago as 1845. 521 Accordingly in what follows I shall commonly speak of the New Caledonians in general, though the statements for the most part apply in particular to the Belep tribe. Beliefs of the New Caledonians as to the land of the dead. The souls of the New Caledonians, like those of most savages, are supposed to be immortal, at least to survive death for an indefinite period. They all go, good and bad alike, to dwell in a very rich and beautiful country situated at the bottom of the sea, to the northeast of the island of Pot. The name of the land of souls is Tsiabilum. But before they reach this happy land they must run the gauntlet of a grim spirit called Kimoa, who has his abode on a rock in the island of Pot. He is a fisherman of souls, for he catches them as they pass in a net and after venting his fury on them he releases them, and they pursue their journey to Tsiabilum, the land of the dead. It is a country more fair and fertile than tongue can tell. Yams, taros, sugarcanes, bananas all grow there in profusion and without cultivation. There are forests of wild orange trees, also, and the golden fruits serve the blessed spirits as playthings. You can tell roughly how long it is since a spirit quitted the upper world by the color of the orange which he plays with, for the oranges of those who have just arrived are green, the oranges of those who have been longer dead are ripe, and the oranges of those who died long ago are dry and wizened. There is no night in that blessed land, and no sleep, for the eyes of the spirits are never weighed down with slumber. Sorrow and sickness, decrepitude and death never enter, even boredom is unknown. But it is only the nights, or rather the hours corresponding to nights on earth, which the spirits pass in these realms of bliss. At daybreak they revisit their old home on earth and take up their posts in the cemeteries where they are honored, then at nightfall they flit away back to the spirit land beneath the sea, there to resume their sport with oranges, green, golden, or withered, till dawn of day. On these repeated journeys to and fro they have nothing to fear from the grim fisherman and his net, it is only on their first passage to the netherworld that he catches and trounces them. 522 Burial Customs of the New Caledonians. The bodies of the dead are buried in shallow graves, which are dug in a sacred grove. The corpse is placed in a crouching attitude with the head at or above the surface of the ground, in order to allow of the skull being easily detached from the trunk, at a subsequent time. In token of sorrow, the nearest relations of the deceased tear the lobes of their ears and inflict large burns on their arms and breasts. The houses, nets, and other implements of the dead are burnt, his plantations are ravaged, his coconut palms felled with the axe. The motive for this destruction of the property of the deceased is not mentioned, but the custom points to a fear of the ghost. The people probably make his old home as unattractive as possible in order to offer him no temptation to return and haunt them. The same fear of the ghost, or at all events of the infection of death, is revealed by the stringent seclusion and ceremonial pollution of the grave diggers. They are 2 in number, no other persons may handle the corpse. After they have discharged their office they must remain near the corpse for 4 or 5 days, observing a rigorous fast and keeping apart from their wives. They may not shave or cut their hair, and they are obliged to wear a tall pyramidal and very cumbersome headdress. They may not touch food with their hands. If they help themselves to it, they must pick it up with their mouths alone or with a stick, not with their fingers. Oftener they are fed by an attendant, who puts the victuals into their mouths as he might do if they were palsied. On the other hand, they are treated by the people with great respect. Common folk will not pass near them without stooping. 523 Sham fight as a mourning ceremony. A curious ceremony which the New Caledonians observe at a certain period of mourning for the dead is a sham fight. Father Lambert describes one such combat which he witnessed. A number of men were divided into 2 parties, one party was posted on the beach, the other and much larger party was stationed in the adjoining cemetery, where food and property had been collected. From time to time a long piercing yell would be heard, then a number of men would break from the crowd in the cemetery and rush furiously down to the beach with their slings and stones ready to assail their adversaries. These, answering yell with yell, would then plunge into the sea, armed with battle axes and clubs, while they made a feint of parrying the stones hurled at them by the other side. But neither the shots nor the parries appeared to be very seriously meant. Then when the assailants retired, the fugitives pretended to pursue them, till both parties had regained their original position. The same scene of alternate attack and retreat was repeated hour after hour, till at last, the pretense of enmity being laid aside, the 2 parties joined in a dance, their heads crowned with leafy garlands. Father Lambert, who describes this ceremony as an eyewitness, offers no explanation of it. But as he tells us that all deaths are believed by these savages to be an effect of sorcery, we may conjecture that the sham fight is intended to delude the ghost into thinking that his death is being avenged on the sorcerer who killed him. 524 In former lectures I shewed that similar pretenses are made, apparently for a similar purpose, by some of the natives of Australia and New Guinea. 525 If the explanation is correct, we can hardly help applauding the ingenuity which among these savages has discovered a bloodless mode of satisfying the ghost's craving for blood. Preservation of the skulls of the dead. About a year after the death, when the flesh of the corpse is entirely decayed, the skull is removed and placed solemnly in another burying ground, or rather charnel house, where all the skulls of the family are deposited. Every family has such a charnel house, which is commonly situated near the dwelling. It appears to be simply an open space in the forest, where the skulls are set in a row on the ground. 526 Yet in a sense it may be called a temple for the worship of ancestors, for recourse is had to the skulls on various occasions in order to obtain the help of the spirits of the dead. The true worship of the New Caledonians, says Father Lambert, is the worship of ancestors. Each family has its own, it religiously preserves their name, it is proud of them and has confidence in them. Hence it has its burial place and its pious hearth for the sacrifices to be offered to their ghosts. It is the most inviolable piece of property, and encroachment on such a spot by a neighbor is a thing unheard of. 527 examples of ancestor worship among the New Caledonians. A few examples may serve to illustrate the ancestor worship of the New Caledonians. When a person is sick, a member of the family, never a stranger, is appointed to heal him by means of certain magical insufflations. To enable him to do so with effect, the healer first repairs to the family charnel house and lays some sugarcane leaves beside the skulls, saying, "I lay these leaves on you that I may go and breathe upon our sick relative, to the end that he may live." Then he goes to a tree belonging to the family and lays other sugarcane leaves at its foot, saying, "I lay these leaves beside the tree of my father and of my grandfather, in order that my breath may have healing virtue." Next he takes some leaves of the tree or a piece of its bark, chews it into a mash, and then goes and breathes on the patient, his breath being moistened with spittle which is charged with particles of the leaves or the bark. 528 Thus the healing virtue of his breath would seem to be drawn from the spirits of the dead, is represented partly by their skulls and partly by the leaves and bark of the tree which belong to them in life, and to which their souls appear in some manner to be attached in death. Prayers for fish. Again, when a shoal of fish has made its appearance on the reef, a number of superstitious ceremonies have to be performed before the people may go and spear them in the water. On the eve of the fishing day, the medicine man of the tribe causes a quantity of leaves of certain specified plants to be collected and roasted in the native ovens. Next day the leaves are taken from the ovens and deposited beside the ancestral skulls, which have been arranged and decorated for the ceremony. All the fishermen, armed with their fishing spears, repair to the holy ground or sacred grove where the skulls are kept, and there they draw themselves up in 2 rows, while the medicine man chants an invocation or prayer for a good catch. At every verse the crowd raises a cry of approval and assent. At its conclusion the medicine man sets an example by thrusting with his spear at a fish, and all the men immediately plunge into the water and engage in fishing. 529 Prayers for sugar cane. Again, in order that a sugar plantation may flourish, the medicine man will lay a sugar cane beside the ancestral skulls, saying, "This is for you. We beg of you to ward off all curses, all tricks of wicked people, in order that our plantations may prosper." 530 Prayers for yams. Again, when the store of yams is running short and famine is beginning to be felt, the New Caledonians celebrate a festival called Mulim, in which the worship of their ancestors is the principal feature. A staff is wreathed with branches, apparently to represent a yam, and a hedge of coconut leaves is made near the ancestral skulls. The decorated staff is then set up there, and prayers for the prosperity of the crops are offered over and over again. After that nobody may enter a yam field or a cemetery or touch seawater for 3 days. On the 3rd day a man stationed on a mound chants an invocation or incantation in a loud voice. Next all the men go down to the shore, each of them with a firebrand in his hand, and separating into 2 parties engage in a sham fight. Afterwards they bathe and repairing to the charnel house deposit coconut leaves beside the skulls of their ancestors. They are then free to partake of the feast which has been prepared by the women. 531 Caverns used by the natives as charnel houses in the Isle of Pines. While the beliefs and customs of the New Caledonians in regard to the dead bear a general resemblance to each other, whether they belong to the north or to the south of the principal island, a special feature is introduced into the mortuary customs of the natives of the Isle of Pines by the natural caves and grottos with which the outer rim of the island, to the distance of several miles from the shore, is riddled, for in these caverns the natives in the old heathen days were wont to deposit the bones and skulls of their dead and to use the caves as sanctuaries or chapels for the worship of the spirits of the departed. Some of the caves are remarkable both in themselves and in their situation. Most of those which the natives turned into charnel houses are hidden away, sometimes at great distances, in the rank luxuriance of the tropical forests. Some of them open straight from the level of the ground. To reach others you must clamber up the rocks, to explore others you must descend into the bowels of the earth. A glimmering twilight illumines some, thick darkness veils others, and it is only by torchlight that you can explore their mysterious depths. Penetrating into the interior by the flickering gleam of flambeaux held aloft by the guides, and picking your steps among loose stones and pools of water, you might fancy yourself now in the great hall of a ruined castle, now in the vast nave of a Gothic cathedral with its chapels opening off it into the darkness on either hand. The illusion is strengthened by the multitude of stalactites which hang from the roof of the cavern and, glittering in the fitful glow of the torches, might be taken for burning cressets kindled to light up the revels in a baronial hall, or for holy lamps twinkling in the gloom of a dim cathedral aisle before holy images, where solitary worshippers kneel in silent devotion. In the shifting play of the light and shadow cast by the torches, the fantastic shapes of the incrustations which line the sides or rise from the floor of the grotto appear to the imagination of the observer now as the gnarled trunks of huge trees, now as statues or torsos of statues, now as altars, on which perhaps a nearer approach reveals a row of blanched and grinning skulls. No wonder if such places, chosen for the last resting places of the relics of mortality, have fed the imagination of the natives with weird notions of a life after death, a life very different from that which the living lead in the glowing sunshine and amid the rich tropical verdure a few paces outside of these gloomy caverns. It is with a shiver and a sense of relief that the visitor escapes from them to the warm outer air and sees again the ferns and creepers hanging over the mouth of the cave like a green fringe against the intense blue of the sky. 532 Sea Caves. While this is the general character of the caves which are to be found hidden away in the forests, many of those near the shore consist simply of apertures hollowed out in the face of the cliffs by the slow but continuous action of the waves in the course of ages. On the beach itself, sea caves are found in which the rising tide precipitates itself with a hollow roar as of subterranean thunder, and at a point, some way back from the strand, where the roof of one of these caves has fallen in, the salt water is projected into the air in the form of intermittent jets of spray, which vary in height with the force of the wind and tide. 533 Prayers and sacrifices offered to the dead by the New Caledonians. With regard to the use which the natives make of these caves as charnel houses and mortuary chapels, Father Lambert tells us that any one of them usually includes 3 compartments, a place of burial, a place of skulls, and a place of sacrifice. But often the place of skulls is also the place of sacrifice, and in no case is the one far from the other. The family priest, who is commonly the senior member of the family, may address his prayers to the ancestors in the depth of the cavern, in the place of skulls, or in the place of sacrifice, whenever circumstances call for a ritual of unusual solemnity. Otherwise, with the help of his amulets, he may pray to the souls of the forefathers anywhere, for these amulets consist of personal and portable relics of the dead, such as locks of hair, teeth, and so forth, or again they may be leaves or other parts of plants which are sacred to the family, so that a wizard who is in possession of them can always and anywhere communicate with the ancestral spirits. The place of sacrifice would seem to be more often in the open air than in a cave, for Father Lambert tells us that in the center of it a shrub, always of the same species, is planted and carefully cultivated. Beside it may be seen the pots and stones which are used in cooking the food offered to the dead. In this worship of the dead a certain differentiation of functions or division of labor obtains between the various families. All have not the same gifts and graces. The prayers of one family offered to their ancestral ghosts are thought to be powerful in procuring rain in time of drought. The prayers of another will cause the sun to break through the clouds when the sky is overcast. The supplications of a third will produce a fine crop of yams. The earnest entreaties of a fourth will ensure victory in war, and the passionate pleadings of a fifth will guard mariners against the perils and dangers of the deep. And so on through the whole gamut of human needs, so far as these are felt by savages. If only wrestling and prayer could satisfy the wants of man, few people should be better provided with all the necessaries and comforts of life than the New Caledonians. And according to the special purpose to which a family devotes its spiritual energies, so will commonly be the position of its oratory. For example, if rainmaking is their strong point, their house of prayer will be established near a cultivated field, in order that the crops may immediately experience the benefit to be derived from their orisons. Again, if they enjoy a high reputation for procuring a good catch of fish, the family skulls will be placed in the mouth of a cave looking out over the great ocean, or perhaps on a bleak little windswept isle, or in the howl of the blast, the thunder of the waves on the strand, and the clangor of the gulls overhead. The fancy of the superstitious savage may hear the voices of his dead forefathers keeping watch and ward over their children who are tossed on the heaving billows. 534 Thus among these fortunate islanders religion and industry go hand in hand. Piety has been reduced to a cooperative system which diffuses showers of blessings on the whole community. Prayer posts. As it is clearly impossible even for the most devout to pray day and night without cessation, the weakness of the flesh requiring certain intervals for refreshment and repose, the New Caledonians have devised an ingenious method of continuing their orisons at the shrine in their own absence. For this purpose they make rods or poles of various lengths, carve and paint them rudely, wind bandages of native cloth about them, and having fastened large shells to the top, set them up either in the sepulchral caves or in the place of skulls. In setting up one of these poles the native will pray for the particular favor which he desires to obtain from the ancestors for himself or his family, and he appears to think that in some way the pole will continue to recite the prayer in the ears of the ghosts, when he himself has ceased to speak and has returned to his customary avocations. And when members of his family visit the shrine and see the pole, they will be reminded of the particular benefit which they are entitled to expect from the souls of the departed. A certain rude symbolism may be traced in the materials and other particulars of these prayer posts. A hardwood signifies strength, a tall pole overtopping all the rest imports a wish that he for whose sake it was erected may outtop all his rivals, and so on. 535 Religion combined with magic in the ritual of the New Caledonians. Sacred stones endowed with special magical virtues. The Stone of Famine. We may assume with some probability that in the mind of the natives such resemblances are not purely figurative or symbolic, but that they are also magical in intention, being supposed not merely to represent the object of the supplicant's prayer, but actually, on the principle of homeopathic or imitative magic, to contribute to its accomplishment. If that is so, we must conclude that the religion of these savages, as manifested in their prayers to the spirits of the dead, is tinctured with an alloy of magic. They do not trust entirely to the compassion of the spirits and their power to help them, they seek to reinforce their prayers by a certain physical compulsion acting through the natural properties of the prayer posts. This interpretation is confirmed by a parallel use which these people make of certain sacred stones, which apart from their possible character as representatives of the ancestors, seem to be credited with independent magical virtues by reason of their various shapes and appearances. For example, there is a piece of polished jade which is called the Stone of Famine, because it is supposed capable of causing either dearth or abundance, but is oftener used by the sorcerer to create, or at least to threaten, dearth, in order thereby to extort presents from his alarmed fellow tribesmen. This stone is kept in a burial ground and derives its potency from the dead. The worshipper or the sorcerer, for he combines the two characters, who desires to cause a famine repairs to the burial ground, uncovers the stone, rubs it with certain plants, and smears one half of it with black pigment. Then he makes a small hole in the ground and inserts the blackened end of the stone in the hole. Next he prays to the ancestors that nothing may go well with the country. If this malevolent rite should be followed by the desired effect, the sorcerer soon sees messengers arriving laden with presents, who entreat him to stay the famine. If his cupidity is satisfied, he rubs the stone again, inserts it upside down in the ground, and prays to his ancestors to restore plenty to the land. 536 Stones to drive people mad. Again, certain rough unhewn stones, which are kept in the sacred places, are thought to possess the power of driving people mad. To effect this purpose, the sorcerer has only to strike one of them with the branches of a certain tree and to pray to the ancestral spirits that they would deprive so-and-so of his senses. 537 Stones to blight coconut palms. Stones to make breadfruit trees bear fruit. Again, there is a stone which they use in cursing a plantation of coconut palms. The stone resembles a blighted coconut, and no doubt it is this resemblance which is supposed to endow it with the magical power to blight coconut trees. In order to effect his malicious purpose, the sorcerer rubs the stone in the cemetery with certain leaves and then deposits it in a hole at the foot of a coconut tree, covers it up, and prays that all the trees of the plantation may be barren. This ceremony combines the elements of magic and religion. The prayer, which is no doubt addressed to the spirits of the dead, though this is not expressly affirmed, is purely religious, but the employment of a stone resembling a blighted coconut for the purpose of blighting the coconut palms is a simple piece of homeopathic or imitative magic, in which, as usual, the desired effect is supposed to be produced by an imitation of it. Similarly, in order to make a breadfruit tree bear fruit, they employ two stones, one of which resembles the unripe and the other the ripe fruit. These are kept, as usual, in a cemetery, and when the trees begin to put forth fruit, the small stone resembling the unripe fruit is buried at the foot of one of the trees with the customary prayers and ceremonies, and when the fruits are more mature, the small stone is replaced by the larger stone which resembles the ripe fruit. Then, when the fruits on the tree are quite ripe, the two stones are removed and deposited again in the cemetery. They have done their work by bringing to maturity the fruits which they resemble. This again is a piece of pure homeopathic or imitative magic working by means of mimicry, but the magical virtue of the stones is reinforced by the spiritual power of the dead, for the stones have been kept in a cemetery and prayers have been addressed to the souls of the departed. 538 The Stone of the Sun. Again, the natives have two disc-shaped stones, each with a hole in the center, which together make up what they call the Stone of the Sun. No doubt it is regarded as a symbol of the sun, and as such it is employed to cause drought in a ceremony which, like the preceding, combines the elements of magic and religion. The sunstone is kept in one of the sacred places, and when a sorcerer wishes to make drought with it, he brings offerings to the ancestral spirits in the sacred place. These offerings are purely religious, but the rest of the ceremony is purely magical. At the moment when the sun rises from the sea, the magician or priest, whichever we choose to call him, for he combines both characters, passes a burning brand in and out of the hole in the sunstone, while he says, "I kindle the sun, in order that he may eat up the clouds and dry up our land, so that it shall no longer bear fruit." Here the putting of fire to the sunstone is a piece of pure homeopathic or imitative magic, designed to increase the burning heat of the sun by mimicry. 539 stones to make rain. On the contrary, when a wizard desires to make rain, he proceeds as follows. The place of sacrifice is decorated and enclosed with a fence, and a large quantity of provisions is deposited in it to be offered to the ancestors whose skulls stand there in a row. Opposite the skulls the wizard places a row of pots full of a medicated water, and he brings a number of sacred stones of a rounded form or shaped like a skull. Each of these stones, after being rubbed with the leaves of a certain tree, is placed in one of the pots of water. Then the wizard recites a long litany or series of invocations to the ancestors, which may be summarized thus: "We pray you to help us, in order that our country may revive and live anew." Then holding a branch in his hand he climbs a tree and scans the horizon if haply he may descry a cloud, be it no larger than a man's hand. Should he be fortunate enough to see one, he waves the branch to and fro to make the cloud mount up in the sky, while he also stretches out his arms to right and left to enlarge it so that it may hide the sun and overcast the whole heaven. 540. Here again the prayers and offerings are purely religious, while the placing of the skull-shaped stones in pots full of water, and the waving of the branch to bring up the clouds, are magical ceremonies designed to produce rain by mimicry and compulsion. Stones to make or mar sea voyages. Again, the natives have a stone in the shape of a canoe, which they employ in ceremonies for the purpose of favoring or hindering navigation. If the sorcerer desires to make a voyage prosperous, he places the canoe-shaped stone before the ancestral skulls with the right side up, but if he wishes to cause his enemy to perish at sea, he places the canoe-shaped stone bottom upwards before the skulls, which, on the principles of homeopathic or imitative magic, must clearly make his enemy's canoe to capsize and precipitate its owner into the sea. Whichever of these ceremonies he performs, the wizard accompanies the magical rite, as usual, with prayers and offerings of food to the ancestral spirits who are represented by the skulls. 541 stones to help fishermen. The natives of the Isle of Pines subsist mainly by fishing, hence they naturally have a large number of sacred stones which they use for the purpose of securing the blessing of the ancestral spirits on the business of the fisherman. Indeed, each species of fish has its own special sacred stone. These stones are kept in large shells in a cemetery. A wizard who desires to make use of one of them paints the stone with a variety of colors, chews certain leaves, and then breathes on the stone and moistens it with his spittle. After that he sets up the stone before the ancestral skulls, saying, "Help us, that we may be successful in fishing." The sacrifices to the spirits consist of bananas, sugarcane, and fish, never of taros or yams. After the fishing and the sacrificial meal, the stone is put back in its place, and covered up respectfully. 542 stones to make yams grow. Lastly, the natives of the Isle of Pines cultivate many different kinds of yams, and they have a correspondingly large number of sacred stones destined to aid them in the cultivation by ensuring the blessing of the dead upon the work. In shape and color these stones differ from each other, each of them bearing a resemblance, real or fanciful, to the particular species of yam which it is supposed to quicken. But the method of operating with them is much the same for all. The stone is placed before the skulls, wetted with water, and wiped with certain leaves. Yams and fish, cooked on the spot, are offered in sacrifice to the dead, the priest or magician saying, "This is your offering in order that the crop of yams may be good." So saying he presents the food to the dead and himself eats a little of it. After that the stone is taken away and buried in the yam field which it is designed to fertilize. 543 Here, again, the prayer and sacrifice to the dead are purely religious rites intended to propitiate the spirits and secure their help, while the burying of the yam-shaped stone in the yam field to make the yams grow is a simple piece of homeopathic or imitative magic. Similarly, in order to cultivate taros and bananas, stones resembling taros and bananas are buried in the taro field or the banana grove, and their magical virtue is reinforced by prayers and offerings to the dead. 540 For the religion of the New Caledonians is mainly a worship of the dead tinctured with magic. On the whole, we may conclude that among the natives of New Caledonia there exists a real worship of the dead, and that this worship is indeed the principal element in their religion. The spirits of the dead, though they are supposed to spend part of their time in a happy land far away under the sea, are nevertheless believed to be near at hand, hovering about in the burial grounds or charnel houses and embodied apparently in their skulls. To these spirits the native turns for help in all the important seasons and emergencies of life. He appeals to them in prayer and seeks to propitiate them by sacrifice. Thus, in his attitude towards his dead ancestors, we perceive the elements of a real religion. But, as I have just pointed out, many rites of this worship of ancestors are accompanied by magical ceremonies. The religion of these islanders is in fact deeply tinged with magic. It marks a transition from an age of pure magic in the past to an age of more or less pure religion in the future. Evidence as to the religion of the New Caledonians furnished by Dr. G. Turner. Thus far I have based my account of the beliefs and customs of the New Caledonians concerning the dead on the valuable information which we owe to the Catholic missionary Father Lambert. But, as I pointed out, his evidence refers not so much to the natives of the mainland as to the inhabitants of certain small islands at the two extremities of the great island. It may be well, therefore, to supplement his description by some notes which a distinguished Protestant missionary, the Reverend Dr. George Turner, obtained in the year 1845 from two native teachers, one a Samoan and the other a Rarotongan, who lived in the south-southeastern part of New Caledonia for 3 years. 545 Their evidence, it will be observed, goes to confirm Father Lambert's view as to the general similarity of the religious beliefs and customs prevailing throughout the island. Material culture of the New Caledonians. The natives of this part of New Caledonia were divided into separate districts, each with its own name, and war, perpetual war, was the rule between the neighboring communities. They cultivated taro, yams, coconuts, and sugarcane, but they had no intoxicating kava and kept no pigs. They cooked their food in earthenware pots manufactured by the women. In former days their only edge tools were made of stone, and they felled trees by a slow fire smoldering close to the ground. Similarly, they hollowed out the fallen trees by means of a slow fire to make their canoes. Their villages were not permanent. They migrated within certain bounds, as they planted. A village might comprise as many as 50 or 60 roundhouses. The chiefs had absolute power of life and death. Priests did not meddle in political affairs. 546 Burial customs, preservation of the skulls and teeth. At death they dressed the corpse with a belt and shell armlets, cut off the nails of the fingers and toes, and kept them as relics. They spread the grave with a mat, and buried all the body but the head. After 10 days the friends twisted off the head, extracted the teeth to be kept as relics, and preserved the skull also. In cases of sickness and other calamities they presented offerings of food to the skulls of the dead. The teeth of the old women were taken to the yam plantations and were supposed to fertilize them, and their skulls were set up on poles in the plantations for the same purpose. When they buried a chief, they erected spears at his head, fastened a spear thrower to his forefinger, and laid a club on the top of his grave, 547 no doubt for the convenience of the ghost. Prayers to ancestors. Their gods, we are told, were their ancestors, whose relics they kept up and idolized. At one place they had wooden idols before the chiefs' houses. The office of the priest was hereditary. Almost every family had its priest. To make sure of favors and prosperity they prayed not only to their own gods, but also, in a general way, to the gods of other lands. Fishing, planting, house building, and everything of importance was preceded by prayers to their guardian spirits for success. This was especially the case before going to battle. They prayed to one for the eye, that they might see the spear as it flew towards them. To another for the ear, that they might hear the approach of the enemy. Thus, too, they prayed for the feet, that they might be swift in pursuing the enemy, for the heart, that they might be courageous, for the body, that they might not be speared, for the head, that it might not be clubbed, and for sleep, that it might be undisturbed by an attack of the enemy. Prayers over, arms ready, and equipped with their relic charms, they went off to battle. 548 Grand Concert of Spirits. The spirits of the dead were believed to go away into the forest. Every 5th month they had a spirit night or grand concert of spirits. Heaps of food were prepared for the occasion. The people assembled in the afternoon round a certain cave. At sundown they feasted, and then one stood up and addressed the spirits in the cave, saying, "You spirits within, may it please you to sing a song, that all the women and men out here may listen to your sweet voices." Thereupon a strange unearthly concert of voices burst on their ears from the cave, the nasal squeak of old men and women forming the dominant note. But the hearers outside listened with delight to the melody, praised the sweet voices of the singers, and then got up and danced to the music. The singing swelled louder and louder as the dance grew faster and more furious, till the concert closed in a nocturnal orgy of unbridled license, which, but for the absence of intoxicants, might compare with the worst of the ancient bacchanalia. The singers in the cave were the old men and women who had ensconced themselves in it secretly during the day, but the hoax was not suspected by the children and young people, who firmly believed that the spirits of the dead really assembled that night in the cavern and assisted at the sports and diversions of the living. 549 Making rain by means of the bones of the dead. The souls of the departed also kindly bore a hand in the making of rain. In order to secure their cooperation for this beneficent purpose, the human rainmaker proceeded as follows. He blackened himself all over, exhumed a dead body, carried the bones to a cave, jointed them, and suspended the skeleton over some taro leaves. After that he poured water on the skeleton so that it ran down and fell on the leaves underneath. They imagined that the soul of the deceased took up the water, converted it into rain, and then caused it to descend in refreshing showers. But the rainmaker had to stay in the cavern fasting till his efforts were crowned with success, and when the ghost was tardy in executing his commission, the rainmaker sometimes died of hunger. As a rule, however, they chose the showery months of March and April for the operation of rainmaking, so that the wizard ran little risk of perishing a martyr to the cause of science. When there was too much rain, and they wanted fine weather, the magician procured it by a similar process, except that instead of drenching the skeleton with water he lit a fire under it and burned it up. 550 Which naturally induced or compelled the ghost to burn up the clouds and let the sun shine out. Execution of maleficent sorcerers. Reincarnation of the dead in white people. Another class of magicians were the maleficent sorcerers who caused people to fall ill and die by burning their personal rubbish. When one of these rascals was convicted of repeated offenses of that sort, he was formally tried and condemned. The people assembled and a great festival was held. The condemned man was decked with a garland of red flowers, his arms and legs were covered with flowers and shells, and his face and body painted black. Thus arrayed he came dashing forward, rushed through the people, plunged from the rocks into the sea, and was seen no more. The natives also ascribed sickness to the arts of white men, whom they identified with the spirits of the dead, and assigned this belief as a reason for their wish to kill the strangers. 551 Footnote 517, Return, Fah. Gillamud, Australasia, 2. Malaysia and the Pacific Archipelagos, London, 1894, page 458. Footnote 518, Return, J. Deniker, The Races of Man, London, 1900, pages 498 square. As to the mediums of exchange, particularly the shell money, see R. K. Codrington, The Melanesians, Oxford, 1891, pages 323 SQQ. R. Parkinson, Dreissig Jar and der Sudsey, Stuttgart, 1907, pp. 82 SQQ. Footnote 519, Return, Le Père Lambert, Morsity Superstitions de Neo-Caledonians, Noumea, 1900. This work originally appeared as a series of articles in the Catholic missionary journal Les Missions Catholiques. Footnote 520, Return, Lambert, Morsity Superstitions de Neo-Caledonians, pages 2. 4. Square, 255. Footnote 521, Return, George Turner, LLD, Samoa 100 years ago and long before, London, 1884, pages 340 SQQ. Footnote 522, Return, Lambert, opposite pages 13 to 16. Footnote 523, Return, Lambert, opposite pages 235 to 239. Footnote 524, Return, Lambert, opposite pages 238, 239 square. Footnote 525, Return, above, pages 136 square, 235 square. Footnote 526, Return, Lambert, opposite pages 24, 240. Footnote 527, Return, Lambert, opposite page 274. Footnote 528, Return, Lambert, opposite pages 24, 26. Footnote 529, Return, Lambert, opposite page 211. Footnote 530, Return, Lambert, opposite page 218. Footnote 531, Return, Lambert, opposite pages 224 square. Footnote 532, Return, Lambert, opposite pages 275 SQQ. Footnote 533, Return, Lambert, opposite page 276. Footnote 534, return, Lambert, opposite pages 288 square. Footnote 535, return, Lambert, opposite pages 290, 292. Footnote 536, return, Lambert, op. Sit pages 292 square. Footnote 537, return, Lambert, opposite pages 293 square. Footnote 538, return, Lambert, opposite page 294. Footnote 539, return, Lambert, opposite pages 296 square. Footnote 540, return, Lambert, opposite pages 297 square. Footnote 541, return, Lambert, opposite page 298. Footnote 542, return, Lambert, opposite page 300. Footnote 543, return, Lambert, opposite pages 301 square. Footnote 544, return, Lambert, opposite pages 217 square, 300. Footnote 545, return, George Turner, LLD, Samoa 100 years ago and long before, London, 1884, pages 340 SQQ. Footnote 546, return, G. Turner, opposite pages 340, 341, 343, 344. Footnote 547, return, G. Turner, opposite pages 342 square. Footnote 548, return, G. Turner, opposite page 345. Footnote 549, return, G. Turner, opposite pages 346 square. Footnote 550, return, G. Turner, opposite pages 345 square. Footnote 551, return, G. Turner, opposite page 342. Lecture 16, The Belief in Immortality Among the Natives of Central Melanesia, the Islands of Central Melanesia. Distinction between the religion of the Eastern and Western Islanders. In our survey of savage beliefs and practices concerning the dead, we now pass from New Caledonia, the most southerly island of Melanesia, to the groups of islands known as the New Hebrides, the Banks Islands, the Torres Islands, the Santa Cruz Islands, and the Solomon Islands, which together constitute what we may call Central Melanesia. These groups of islands may themselves be distinguished into two archipelagos, a western and an eastern, of which the western comprises the Solomon Islands and the eastern includes all the rest. Corresponding to this geographical distinction, there is a religious distinction, for while the religion of the Western Islanders, the Solomon Islanders, consists chiefly in a fear and worship of the ghosts of the dead, the religion of the Eastern Islanders is characterized mainly by the fear and worship of spirits which are not supposed ever to have been incarnate in human bodies. Both groups of islanders, the Western and the Eastern, recognize indeed both classes of spirits, namely ghosts that once were men and spirits who never were men, but the religious bias of the one group is towards ghosts rather than towards pure spirits, and the religious bias of the other group is towards pure spirits rather than towards ghosts. It is not a little remarkable that the islanders whose bent is towards ghosts have carried the system of sacrifice and the arts of life to a higher level than the islanders whose bent is towards pure spirits. This applies particularly to the sacrificial system, which is much more developed in the West than in the East. 552. From this it would seem to follow that if a faith in ghosts is more costly than a faith in pure spirits, it is at the same time more favorable to the evolution of culture. Dr. Art H. Codrington on the Melanesians. For the whole of this region we are fortunate in possessing the evidence of the Reverend Dr. Art H. Codrington, one of the most sagacious, cautious, and accurate of observers, who labored as a missionary among the natives for 24 years, from 1864 to 1887, and has given us a most valuable account of their customs and beliefs in his book The Melanesians, which must always remain an anthropological classic. In describing the worship of the dead as it is carried on among these islanders, I shall draw chiefly on the copious evidence supplied by Dr. Codrington, and I shall avail myself of his admirable researches to enter into considerable details on the subject, since details recorded by an accurate observer are far more instructive than the vague generalities of superficial observers, which are too often all the information we possess as to the religion of savages. Melanesian theory of the soul. In the first place, all the Central Melanesians believe that man is composed of a body and a soul, that death is the final parting of the soul from the body, and that after death the soul continues to exist as a conscious and more or less active being. 553. Thus the creed of these savages on this profound subject agrees fundamentally with the creed of the average European. If my hearers were asked to state their beliefs as to the nature of life and death, I imagine that most of them would formulate them in substantially the same way. However, when the Central Melanesian savage attempts to define the nature of the vital principle or soul, which animates the body during life and survives it after death, he finds himself in a difficulty, and to continue the parallel, I cannot help thinking that if my hearers in like manner were invited to explain their conception of the soul, they would similarly find themselves embarrassed for an answer. But an examination of the central Melanesian theory of the soul would lead us too far from our immediate subject. We must be content to say that, whatever word the Melanesian people use for soul, they mean something essentially belonging to each man's nature which carries life to his body with it, and is the seat of thought and intelligence, exercising therefore power which is not of the body and is invisible in its action. 554 However the soul may be defined, the Melanesians are universally of opinion that it survives the death of the body and goes away to some more or less distant region, where the spirits of all the dead congregate and continue for the most part to live for an indefinite time, though some of them, as we shall see presently, are supposed to die a second death and so to come to an end altogether. In Western Melanesia, that is, in the Solomon Islands, the abode of the dead is supposed to be in certain islands, which differ in the creed of different islanders, but in Eastern Melanesia the abode of the dead is thought to be a subterranean region called Panoi. 555 Distinction between ghosts of power and ghosts of no account. But though the souls of the departed go away to the spirit land, nevertheless, with a seeming or perhaps real inconsistency, their ghosts are also supposed to haunt their graves and their old homes and to exercise great power for good or evil over the living, who are accordingly often obliged to woo their favor by prayer and sacrifice. According to the Solomon Islanders, however, among whom ghosts are the principal objects of worship, there is a great distinction to be drawn among ghosts. The distinction, says Dr. Codrington, is between ghosts of power and ghosts of no account, between those whose help is sought and their wrath deprecated, and those from whom nothing is expected and to whom no observance is due. Among living men there are some who stand out distinguished for capacity in affairs, success in life, valor in fighting, and influence over others, and these are so, it is believed, because of the supernatural and mysterious powers which they have, and which are derived from communication with those ghosts of the dead gone before them who are full of those same powers. On the death of a distinguished man his ghost retains the powers that belong to him in life, in greater activity and with stronger force. His ghost therefore is powerful and worshipful, and so long as he is remembered the aid of his powers is sought and worship is offered him. He is the Tindalo of Florida, the Leo A of Assaye. In every society, again, the multitude is composed of insignificant persons, numerous fruges consumarinati, of no particular account for valor, skill, or prosperity. The ghosts of such persons continue their insignificance, and are nobodies after death as before. They are ghosts because all men have souls, and the souls of dead men are ghosts. They are dreaded because all ghosts are awful, but they get no worship and are soon only thought of as the crowd of the nameless population of the lower world. 556 Ghosts of the great and of the recently dead are chiefly regarded. Supernatural power, mana, acquired through ghosts. From this account of Dr. Codrington we see that it is only the ghosts of great and powerful people who are worshipped. The ghosts of ordinary people are indeed feared, but no worship is paid to them. Further, we are told that it is the ghosts of those who have lately died that are deemed to be most powerful and are therefore most regarded. As the dead are forgotten, their ghosts cease to be worshipped, their power fades away. 557 And their place in the religion of the people is taken by the ghosts of the more recently departed. In fact here, as elsewhere, the existence of the dead seems to be dependent on the memory of the living. When they are forgotten they cease to exist. Further, it deserves to be noticed that in the Solomon Islands what we should call a man's natural powers and capacities are regarded as supernatural endowments acquired by communication with a mighty ghost. If a man is a great warrior, it is not because he is strong of arm, quick of eye, and brave of heart. It is because he is supported by the ghost of a dead warrior, whose power he has drawn to himself through an amulet of stone tied round his neck, or a tuft of leaves in his belt, or a tooth attached to one of his fingers, or a spell by the recitation of which he can enlist the aid of the ghost. 558 And similarly with all other preeminent capacities and virtues, in the mind of the Solomon Islanders, they are all supernatural gifts and graces bestowed on men by ghosts. This all-pervading supernatural power the Central Melanesian calls mana. 559 Thus for these savages the whole world teems with ghostly influences. Their minds are filled, we may almost say, obsessed, with a sense of the unseen powers which encompass and determine even in its minute particulars the life of man on earth. In their view the visible world is, so to say, merely a puppet show of which the strings are pulled and the puppets made to dance by hands invisible. Sometimes a dying man will express a wish to be cast into the sea. His friends will therefore paddle out with the corpse, tie stones to the feet, and sink it in the depths. In the island of Savo, another of the Solomon Islands, common men are generally thrown into the sea and only great men are buried. 560 The same distinction is made at Wingo and San Cristobal, another of the same group of islands, there also the bodies of common folk are cast into the sea, but men of consequence are buried, and some relic of them, it may be a skull, a tooth, or a finger bone, is preserved in a shrine at the village. From this difference in burial customs flows a not unimportant religious difference. The souls of the great people who are buried on land turn into land ghosts, and the souls of commoners who are sunk in the sea turn into sea ghosts. The land ghosts are seen to hover about the villages, haunting their graves and their relics. They are also heard to speak in hollow whispers. Their aid can be obtained by such as know them. The sea ghosts have taken a great hold on the imagination of the natives of the southeastern Solomon Islands, and as these people love to illustrate their life by sculpture and painting, they show us clearly what they suppose these sea ghosts to be like. 562 Another of the Solomon Islands' morsels of food are similarly thrown on the fire at the death feasts as the dead man's share. 563 Thus, in the Shortlands Islands, when a famous chief named Garai died, his body was burnt and his relatives cast food, beads, and other property into the fire. The dead chief had been very fond of tea, so one of his daughters threw a cup of tea into the flames. Women danced a funeral dance round the pyre till the body was consumed. 564 Why should the dead man's food and property be burnt? No explanation of the practice is given by our authorities, so we are left to conjecture the reason of it. Is it that by volatilizing the solid substance of the food you make it more accessible to the thin unsubstantial nature of the ghost? Is it that you destroy the property of the ghost lest he should come back in person to fetch it and so haunt and trouble the survivors? Is it that the spirits of the dead are supposed to reside in the fire on the hearth, so that offerings cast into the flames are transmitted to them directly? Whether it is with any such ideas that the Solomon Islanders throw food into the fire for ghosts, I cannot say. The whole question of the meaning of burnt sacrifice is still to a great extent obscure. Funeral customs in the island of Florida. The ghostly fairy. At the funeral feast of a chief in the island of Florida, the axes, spears, shield, and other belongings of the deceased are hung up with great lamentations in his house. Everything remains afterwards untouched, and the house falls into ruins, which as time goes on are thickly mantled with the long tendrils of the sprouting yams. But we are told that the weapons are not intended to accompany the ghost to the land of souls, they are hung up only as a memorial of a great and valued man. With the same feeling they cut down a dead man's fruit trees as a mark of respect and affection, not with any notion of these things serving him in the world of ghosts. He ate of them, they say, when he was alive. He will never eat again, and no one else shall have them. However, they think that the ghost benefits by burial, for if a man is killed and his body remains unburied, his restless ghost will haunt the place. 565 The ghosts of such Florida people as have been duly buried depart to Betendalo, which seems to be situated in the southeastern part of the great island of Guadalcanar. A ship waits to ferry them across the sea to the spirit land. This is almost the only example of a ferry boat used by ghosts in Melanesia. On their way to the ferry, the ghosts may be heard twittering, and again on the shore, while they are waiting for the ferry boat, a sound of their dancing breaks the stillness of night, but no man can see the dancers. It is not until they land on the further shore that they know they are dead. There they are met by a ghost, who thrusts a rod into their noses to see whether the cartilage is pierced as it should be. Ghosts whose noses have been duly bored in life follow the onward path with ease, but all others have pain and difficulty in making their way to the realm of the shades. Yet though the souls of the dead thus depart to Betendalo, nevertheless their ghosts as usual not only haunt their burial places, but come to the sacrifices offered to them and may be heard disporting themselves at night, playing on pipes, dancing, and shouting. 566 Belief of the Solomon Islanders that the souls of the dead live in islands. The second death. Similarly at Bugatu in the island of Isabel, one of the Solomon Islands, the ghosts of the dead are supposed to go away to an island, and yet to haunt their graves and shew themselves to the survivors by night. In the island of the dead there is a pool with a narrow tree trunk lying across it. Here is stationed Bulafagina, the ghostly lord of the place. Every newly arrived ghost must appear before him, and he examines their hands to see whether they bear the mark of the sacred frigate bird cut on them. If they have the mark, the ghosts pass across the tree trunk and mingle with the departed spirits in the world of the dead. But ghosts who have not the mark on their hands are cast into the gulf and perish out of their ghostly life. This is the second death. 567 The same notion of a second death meets us in a somewhat different form among the natives of Saa and Malanta, another of the Solomon Islands. All the ghosts of these people swim across the sea to two little islands called Marapa, which lie off Marau and Guadalcanar. There the ghosts of children live in one island and the ghosts of grown-up people in another, for the older people would be plagued by the chatter of children if they all dwelt together in one island. Yet in other respects the life of the departed spirits in these islands is very like life on earth. There are houses, gardens, and canoes there just as here, but all is thin and unsubstantial. Living men who land in the islands see nothing of these things. There is a pool where they hear laughter and merry cries, and where the banks are wet with invisible bathers. But the life of the ghosts in these islands is not eternal. The spirits of common folk soon turn into the nests of white ants, which serve as food for the more robust ghosts. Hence a living man will say to his idle son, "When I die, I shall have ants' nests to eat, but then what will you have?" The ghosts of persons who were powerful on earth last much longer. So long as they are remembered and worshipped by the living, their natural strength remains unabated, but when men forget them, and turn to worship some of the more recent dead, then no more food is offered to them in sacrifice, so they pine away and change into white ants' nests just like common folk. This is the second death. However, while the ghosts survive they can return from the islands to Saa and revisit their village and friends. The living can even discern them in the form of dim and fleeting shadows. A man who wishes for any reason to see a ghost can always do so very simply by taking a pinch of lime from his betel box and smearing it on his forehead. Then the ghost appears to him quite plainly. 568 Burial Customs in Saa. Preservation of the Skull and Jawbone. Burial Customs in Santa Cruz. Burial Customs in Isabel. In Saa the dead are usually buried in a common cemetery, but when the flesh has decayed the bones are taken up and heaped on one side. But if the deceased was a very great man or a beloved father, his body is preserved for a time in his son's house, being hung up either in a canoe or in the carved effigy of a swordfish. Very favorite children are treated in the same way. The corpse may be kept in this way for years. Finally, there is a great funeral feast, at which the remains are removed to the common burial ground, but the skull and jawbone are detached from the skeleton and kept in the house enclosed in the hollow wooden figure of a bonito fish. By means of these relics the survivors think that they can secure the aid of the powerful ghost. Sometimes the corpse and afterwards the skull and jawbone are preserved, not in the house of the deceased, but in the oha or public canoe house, which so far becomes a sort of shrine or temple of the dead. 569 At Santa Cruz in the Solomon Islands the corpse is buried in a very deep grave in the house. Inland they dig up the bones again to make arrowheads, also they detach the skull and keep it in a chest in the house, saying that it is the man himself. They even set food before the skull, no doubt for the use of the ghost. Yet they imagine that the ghosts of the dead go to the great volcano Tamami, where they are burnt in the crater and thus being renewed stay in the fiery region. Nevertheless the souls of the dead also haunt the forests in Santa Cruz. On wet and dark nights the natives see them twinkling in the gloom like fireflies, and at the sight they are sore afraid. 570 So little consistent with itself is the creed of these islanders touching the state of the dead. At Bugatu in the island of Isabel, one of the Solomon Islands, a chief is buried with his head near the surface and a fire is kept burning over the grave, in order that the skull may be taken up and preserved in the house of his successor. The spirit of the dead chief has now become a worshipful ghost, and an expedition is sent out to cut off and bring back human heads in his honor. Any person, not belonging to the place, whom the headhunters come across will be killed by them and his or her skull added to the collection, which is neatly arranged on the shore. These ghastly trophies are believed to add fresh spiritual power, mana, to the ghost of the dead chief. Till they have been procured, the people of the place take care not to move about. The grave of the chief is built up with stones and sacrifices are offered upon it. 571 Beliefs and Customs of the Eastern Islanders concerning the dead. Panoi, the subterranean abode of the dead. Thus far we have been considering the beliefs and practices concerning the dead which prevail among the Western Melanesians of the Solomon Islands and Santa Cruz. We now turn to those of the Eastern Melanesians, who inhabit the Torres Islands, the Banks Islands, and the New Hebrides. A broad distinction exists between the ghosts of these two regions inasmuch as the ghosts of the Western Melanesians all live in islands, but the ghosts of all Eastern Melanesians live underground in a subterranean region which commonly bears the name of Panoi. The exact position of Panoi has not been ascertained, all that is regarded as certain is that it is underground. However, there are many entrances to it and some of them are well known. One of them, for example, is a rock on the mountain at Mota, others are at volcanic vents which belch flames on the burning hill of Garrett over the lake at Gowa, and another is on the great mountain of Vanua lava. The ghosts congregate on points of land before their departure, as well as at the entrances to the underworld, and there on moonlight nights you may hear the ghostly crew dancing, singing, shouting, and whistling on the claws of land crabs. It is not easy to extract from the natives a precise and consistent account of the place of the dead and the state of the spirits in it, nor indeed, as Dr. Codrington justly observes, would it be reasonable to expect full and precise details on a subject about which the sources of information are perhaps not above suspicion. However, as far as can be made out, Panoi or the abode of the dead is on the whole a happy region. In many respects it resembles the land of the living, for there are houses there and villages, and trees with red leaves, and day and night. Yet all is hollow and unreal. The ghosts do nothing but talk and sing and dance, there is no clubhouse there, and though men and women live together, there is no marrying or giving in marriage. All is very peaceful, too, in that land, for there is no war and no tyrant to oppress the people. Yet the ghost of a great man goes down like a great man among the ghosts, resplendent in all his trinkets and finery, but like everything else in the underworld these ornaments, for all the brave show they make, are mere unsubstantial shadows. The pigs which were killed at his funeral feast and the food that was heaped on his grave cannot go down with him into that far country, for none of these things, not even pigs, have souls. How then could they find their way to the spirit world? It is clearly impossible. The ghosts in the netherworld do not mix indiscriminately. There are separate compartments for such as died violent deaths. There is one compartment for those who were shot, there is another for those who were clubbed, and there is another for those who were done to death by witchcraft. The ghosts of those who were shot keep rattling the reeds of the arrows which dealt them their fatal wounds. Ghosts in the netherworld have no knowledge of things out of their sight and hearing, yet the living call upon them in time of need and trouble, as if they could hear and help. Life, too, in the kingdom of shadows is not eternal. The ghosts die the second death. Yet some say that there are two such kingdoms, each called Panoi, the one over the other, and that when the dead die the second death in the upper realm they rise again from the dead in the nether realm, where they never die but only turn into white ants' nests. 572 Distinction between the fate of the good and the fate of the bad in the other world. It is interesting and not unimportant to observe that some of these islanders make a distinction between the fate of good people and the fate of bad people after death. The natives of Matlav, one of the Banks Islands, think that Panoi is a good place and that only the souls of the good can enter it. According to them, the souls of murderers, sorcerers, thieves, liars, and adulterers are not suffered to enter the happy land. The ghost of a murderer, for example, is met at the entrance by the ghost of his victim, who withstands him and turns him back. All the bad ghosts go away to a bad place, where they live, not indeed in physical pain, but in misery. They quarrel, they are restless, homeless, pitiable, malignant, they wander back to earth, they eat the foulest food, their breath is noisome, they harm the living out of spite, they eat men's souls, they haunt graves and woods. But in the true Panoi the souls of the good live in peace and harmony. 573 Thus these people believe that the state of the soul after death depends on the kind of life a man led on earth. If he was good, he will be happy; if he was bad, he will be miserable. If this creed is of purely native origin, and Dr. Codrington seems to entertain no doubt that it is so, it marks a considerable ethical advance among those who accept it. Descent of the living to the world of the dead. The Eastern Melanesians think that living people can go down to the land of the dead and return alive to the upper world. Sometimes they do this in the body, but at other times only in the spirit, when they are asleep or in a faint, for at such times their souls quit their bodies and can wander away down to Panoi. When the living thus make their way to the spirit land, they are sometimes cautioned by friendly ghosts to eat nothing there, no doubt lest by partaking of ghostly food they should be turned to ghosts and never return to the land of the living. 574 Disposal of the dead among the Eastern Islanders. Burial customs of the Banks Islanders. We will now consider the various modes in which the Eastern Melanesians dispose of their dead, for funeral customs commonly furnish some indication of the ideas which a people entertain as to the state of the soul after death. The Banks Islanders generally buried their dead in the forest not far from the village, but if the deceased was a great man or died a remarkable death, they might inter him in the village near the men's clubhouse, Gamal. A favorite son or child might be buried in the house itself, but in such cases the grave would be opened after 50 or 100 days and the bones taken up and hidden in the forest, though some of them might be hung up in the house. However, in some places there was, and indeed still is, a custom of keeping the putrefying corpse unburied in the house as a mark of affection. At Goa, in Santa Maria, the body was dried over slow fires for 10 days or more, till nothing but skin and bones remained, and the women who watched over it during these days drank the juices of putrefaction which dripped from the decaying flesh. The same thing used formerly to be done in Mota, another of the Banks Islands. The corpses of great men in these islands were adorned in all their finery and laid out on the open space in the middle of the village. Here bunches of coconuts, yams, and other food were heaped up beside the body, and an orator of fluent speech addressed the ghost, telling him that when he had gone down to Panoi, the spirit land, and the ghosts asked him after his rank, he was to give them a list of all the things heaped beside his dead body. Then the ghosts would know what a great man he was and would treat him with proper deference. The orator dealt very candidly with the moral character of the deceased. If he had been a bad man, the speaker would say, "Poor ghost, will you be able to enter Panoi? I think not." The food which is piled up beside the body while the orator is pronouncing the eulogium or the censure of the departed is afterwards heaped up on the grave or buried in it. At Goa they kill pigs and hang up the carcasses or parts of them at the grave. The object of all this display is to make a favorable impression on the ghosts in the spirit land, in order that they may give the newly deceased man a good reception. When the departed was an eminent warrior or sorcerer, his friends will sometimes give him a sham burial and hide his real grave, lest people should dig up his bones and his skull to make magic with them, for the relics of such a man are naturally endowed with great magical virtue. 575 ghosts driven away from the village. Expulsion of the ghosts of persons who suffered from sores and ulcers. In these islands the ghost does not at once leave the neighborhood of his old body, he shews no haste to depart to the netherworld. Indeed, he commonly loiters about the house and the grave for 5 or 10 days, manifesting his presence by noises in the house and by lights upon the grave. By the 5th day his relations generally think that they have had quite enough of him, and that it is high time he should set out for his long home. Accordingly they drive him away with shouts and the blowing of conch shells or the booming sound of bull roarers. 576 At Europarapara the mode of expelling the ghost from the village is as follows. Missiles to be hurled at the lingering spirit are collected in the shape of small stones and pieces of bamboo, which have been charmed by wizards so as to possess a ghost-expelling virtue. The artillery having been thus provided, the people muster at one end of the village, armed with bags of enchanted stones and pieces of enchanted bamboos. The signal to march is given by 2 men, who sit in the dead man's house, one on either side, holding 2 white stones in their hands, which they clink together. At the sound of the clinking the women begin to wail and the men to march. Tramp, tramp they go like one man through the village from end to end, throwing stones into the houses and all about and beating the bamboos together. Thus they drive the reluctant ghost step by step from the village into the forest, where they leave him to find his own way down to the land of the dead. Till that time the widow of the deceased was bound to remain on his bed without quitting it for a moment except on necessity, and if she had to leave it for a few minutes she always left a coconut on the bed to represent her till she came back. The reason for this was that her husband's ghost was believed to be lingering in the house all these days, and he would naturally expect to see his wife in the nuptial chamber. At Motlab the people are not so hard upon the poor ghosts, they do not drive away all ghosts from their old homes, but only the ghosts of such as had in their lifetime the misfortune to be afflicted with grievous sores and ulcers. The expulsion of such ghosts may therefore be regarded as a sanitary precaution designed to prevent the spirits from spreading the disease. When a man who suffers severely from sores or ulcers lies dying, the people of his village, taking time by the forelock, send word to the inhabitants of the next village westwards, warning them to be in readiness to give the ghost a warm reception. For it is well known that at their departure from the body ghosts always go westward towards the setting sun. So when the poor man is dead, they bury his diseased body in the village and devote all their energies to the expulsion of his soul. By blowing blasts on shell trumpets and beating the ground with the stalks of coconut fronds they chase the ghost clean away from their own village and on to the next. The inhabitants of that village meantime are ready to receive their unwelcome visitor, and beating their bounds in the most literal sense they soon drive him onwards to the land of their next neighbors. So the chase goes on from village to village, till the ghost has been finally hunted into the sea at the point of the shore which faces the setting sun. There at last the beaters throw away the stalks which have served to whack the ghost, and return home in the perfect assurance that he has left the island and gone to his own place down below, so that he cannot afflict anybody with the painful disease from which he suffered. But as for his ulcerated corpse rotting in the grave, they do not give a thought to it. Their concern is with the spiritual and the unseen, they do not stoop to regard the material and carnal. 577 Special treatment of the ghosts of women who died in childbed. A special treatment is accorded to the ghosts of women who died in childbed. If the mother dies and the child lives, her ghost will not go away to the nether world without taking the infant with her. Hence, in order to deceive the ghost, they wrap a piece of a banana trunk loosely in leaves and lay it on the bosom of the dead mother when they lower her into the grave. The ghost clasps the bundle to her breast, thinking it is her baby, and goes away contentedly to the spirit land. As she walks, the banana stalk slips about in the leaves and she imagines it is the infant stirring, for she has not all her wits about her, ghosts being naturally in a dazed state at first on quitting their familiar bodies. But when she arrives in Deadland and finds she has been deceived, and when perhaps some heartless ghosts even jeer at her wooden baby, back she comes tearing to earth in grief and rage to seek and carry off the real infant. However, the survivors know what to expect and have taken the precaution of removing the child to another house where the mother will never find it, but she keeps looking for it always, and a sad and angry ghost is she. 578 Funeral Feasts. After the funeral follows a series, sometimes a long series, of funeral feasts, which form indeed one of the principal institutions of these islands. The number of the feasts and the length of time during which they are repeated vary much in the different islands, and depend also on the consideration in which the deceased was held. The days on which the feasts are celebrated are the 5th and the 10th after the death, and afterwards every 10th day up to the 100th, or even it may be, in the case of a father, a mother, or a wife, up to the 1000th day. These feasts appear now to be chiefly commemorative, but they also benefit the dead, for the ghost is naturally gratified by seeing that his friends remember him and do their duty by him so handsomely. At these banquets food is put aside for the dead with the words, "This is for thee." The practice of thus setting aside food for the ghost at a series of funeral feasts appears at first sight, as Dr. Codrington observes, inconsistent with the theory that the ghosts live underground. 579 But the objection thus suggested is rather specious than real, for we must always bear in mind that, to judge from the accounts given of them in all countries, ghosts experience no practical difficulty in obtaining temporary leave of absence from the other world and coming to this one, so to say, on furlough for the purpose of paying a surprise visit to their sorrowing friends and relations. The thing is so well known that it would be at once superfluous and tedious to illustrate it at length. Many examples have incidentally met us in the course of these lectures. Funeral customs in Vate or Ifat. Old people buried alive. The natives of Vate or Ifat, one of the New Hebrides, set up a great wailing at a death and scratched their faces till they streamed with blood. Bodies of the dead were buried. When a corpse was laid in the grave, a pig was brought to the place and its head was chopped off and thrown into the grave to be buried with the body. This, we are told, was supposed to prevent disease spreading to other members of the family. Probably, in the opinion of the natives, the pig's head was a sop thrown to the ghost to keep him from coming and fetching away other people to Deadland. With the same intention, we may take it, they buried with the dead the cups, pillows, and other things which he had used in his lifetime. On the top of the grave they kindled a fire to enable the soul of the deceased to rise to the sun. If that were not done, the soul went to the wretched regions of Pac Asia down below. The old were buried alive at their own request. It was even deemed a disgrace to the family of an aged chief if they did not bury him alive. When an old man felt sick and weak and thought that he was dying, he would tell his friends to get all ready and bury him. They yielded to his wishes, dug a deep round pit, wound a number of fine mats round his body, and lowered him into the grave in a sitting posture. Live pigs were then brought to the brink of the grave, and each of them was tethered by a cord to one of the old man's arms. When the pigs had thus, as it were, been made over to him, the cords were cut, and the animals were led away to be killed, baked, and eaten at the funeral feast, but the souls of the pigs the old man took away with him to the spirit land, and the more of them he took the warmer and more gratifying was the reception he met with from the ghosts. Having thus ensured his eternal welfare by the pig strings which dangled at his arms, the old man was ready, more mats were laid over him, the earth was shoveled in, and his dying groans were drowned amid the weeping and wailing of his affectionate kinsfolk. 580 Burial and mourning customs in Aurora, one of the New Hebrides. Behavior of the soul at death. At Maywo in Aurora, one of the New Hebrides, when a death has taken place, the body is buried in a grave near the village clubhouse. For 100 days afterwards the female mourners may not go into the open and their faces may not be seen, they stay indoors and in the dark and cover themselves with a large mat reaching to the ground. But the widow goes every day, covered with her mat, to weep at the grave. This she does both in the morning and in the afternoon. During this time of mourning, the next of kin may not eat certain succulent foods, such as yams, bananas, and caladium. They eat only the gigantic caladium, breadfruit, coconuts, mallows, and so forth, and all these they seek in the bush where they grow wild, not eating those which have been planted. They count 5 days after the death and then build up great heaps of stones over the grave. After that, if the deceased was a very great man, who owned many gardens and pigs, they count 50 days and then kill pigs, and cut off the point of the liver of each pig, and the brother of the deceased goes toward the forest and calls out the dead man's name, crying, "This is for you to eat." They think that if they do not kill pigs for the benefit of their departed friend, his ghost has no proper existence, but hangs miserably on tangled creepers. After the sacrifice they all cry again, smear their bodies and faces all over with ashes, and wear cords round their necks for 100 days in token that they are not eating good food. 581 They imagine that as soon as the soul quits the body at death, it mounts into a tree where there is a bird's nest fern, and sitting there among the fronds it laughs and mocks at the people who are crying and making great lamentations over his deserted tabernacle. There he sits, wondering at them and ridiculing them. "What are they crying for?" he says. "Whom are they sorry for? Here am I, for they think that the real thing is the soul, and that it has gone away from the body just as a man throws off his clothes and leaves them, and the clothes lie by themselves with nothing in them." 582 This estimate of the comparative value of soul and body is translated from the words of a New Hebridean native. It singularly resembles that which is sometimes held up to our admiration as one of the finest fruits of philosophy and religion. So narrow may be the line that divides the meditations of the savage and the sage. Journey of the ghost to the other world. When a Mawo ghost has done chuckling at the folly of his surviving relatives, who sorrow as those who have no hope, he turns his back on his old home and runs along the line of hills till he comes to a place where there are 2 rocks with a deep ravine between them. He leaps the chasm, and if he lands on the further side, he is dead indeed, but if he falls short, he returns to life. At the land's end, where the mountains descend into the sea, all the ghosts of the dead are gathered to meet him. If in his lifetime he had slain anyone by club or arrow, or done any man to death by magic, he must now run the gauntlet of the angry ghosts of his victims, who beat and tear him and stab him with daggers such as people stick pigs with, and as they do so, they taunt him, saying, "While you were still in the world you thought yourself a valiant man, but now we will take our revenge on you." At another point in the path there is a deep gully, where if a ghost falls he is inevitably dashed to pieces, and if he escapes this peril, there is a ferocious pig waiting for him further on, which devours the ghosts of all persons who in their life on earth omitted to plant pandanus trees, from which mats are made. But the wise man, who planted pandanus betimes, now reaps the fruit of his labors, for when the pig makes a rush at his departed spirit, the ghost nimbly swarms up the pandanus tree and so escapes his pursuer. That is why everybody in Mawo likes to plant pandanus trees. And if a man's ears were not pierced in his life, his ghost will not be allowed to drink water. If he was not tattooed, his ghost may not eat good food. A thoughtful father will provide for the comfort of his children in the other world by building a miniature house for each of them in his garden when the child is a year old. If the infant is a boy, he puts a bow, an arrow, and a club in the little house. If the child is a girl, he plants pandanus for her beside the tiny dwelling. 583 Only ghosts of powerful men are worshipped. So much for the fate of common ghosts in central Melanesia. We have now to consider the position of the more powerful spirits, who after death are believed to exercise great influence over the living, especially over their surviving relations, and who have accordingly to be propitiated with prayer and sacrifice. This worship of the dead, as we saw, forms the principal feature in the religion of the Solomon Islanders. But it must not be supposed, says Dr. Codrington, that every ghost becomes an object of worship. A man in danger may call upon his father, his grandfather, or his uncle. His nearness of kin is sufficient ground for it. The ghost who is to be worshipped is the spirit of a man who in his lifetime had mana, supernatural or magical power, in him. The souls of common men are the common herd of ghosts, nobodies alike before and after death. The supernatural power abiding in the powerful living man abides in his ghost after death, with increased vigor and more ease of movement. After his death, therefore, it is expected that he should begin to work, and someone will come forward and claim particular acquaintance with the ghost. If his power should shew itself, his position is assured as one worthy to be invoked, and to receive offerings, till his cultus gives way before the rising importance of one newly dead, and the sacred place where his shrine once stood and his relics were preserved is the only memorial of him that remains. If no proof of his activity appears, he sinks into oblivion at once. 584 Worship paid chiefly to the recent and well-remembered dead. From this instructive account we learn that worship is paid chiefly to the recent and well-remembered dead, to the men whom the worshippers knew personally and feared or respected in their lifetime. On the other hand, when men have been long dead, and all who knew them have also been gathered to their fathers, their memory fades away and with it their worship gradually falls into complete desuetude. Thus the spirits who received the homage of these savages were real men of flesh and blood, not mythical beings conjured up by the fancy of their worshippers, which some legerdemain of the mind has foisted into the shrine and encircled with the halo of divinity. Not that the Melanesians do not also worship beings who, so far as we can see, are purely mythical, though their worshippers firmly believe in their reality. But they themselves make a clear distinction between the existing, conscious, powerful disembodied spirits of the dead, and other spiritual beings that never have been men at all. It is true that the two orders of beings get confused in native language and thought, but their confusion begins at one end and the confusion of their visitors at another. They think so much and constantly of ghosts that they speak of beings who were never men as ghosts. Europeans take the spirits of the lately dead for gods, less educated Europeans call them roundly devils. 585 Way in which a dead warrior came to be worshipped as a martial ghost. As an example of the way in which the ghost of a real man who has just died may come to be worshipped, Dr. Codrington tells us the story of Ganindo, which he had from Bishop Selwyn. This Ganindo was a great fighting man of Hongo in Florida, one of the Solomon Islands. He went with other warriors on a headhunting expedition against Gaeta, but being mortally wounded with an arrow near the collarbone he was brought back by his comrades to the hill of Bonapari, where he died and was buried. His friends cut off his head, put it in a basket, built a house for it, and said that he was a worshipful ghost, Tindalo. Afterwards they said, "Let us go and take heads." So they embarked on their canoe and paddled away to seek the heads of enemies. When they came to quiet water, they stopped paddling and waited till they felt the canoe rock under them, and when they felt it they said, "That is a ghost." To find out what particular ghost it was they called out the names of several, and when they came to the name of Ganindo, the canoe rocked again. So they knew that it was he who was making the canoe to rock. In like manner they learned what village they were to attack. Returning victorious with the heads of the foe, they threw a spear into the roof of Ganindo's house, blew conch shells, and danced round it, crying, "Our ghost is strong to kill." Then they sacrificed fish and other food to him. Also they built him a new house, and made 4 images of him for the 4 corners, one of Ganindo himself, 2 of his sisters, and another. When it was all ready, 8 men translated the relics to the new shrine. One of them carried Ganindo's bones, another his betel nuts, another his lime box, another his shell trumpet. They all went into the shrine crouching down, as if burdened by a heavy weight, and singing in chorus, "Hither, hither, let us lift the leg." At that the 8 legs went up together, and then they sang, "Hither, hither," and at that the 8 legs went down together. In this solemn procession the relics were brought and laid on a bamboo platform, and sacrifices to the new martial ghost were inaugurated. Other warlike ghosts revered in Florida are known not to have been natives of the island but famous warriors of the Western Isles, where supernatural power is believed to be stronger. 586 Offerings to the dead. Throughout the islands of central Melanesia prayers and offerings are everywhere made to ghosts or spirits or to both. The simplest and commonest sacrificial act is that of throwing a small portion of food to the dead. This is probably a universal practice in Melanesia. A morsel of food ready to be eaten, for example of yam, a leaf of mallow, or a bit of betel nut, is thrown aside, and where they drink kava, a libation is made of a few drops, as the share of departed friends or as a memorial of them with which they will be pleased. At the same time the offerer may call out the name of someone who either died lately or is particularly remembered at the time, or without the special mention of individuals he may make the offering generally to the ghosts of former members of the community. To set food on a burial place or before some memorial image is a common practice, though in some places, as in Santa Cruz, the offering is soon taken away and eaten by the living. 587 Sacrificial Ritual in the Solomon Islands. In the Solomon Islands the sacrificial ritual is more highly developed. It may be described in the words of a native of San Cristobal. "In my country," he wrote, "they think that ghosts are many, very many indeed, some very powerful, and some not. There is one who is principal in war, this one is truly mighty and strong. When our people wish to fight with any other place, the chief men of the village and the sacrificers and the old men, and the elder and younger men, assemble in the place sacred to this ghost, and his name is Harumi. When they are thus assembled to sacrifice, the chief sacrificer goes and takes a pig, and if it be not a barrow pig they would not sacrifice it to that ghost, he would reject it and not eat of it. The pig is killed, it is strangled, not by the chief sacrificer, but by those whom he chooses to assist, near the sacred place. Then they cut it up, they take great care of the blood lest it should fall upon the ground, they bring a bowl and set the pig in it, and when they cut it up the blood runs down into it. When the cutting up is finished, the chief sacrificer takes a bit of flesh from the pig, and he takes a coconut shell and dips up some of the blood. Then he takes the blood and the bit of flesh and enters into the house, the shrine, and calls that ghost and says, Harumi, chief in war, we sacrifice to you with this pig, that you may help us to smite that place, and whatsoever we shall carry away shall be your property, and we also will be yours. Then he burns the bit of flesh in a fire upon a stone, and pours down the blood upon the fire. Then the fire blazes greatly upwards to the roof, and the house is full of the smell of pig, a sign that the ghost has heard. But when the sacrificer went in he did not go boldly, but with awe, and this is the sign of it, as he goes into the holy house he puts away his bag, and washes his hands thoroughly, to shew that the ghost shall not reject him with disgust. The pig was afterwards eaten. It should be observed that this Harumi who received sacrifices as a martial ghost, mighty in war, had not been dead many years when the foregoing account of the mode of sacrificing to him was written. The elder men remembered him alive, nor was he a great warrior, but a kind and generous man, believed to be plentifully endowed with supernatural power. His shrine was a small house in the village, where relics of him were preserved. 588 Had the Melanesians been left to themselves, it seems possible that this Harumi might have developed into the war god of San Cristobal, just as in Central Africa another man of flesh and blood is known to have developed into the war god of Uganda. 589 Footnote 552, Return, Art H. Codrington, The Melanesians, Oxford, 1891, pages 122, 123, 124, 180 square. Footnote 553, Return, R. H. Codrington, The Melanesians, Oxford, 1891, pages 247, 253. Footnote 554, Return, Art H. Codrington, opposite page 248. Footnote 555, Return, Art H. Codrington, opposite pages 255 SQQ. 264 SQQ. Footnote 556, Return, Art H. Codrington, opposite 253 square. Footnote 557, Return, Art H. Codrington, opposite pages 254, 258, 261, compare ID. Pages 125, 130. Footnote 558, Return, Art H. Codrington, opposite pages 120, 254. Footnote 559, Return, Art H. Codrington, opposite pages 118 SQQ. Footnote 560, Return, Art H. Codrington, opposite pages 254 square. Footnote 561, Return, Art H. Codrington, opposite pages 258 square. Footnote 562, Return, Art H. Codrington, opposite page 255. Footnote 563, Return, Art H. Codrington, opposite page 259. Footnote 564, Return, G. Brown, D.D., Melanesians and Polynesians, London, 1910, pages 214, 217. Footnote 565, Return, Art H. Codrington, opposite page 255. Footnote 566, Return, Art H. Codrington, opposite pages 255 square. Footnote 567, Return, Art H. Codrington, opposite pages 256 square. Footnote 568, Return, Art H. Codrington, opposite pages 260 square. Footnote 569, Return, Art H. Codrington, opposite pages 261 square. Footnote 570, Return, Art H. Codrington, opposite pages 263 square. Footnote 571, Return, R. H. Codrington, opposite page 257. Footnote 572, Return, Art H. Codrington, opposite pages 264, 273 square, 275 to 277. Footnote 573, Return, Art H. Codrington, opposite pages 274 square. Footnote 574, Return, Art H. Codrington, opposite pages 266, 276, 277, 286. Footnote 575, Return, Art H. Codrington, The Melanesians, pages 267 to 270. Footnote 576, return, Ard H. Codrington, opposite page 269. Footnote 577, return, Ard H. Codrington, The Melanesians, pages 270 square. Footnote 578, return, Ard H. Codrington, The Melanesians, page 275. Footnote 579, return, Ard H. Codrington, The Melanesians, pages 271 square. Footnote 580, return, G. Turner, Samoa 100 years ago and long before, London, 1884, pages 335 square. This account is based on information furnished by Swallow, a Samoan teacher, who lived for a long time on the island. The statement that the fire kindled on the grave was intended to enable the soul of the departed to rise to the sun may be doubted. It may be a mere inference of Dr. Turner's Samoan informant. More probably the fire was intended to warm the shivering ghost. I do not remember any other evidence that the souls of the Melanesian dead ascend to the sun. Certainly it is much more usual for them to descend into the earth. Footnote 581, return, Ard H. Codrington, opposite pages 281 square. Footnote 582, return, Ard H. Codrington, opposite pages 278 square. Footnote 583, return, Ard H. Codrington, opposite pages 279 square. Footnote 584, return, Ard H. Codrington, The Melanesians, pages 124 square. Footnote 585, return, Ard H. Codrington, The Melanesians, page 121. Footnote 586, return, Ard H. Codrington, The Melanesians, pages 125 SQQ. Footnote 587, return, Ard H. Codrington, The Melanesians, pages 127, 128. Footnote 588, return, Ard H. Codrington, The Melanesians, pages 129 square. Footnote 589, return, Reverend J. Roscoe, Kabuka, The War God of the Baganda, Man, 7. 1907, pages 161 to 166, ID. The Baganda, London, 1911, pages 301 SQQ. The history of this African war god is more or less mythical, but his personal relics, which are now deposited in the Ethnological Museum at Cambridge, suffice to prove his true humanity. Lecture 17, The Belief in Immortality Among the Natives of Central Melanesia, concluded, Public Sacrifices to Ghosts in the Solomon Islands. At the close of last lecture I described the mode in which sacrifices are offered to a martial ghost in San Cristobal, one of the Solomon Islands. We saw that the flesh of a pig is burned in honor of the ghost and that the victim's blood is poured on the flames. Similarly in Florida, another of the Solomon Islands, food is conveyed to worshipful ghosts by being burned in the fire. Some ghosts are known by name to everybody, others may be known only to individuals, who have found out or been taught how to approach them, and who accordingly regard such ghosts as their private property. In every village a public ghost is worshipped, and the chief is the sacrificer. He has learned from his predecessor how to throw or heave the sacrifice, and he imparts this knowledge to his son or nephew, whom he intends to leave as his successor. The place of sacrifice is an enclosure with a little house or shrine in which the relics are kept. It is new or old according as the man whose ghost is worshipped died lately or long ago. When a public sacrifice is performed, the people assemble near but not in the sacred place. Boys but not women may be present. The sacrificer alone enters the shrine, but he takes with him his son or other person whom he has instructed in the ritual. Muttering an incantation he kindles a fire of sticks, but may not blow on the holy flame. Then from a basket he takes some prepared food, such as a mash of yams, and throws it on the fire, calling out the name of the ghost and bidding him take his food, while at the same time he prays for whatever is desired. If the fire blazes up and consumes the food, it is a good sign. It proves that the ghost is present and that he is blowing up the flame. The remainder of the food the sacrificer takes back to the assembled people, some of it he eats himself and some of it he gives to his assistant to eat. The people receive their portions of the food at his hands and eat it or take it away. While the sacrificing is going on, there is a solemn silence. If a pig is killed, the portion burned in the sacrificial fire is the heart in Florida, but the gullet at Bugatu. One ghost who is commonly known and worshipped is called Manoga. When the sacrificer invokes this ghost, he heaves the sacrifice round about and calls him, first to the east, where rises the sun, saying, If thou dwellest in the east, where rises the sun, Manoga, come hither and eat thy tutu mash. Then turning he lifts it towards where sets the sun, and says, If thou dwellest in the west, where sets the sun, Manoga, come hither and eat thy tutu. There is not a quarter to which he does not lift it up. And when he has finished lifting it, he says, If thou dwellest in heaven above, Manoga, come hither and eat thy tutu. If thou dwellest in the Pleiades or Orion's belt, if below in Turivetu, if in the distant sea, if on high in the sun, or in the moon, if thou dwellest inland or by the shore, Manoga, come hither and eat thy tutu. 590 First fruits of the canarium nuts sacrificed to ghosts. Twice a year there are general sacrifices in which the people of a village take part. One of these occasions is when the canarium nut, so much used in native cookery, is ripe. None of the nuts may be eaten till the first fruits have been offered to the ghost. Devil he eat first, all man he eat behind, is the lucid explanation which a native gave to an English inquirer. The knowledge of the way in which the first fruits must be offered is handed down from generation to generation, and the man who is learned in this lore has authority to open the season. He observes the state of the crop, and early one morning he is heard to shout. He climbs a tree, picks some nuts, cracks them, eats, and puts some on the stones in his sacred place for the ghost. Then the rest of the people may gather the nuts for themselves. The chief himself sacrifices the new nuts, mixed with other food, to the public ghost on the stones of the village sanctuary, and every man who has a private ghost of his own does the same in his own sacred place. About 2 months afterwards there is another public sacrifice when the root crops generally have been dug, pig or fish is then offered, and a man who digs up his yams, or whatever it may be, offers his private sacrifice besides. 591 Sacrifice of first fruits to ancestral spirits in Tana. In like manner the natives of Tana, one of the southern New Hebrides, offered the first fruits to the deified spirits of their ancestors. On this subject I will quote the evidence of the veteran missionary, the Reverend Dr. George Turner, who lived in Tana for 7 months in 1841. He says, the general name for God seemed to be Arima, that means a dead man, and hints alike at the origin and nature of their religious worship. The spirits of their departed ancestors were among their gods. Chiefs who reach an advanced age were after death deified, addressed by name, and prayed to on various occasions. They were supposed especially to preside over the growth of the yams and the different fruit trees. The first fruits were presented to them, and in doing this they laid a little of the fruit on some stone, or shelving branch of the tree, or some more temporary altar of a few rough sticks from the bush, lashed together with strips of bark, in the form of a table, with its 4 feet stuck in the ground. All being quiet, the chief acted as high priest, and prayed aloud thus, Compassionate Father, here is some food for you, eat it, be kind to us on account of it. And, instead of an amen, all united in a shout. This took place about midday, and afterwards those who were assembled continued together feasting and dancing till midnight or 3 in the morning. 592 Private Ghosts. Fighting ghosts kept as auxiliaries. In addition to the public ghosts, each of whom is revered by a whole village, many a man keeps, so to say, a private or tame ghost of his own on leash. The art of taming a ghost consists in knowing the leaves, bark, and vines in which he delights and in treating him accordingly. This knowledge a man may acquire by the exercise of his natural faculties, or he may learn it from somebody else. However he may obtain the knowledge, he uses it for his own personal advantage, sacrificing to the ghost in order to win his favor and get something from him in return. The mode of sacrificing to a private ghost is the same as to a public ghost. The owner has a sacred place or private chapel of his own, or he draws near to the ghost in prayer and burns his bit of food in the fire. A man often keeps a fighting ghost, Karamo, who helps him in battle or in slaying his private enemy. Before he goes out to commit homicide, he pulls up his ginger plant and judges from the ease or difficulty with which the plant yields to or resists his tug, whether he will succeed in the enterprise or not. Then he sacrifices to the ghost, and having placed some ginger and leaves on his shield, and stuffed some more in his belt and right armlet, he sallies forth. He curses his enemy by his fighting ghost, saying, Syria, if that should be the name of the ghost, eats thee, and I shall slay thee, and if he kills him, he cries to the ghost, Thine is this man, Syria, and do thou give me supernatural power. No prudent Melanesian would attempt to commit manslaughter without a ghost as an accomplice. To do so would be to court disaster, for the slain man's ghost would have power over the slayer. Therefore before he imbrues his hands in blood he deems it desirable to secure the assistance of a valiant ghost who can, if need be, overcome the ghost of his victim in single combat. If he cannot procure such a useful auxiliary in any other way, he must purchase him. Further, he fortifies himself with some personal relic, such as a tooth or lock of hair of the deceased warrior, whose ghost he has taken into his service, this relic he wears as an amulet in a little bag round the neck, when he is on active service. At other times it is kept in the house. 593 Garden Ghosts. Different from these truculent spirits are the peaceful ghosts who cause the garden to bear fruit. If the gardener happens to know such a ghost, he can pray and sacrifice to him on his own account, but if he has no such friend in the spirit world, he must employ an expert. The man of skill goes into the midst of the garden with a little mashed food in his left hand, and smiting it with his right hand he calls on the ghost to come and eat. He says, "This produce thou shalt eat, give supernatural power, manna, to this garden, that food may be good and plentiful." He digs holes at the four corners of the garden, and in them he buries such leaves as the ghost loves, so that the garden may have ghostly power and be fruitful. And when the yams sprout, he twines them with the particular creeper and fastens them with the particular wood to which the ghost is known to be partial. These agricultural ghosts are very sensitive. If a man enters the garden, who has just eaten pork or couscous or fish or shellfish, the ghost of the garden manifests his displeasure by causing the produce of the garden to droop, but if the eater lets 3 or 4 days go by after his meal, he may then enter the garden with impunity, for the food has left his stomach. For a similar reason, apparently, when the yam vines are being trained, the men sleep near the gardens and never approach their wives, for should they tread the garden after conjugal intercourse, the yams would be blighted. 594 Human sacrifices to ghosts. Sometimes the favor of a ghost is obtained by human sacrifices. On these occasions the flesh of the victim does not, like the flesh of a pig, furnish the materials of a sacrificial banquet, but little bits of it are eaten by young men to improve their fighting power and by elders for a special purpose. Such sacrifices are deemed more effectual than the sacrifices of less precious victims, and advantage was sometimes taken of a real or imputed crime to offer the criminal to some ghost. So, for example, within living memory Daikia, chief of Ravu, convicted a certain man of stealing tobacco, and sentenced him to be sacrificed, and the grown lads ate pieces of him cooked in the sacrificial fire. Again, the same chief offered another human sacrifice in the year 1886. One of his wives had proved false, and he sent her away vowing that she should not return till he had offered a human sacrifice to Hori. Also his son died, and he vowed to kill a man for him. The vow was noised abroad, and everybody knew that he would pay well for somebody to kill. Now the Savo people had bought a captive boy in Guadalcanar, but it turned out a bad bargain, for the boy was lame and nearly blind. So they brought him to Daikia, and he gave them 20 coils of shell money for the lad. Then the chief laid his hand on the victim's breast and cried, "Hori! Here is a man for you," and his followers killed him with axes and clubs. The cripple's skull was added to the chief's collection, and his legs were sent about the country to make known what had been done. In Bugatu of Isabel, when the people had slain an enemy in fight, they used to bring back his head in triumph, cut slices off it, and burn them in sacrifice. And if they took a prisoner alive, they would bring him to the sacred place, the grave of the man whose ghost was to be honored. There they bound him hand and foot and buffeted him till he died, or if he did not die under the buffets they cut his throat. As they beat the man with their fists, they called on the ghost to take him, and when he was dead, they burned a bit of him in the fire for the ghost. 595 Sacrifices to ghosts in Saa. At Saa in Malanta, one of the Solomon Islands, sacrifices are offered to ghosts on various occasions. Thus on his return from a voyage a man will put food in the case which contains the relics of his dead father, and in the course of his voyage, if he should land in a desert isle, he will throw food and call on father, grandfather, and other deceased friends. Again, when sickness is ascribed to the anger of a ghost, a man of skill is sent for to discover what particular ghost is doing the mischief. When he has ascertained the culprit, he is furnished by the patient's relatives with a little pig, which he is to sacrifice to the ghost as a substitute for the sick man. Provided with this vicarious victim, he repairs to the haunt of the ghost, strangles the animal, and burns it whole in a fire along with grated yam, coconut, and fish. As he does so, he calls out the names of all the ghosts of his family, his ancestors, and all who are deceased, down even to children and women, and he names the man who furnished the pig for the ghostly repast. A portion of the mixed food he preserves unburnt, wraps it in a dracaena leaf, and puts it beside the case which contains the relics of the man to whose ghost the sacrifice has been offered. Sometimes, however, instead of burning a pig in the fire, which is an expensive and wasteful form of sacrifice, the relatives of the sick man content themselves with cooking a pig or a dog in the oven, cutting up the carcass, and laying out all the parts in order. Then the sacrificer comes and sits at the animal's head, and calls out the names of all the dead members of the ghost's family in order downwards, saying, "Help, deliver this man, cut short the line that has bound him." Then the pig is eaten by all present except the women, nothing is burnt. 596 Sacrifices of First Fruits to Ghosts in SAA. The last sort of sacrifices to ghosts at SAA which we need notice is the sacrifice of first fruits. Thus, when the yams are ripe, the people fetch some of them from each garden to offer to the ghosts. All the male members of the family assemble at the holy place which belongs to them. Then one of them enters the shrine, lays a yam beside the skull which lies there, and cries with a loud voice to the ghost, "This is yours to eat." The others call quietly on the names of all the ancestors and give their yams, which are very many in number, because one from each garden is given to each ghost. If any man has besides a relic of the dead, such as a skull, bones, or hair, in his house, he takes home a yam and sets it beside the relic. Again, the first flying fish of the season are sacrificed to ghosts, who may take the form of sharks, for we shall see presently that Melanesian ghosts are sometimes supposed to inhabit the bodies of these ferocious monsters. Some ghost sharks have sacred places ashore, where figures of sharks are set up. In that case, the first flying fish are cooked and set before the shark images. But it may be that a shark ghost has no sacred place on land, and then there is nothing for it but to take the flying fish out to sea and shred them into the water, while the sacrificer calls out the name of the particular ghost whom he desires to summon to the feast. 597 Vicarious Sacrifices for the Sick. Vicarious sacrifices for the sick are offered in San Cristobal to a certain malignant ghost called Tapia, who is believed to seize a man's soul and tie it up to a banyan tree. When that has happened, a man who knows how to manage Tapia intercedes with him. He takes a pig or fish to the sacred place and offers it to the grim ghost, saying, "This is for you to eat in place of that man, eat this, don't kill him." With it he can loose the captive soul and take it back to the sick man, who thereupon recovers. 598 Sacrifices to Ghosts in Santa Cruz. The dead represented by a stock. In Santa Cruz, the sacrifices offered to ghosts are very economical, for if the offering is of food, the living eat it up after a decent interval. If it is of valuable, they remove it and resume the use of it themselves. The principle of this spiritual economy probably lies in the common belief that ghosts, being immaterial, absorb the immaterial essence of the objects, leaving the material substance to be enjoyed by men. When a man of mark dies in Santa Cruz, his relations set up a stock of wood in his house to represent him. This is renewed from time to time, till after a while the man is forgotten or thrown into the shade by the attractions of some newer ghost, so that the old stock is neglected. But when the stock is first put up, a pig is killed and 2 strips of flesh from the backbone are set before the stock as food for the ghost, but only to be soon taken away and eaten by the living. Similar offerings may be repeated from time to time, as when the stock is renewed. Again, when a garden is planted, they spread feather money and red native cloth round it for the use of the ghost, but his enjoyment of these riches is brief and precarious. 599 Native account of sacrifices to ghosts in Santa Cruz. To supplement the foregoing account of sacrifices to ghosts in Santa Cruz, I will add a description of some of them which was given by a native of Santa Cruz in his own language and translated for us by a missionary. It runs thus: when anyone begins to fall sick, he seeks a doctor, Maduka, and when the doctor comes near the sick man, he stiffens his body, and all those in the house think a ghost has entered into the doctor, and they are all very quiet. Some doctors tell the sick man's relatives to kill a pig for the ghost who has caused the sickness. When they have killed the pig, they take it into the ghost house and invite some other men, and they eat with prayers to the ghost, and the doctor takes a little piece and puts it near the base of the ghost post, and says to it, "This is thy food, oh, deliver up again the spirit of thy servant, that he may be well again." The little portion they have offered to the ghost is then eaten, but small boys may not eat of it. 600 Every year the people plant yams and tomatoes, and when they begin to work and have made ready the place and begun to plant, first, they offer to the ghost who they think presides over foods. There is an offering place in the bush, and they go there and take much food, and also feather money. Men, women, and children do this, and they think the ghost notices if there are many children, and gives much food at harvest, and the ghost to whom they offer is named Eileen. When the breadfruit begins to bear, they take great care lest anyone should light a fire near the bole of the tree, or throw a stone at the tree. The ghost, who they think protects the breadfruit, is called Duka Cain or Ketuabia, who has 2 names. They think this ghost has 4 eyes. 601 The heathen thinks a ghost makes the sun to shine in the rain. If it is continual sunshine and the yams are withering, the people assemble together and contribute money, and string it to the man with whom the rain ghost abides, and food also, and beseech him not to do the thing he was doing. That man will not wash his face for a long time, he will not work lest he perspire and his body be wet, for he thinks that if his body be wet it will rain. Then this man, with whom the rain ghost is, takes water and goes into the ghost house and sprinkles it at the head of the ghost post, dukkha, and if there are many ghost posts in the house he pours water over them all that it may rain. 602 Combination of magic with religion. In these ceremonies for the making of rain we see a combination of magic with religion. The appeal to the rain ghost is religious, but the pouring of the water on the ghost post is magical, being an imitation of the result which the officiating priest or magician, whichever we choose to call him, desires to produce. The taboos observed by the owner of the rain ghost so long as he wishes to prevent the rain from falling are also based on the principle of homeopathic or imitative magic. He abstains from washing his face or working, lest the water or the sweat trickling down his body should mimic rain and thereby cause it to fall. 603 Prayers to the Dead. The natives of Anetium, one of the southern New Hebrides, worship the spirits of their ancestors, chiefly on occasions of sickness. 604 Again, the people of Vate or Afat, another of the New Hebrides, worshipped the souls of their forefathers and prayed to them over the Kabbal for health and prosperity. 605 As an example of prayers offered to the dead we may take the petition which the natives of Florida put up at sea to Dala, a well-known ghost, who was associated with the frigate bird. They say, "Do thou draw the canoe, that it may reach the land, speed my canoe, grandfather, that I may quickly reach the shore whither I am bound. Do thou, Dala, lighten the canoe, that it may quickly gain the land and rise upon the shore." They also invoke Dala to help them in fishing. "If thou art powerful, O Dala," they say, "put a fish or two into this net and let them die there." After a good catch they praise him, saying, "Powerful is the ghost of the net." And when the natives of Florida are in danger on the sea, they call upon their immediate forefathers. One will call on his grandfather, another on his father, another on some dead friend, calling with reverence and saying, "Save us on the deep. Save us from the tempest. Bring us to the shore." In San Cristobal people apply to ghosts for victory in battle, health and sickness, and good crops, but the word which they use to signify such an application conveys the notion of charm rather than of prayer. However, in the Banks Islands what may be called prayer is strictly speaking an invocation of the dead. Indeed the very word for prayer, tataro, seems to be identical with that for a powerful ghost, ataro in San Cristobal. A man in peril on the sea will call on his dead friends, especially on one who was in his lifetime a good sailor. And in Mota, when an oven is opened, they throw in a leaf of cooked mallow for a ghost, saying to him, "This is a lucky bit for your eating." They who have charmed your food or clubbed you, as the case may be, take hold of their hands, drag them away to hell, let them be dead. So when they pour water on the oven, they pray to the ghost, saying, "Pour it on the head of him down there who has laid plots against me, has clubbed me, has shot me, has stolen things of mine, as the case may be, he shall die." Again, when they make a libation before drinking, they pray, saying, "Grandfather, this is your lucky drop of kava, let boars come into me, the money I have spent, let it come back to me, the food that is gone, let it come back hither to the house of you and me." And on starting for a voyage they will say, "Uncle, Father, plenty of boars for you, plenty of money, kava for your drinking, lucky food for your eating in the canoe. I pray you with this, look down upon me, let me go on a safe sea." Or when the canoe labors with a heavy freight, they will pray, "Take off your burden from us, that we may speed on a safe sea." 606 Sanctuaries of Ghosts in Florida. In the island of Florida, the sanctuary of a powerful ghost is called a vanuhu. Sometimes it is in the village, sometimes in the garden ground, sometimes in the forest. If it is in the village, it is fenced about, lest the foot of any rash intruder should infringe its sanctity. Sometimes the sanctuary is the place where the dead man is buried, sometimes it merely contains his relics, which have been translated thither. In some sanctuaries there is a shrine and in some an image. Generally, if not always, stones may be seen lying in such a holy place. The sight of one of them has probably struck the fancy of the man who founded the worship. He thought it a likely place for the ghost to haunt, and other smaller stones and shells have been subsequently added. Once a sanctuary has been established, everything within it becomes sacred, tambu, and belongs to the ghost. Were a tree growing within it to fall across the path, nobody would step over it. When a sacrifice is to be offered to the ghost on the holy ground, the man who knows the ghost, and whose duty it is to perform the sacrifice, enters first, and all who attend him follow, treading in his footsteps. In going out, no one will look back, lest his soul should stay behind. No one would pass such a sanctuary when the sun was so low as to cast his shadow into it, for if he did, the ghost would seize his shadow and so drag the man himself into his den. If there were a shrine in the sanctuary, nobody but the sacrificer might enter it. Such a shrine contained the weapons and other properties which belonged in his lifetime to the man whose ghost was worshipped on the spot. 607 Sanctuaries of Ghosts in Malanta. At Assaye in Malanta, another of the Solomon Islands, all burial grounds where common people are interred are so far sacred that no one will go there without due cause, but places where the remains of nobles repose, and where sacrifices are offered to their ghosts, are regarded with very great respect. They may indeed be called family sanctuaries. Some of them are very old, the powerful ghosts who are worshipped in them being remote ancestors. It sometimes happens that the man who used to sacrifice in such a place dies without having instructed his son in the proper chant of invocation with which the worshipful ghost should be approached. In such a case, the young man who succeeds him may fear to go to the old sanctuary, lest he should commit a mistake and offend the ghost, so he will take some ashes from the old sacrificial fireplace and found a new sanctuary. It is not common in that part of Malanta to build shrines for the relics of the dead, but it is sometimes done. Such shrines, on the other hand, are common in the villages of San Cristobal and in the sacred places of that island where great men lie buried. To trespass on them would be likely to rouse the anger of the ghosts, some of whom are known to be of a malignant disposition. 608 Sanctuaries which are not burial grounds. But burial grounds are not the only sanctuaries in the Solomon Islands. There are some where no dead man is known to be interred, though in Dr. Codrington's opinion there are probably none which do not derive their sanctity from the presence of a ghost. In the island of Florida, the appearance of something wonderful will cause any place to become a sanctuary, the wonder being accepted as proof of a ghostly presence. For example, in the forest near Olevuga, a man planted some coconut and almond trees and died not long afterwards. Then there appeared among the trees a great rarity in the shape of a white cuscus. The people took it for granted that the animal was the dead man's ghost, and therefore they called it by his name. The place became a sanctuary. No one would gather the coconuts and almonds that grew there, till 2 Christian converts set the ghost at defiance and appropriated his garden, with the coconuts and almonds. Through the same part of the forest ran a stream full of eels, one of which was so big that the people were quite sure it must be a ghost, so nobody would bathe in that stream or drink from it, except at one pool, which for the sake of convenience was considered not to be sacred. Again, in Bugatu, a district of Isabel, which is another of the Solomon Islands, there is a pool known to be the haunt of a very old ghost. When a man has an enemy whom he wishes to harm, he will obtain some scraps of his food and throw them into the water. If the food is at once devoured by the fish, which swarm in the pool, the man will die, but otherwise his life may be saved by the intervention of a man who knows the habits of the ghost and how to propitiate him. In these sacred places there are stones, on which people place food in order to obtain good crops, while for success in fishing they deposit morsels of cooked fish. Such stones are treated with reverence and seem to be in a fair way to develop into altars. However, when the old ghost is superseded, as he often is, by younger rivals, the development of an altar out of the stones is arrested. 609 Ghosts in animals, such as sharks, alligators, snakes, bonitos, and frigate birds. From some of these instances we learn that Melanesian ghosts can sometimes take up their abode in animals, such as cuscus, eels, and fish. The creatures which are oftenest used as vehicles by the spirits of the dead are sharks, alligators, snakes, bonitos, and frigate birds. Snakes which haunt a sacred place are themselves sacred, because they belong to or actually embody the ghost. Sharks, again, in all these islands are very often thought to be the abode of ghosts, for men before their death will announce that they will appear as sharks, and afterwards any shark remarkable for size or color which haunts a certain shore or coast is taken to be somebody's ghost and receives the name of the deceased. At Assaye, certain food, such as coconuts from particular trees, is reserved to feed such a ghost shark, and men of whom it is known for certain that they will be sharks after their death are allowed to anticipate the posthumous honors which await them by devouring such food in the sacred place, just as if they were real sharks. Sharks are very commonly believed to be the abode of ghosts in Florida and Isabel, and in Sabo, where they are particularly numerous. Hence, though all sharks are not venerated, there is no living creature so commonly held sacred by the Central Melanesians as a shark, and shark ghosts seem even to form a class of powerful supernatural beings. Again, when a lizard was seen frequenting a house after a death, it would be taken for the ghost returning to its old home, and many ghosts, powerful to aid the mariner at sea, take up their quarters in frigate birds. 610 The belief in ghosts underlies the Melanesian conception of magic. Again, a belief in powerful ghosts underlies to a great extent the Melanesian conception of magic, as that conception is expounded by Dr. Codrington. That invisible power, he tells us, which is believed by the natives to cause all such effects as transcend their conception of the regular course of nature, and to reside in spiritual beings, whether in the spiritual part of living men or in the ghosts of the dead, being imparted by them to their names and to various things that belong to them, such as stones, snakes, and indeed objects of all sorts, is that generally known as mana. Without some understanding of this, it is impossible to understand the religious beliefs and practices of the Melanesians, and this again is the active force in all they do and believe to be done in magic, white or black. By means of this, men are able to control or direct the forces of nature, to make rain or sunshine, wind or calm, to cause sickness or remove it, to know what is far off in time and space, to bring good luck and prosperity, or to blast and curse. No man, however, has this power of his own. All that he does is done by the aid of personal beings, ghosts, or spirits. 611 Illness generally thought to be caused by ghosts. Thus, to begin with the medical profession, which is a branch of magic long before it becomes a department of science, every serious sickness is believed to be brought about by ghosts or spirits, but generally it is to the ghosts of the dead that illness is ascribed both by the Eastern and by the Western Islanders. Hence recourse is had to ghosts for aid both in causing and in curing sickness. They are thought to inflict disease, not only because some offense, such as trespass, has been committed against them, or because one who knows their ways has instigated them thereto by sacrifice and spells, but because there is a certain malignity in the feeling of all ghosts towards the living, who offend them simply by being alive. All human faculties, apart from the mere bodily functions, are supposed to be enhanced by death, hence the ghost of a powerful and ill-natured man is only too ready to take advantage of his increased powers for mischief. 612 Thus in the island of Florida illness is regularly laid at the door of a ghost. The only question that can arise is which particular ghost is doing the mischief. Sometimes the patient imagines that he has offended his dead father, uncle, or brother, who accordingly takes his revenge by stretching him on a bed of sickness. In that case no special intercessor is required, the patient himself or one of his kinsfolk will sacrifice and beg the ghost to take the sickness away. It is purely a family affair. Sometimes the sick man thinks that it is his own private or tame ghost who is afflicting him, so he will leave the house in order to escape his tormentor. But if the cause of sickness remains obscure, a professional doctor or medicine man will be consulted. He always knows, or at least can ascertain, the ghost who is causing all the trouble, and he takes his measures accordingly. Thus he will bind on the sick man the kind of leaves that the ghost loves, he will chew ginger and blow it into the patient's ears and on that part of the skull which is soft in infants. He will call on the name of the ghost and entreat him to remove the sickness. Should all these remedies prove vain, the doctor is by no means at the end of his resources. He may shrewdly suspect that somebody, who has an ill will at the patient, has set his private ghost to maul the sick man and do him a grievous bodily injury. If his suspicions are confirmed and he discovers the malicious man who is egging on the mischievous ghost, he will bribe him to call off his ghost, and if the man refuses, the doctor will hire another ghost to assault and batter the original assailant. At Wango and San Cristobal regular battles used to be fought by the invisible champions above the sickbed of the sufferer, whose life or death depended on the issue of the combat. Their weapons were spears, and sometimes more than one ghost would be engaged on either side. 613 Diagnosis of ghosts who have caused illness. In Isabel, the doctor employs an ingenious apparatus for discovering the cause of sickness and ascertaining its cure. He suspends a stone at one end of a string while he holds the other end in his hand. Then he recites the names of all the people who died lately, and when the stone swings at anybody's name, he knows that the ghost of that man has caused the illness. It remains to find out what the ghost will take to relax his clutch on the sick man. It may be a mash of yams, a fish, a pig, or perhaps a human substitute. The question is put and answered as before, and whatever the oracle declares to be requisite is offered on the dead man's grave. Thus the ghost is appeased and the sufferer is made whole. 614 In these islands a common cause of illness is believed to be an unwarrantable intrusion on premises occupied by a ghost, who punishes the trespasser by afflicting him with bodily pains and ailments, or it may be by carrying off his soul. At Mawo and Aurora, one of the New Hebrides, when there is reason to think that a sickness is due to ghostly agency, the friends of the sick man send for a professional dreamer, whose business it is to ascertain what particular ghost has been offended and to make it up with him. So the dreamer falls asleep, and in his sleep he dreams a dream. He seems to himself to be in the place where the patient was working before his illness, and there he spies a queer little old man, who is really no other than the ghost. The dreamer falls into conversation with him, learns his name, and winning his confidence extracts from him a true account of the whole affair. The fact is that in working at his garden the man encroached, whether wittingly or not is no matter, on land which the ghost regards as his private preserve, and to punish the intrusion the ghost carried off the intruder's soul and impounded it in a magic fence in his garden, where it still languishes in durance vile. The dreamer at once tenders a frank and manly apology on behalf of his client. He assures the ghost that the trespass was purely inadvertent, that no personal disrespect whatever was intended, and he concludes by requesting the ghost to overlook the offense for this time and to release the imprisoned soul. This appeal to the better feelings of the ghost has its effect. He pulls up the fence and lets the soul out of the pound. It flies back to the sick man, who thereupon recovers. Sometimes an orphan child is made sick by its dead mother, whose ghost draws away the soul of the infant to keep her company in the spirit land. In such a case, again, a dreamer is employed to bring back the lost soul from the far country, and if he can persuade the mother's ghost to relinquish the tiny soul of her baby, the child will be made whole. 615 Once more, certain long stones in the Banks Islands are inhabited by ghosts so active and robust that if a man's shadow so much as falls on one of them, the ghost in the stone will clutch the shadow and pull the soul clean out of the man, who dies accordingly. Such stones, dangerous as they unquestionably are to the chance passer-by, nevertheless for that very reason possess a valuable property which can be turned to excellent account. A man, for example, will put one of these stones in his house to guard it like a watchdog in his absence, and if he sends a friend to fetch something out of it which he has forgotten, the messenger, on approaching the house, will take good care to call out the owner's name, lest the ghost in the stone, mistaking him for a thief and a robber, should pounce out on him and do him a mischief before he had time to explain. 616 Contrast between Melanesian and European medicine. Thus it appears that for a medical practitioner in Melanesia the first requisite is an intimate acquaintance, not with the anatomy of the human frame and the properties of drugs, but with ghosts, their personal peculiarities, habits, and haunts. Only by means of the influence which such a knowledge enables him to exert on these powerful and dangerous beings can the good physician mitigate and assuage the sufferings of poor humanity. His professional skill, while it certainly aims at the alleviation of physical evils, attains its object chiefly, if not exclusively, by a direct appeal to those higher, though invisible, powers which encompass the life of man, or at all events of the Melanesian. The firm faith in the spiritual and the unseen which these sable doctors display in their treatment of the sick presents a striking contrast to the procedure of their European colleagues, who trust exclusively to the use of mere physical remedies, such as drugs and lancets, now carving the body of the sufferer with knives, and now inserting substances, about which they know little, into places about which they know nothing. Has not science falsely so called still much to learn from savagery? The weather believed to be regulated by ghosts and spirits. Weather doctors. But it is not the departments of medicine and surgery alone, important as these are to human welfare, which in Melanesia are directed and controlled by spiritual forces. The weather in those regions is also regulated by ghosts and spirits. It is they who cause the wind to blow or to be still, the sun to shine forth or to be overcast with clouds, the rain to descend or the earth to be parched with drought, hence fertility and abundance or dearth and famine prevail alternately at the will of these spiritual directors. From this it follows that men who stand on a footing of intimacy with ghosts and spirits can by judicious management induce them to adapt the weather to the varying needs of mankind. But it is to be observed that the supernatural beings, who are the real sources of atmospheric phenomena, have delegated or deputed a portion of their powers not merely to certain material objects, such as stones or leaves, but to certain set forms of words, which men call incantations or spells, and accordingly all such objects and formulas do, by virtue of this delegation, possess in themselves a real and we may almost say natural influence over the weather, which is often manifested in a striking congruity or harmony between the things themselves and the effects which they are calculated to produce. This adaptation of means to end in nature may perhaps be regarded as a beautiful proof of the existence of spirits and ghosts working their purposes unseen behind the gaily colored screen or curtain of the physical universe. At all events, men who are acquainted with the ghostly properties of material objects and words can turn them to account for the benefit of their friends and the confusion of their foes, and they do so very readily if only it is made worth their while. Hence it comes about that in these islands there are everywhere weather doctors or weathermongers, who through their familiarity with ghosts and spirits and their acquaintance with the ghostly or spiritual properties of things, are able to control the weather and to supply their customers with wind or calm, rain or sunshine, famine or abundance, at a reasonable rate and a moderate figure. 617 The advantages of such a system over our own blundering method of managing the weather, or rather of leaving it to its own devices, are too obvious to be insisted on. To take a few examples. In the island of Florida, when a calm is wanted, the weather doctor takes a bunch of leaves, of the sort which the ghost loves, and hides the bunch in the hollow of a tree where there is water, at the same time invoking the ghost with the proper charm. This naturally produces rain, and with the rain a calm. In the seafaring life of the Solomon Islanders, the maker of calms is a really valuable citizen. 618 The Santa Cruz people are also great voyagers, and their wizards control the weather on their expeditions, taking with them the stock or log which represents their private or tame ghost and setting it up on a stage in the cabin. The presence of the familiar ghost being thus secured, the weather doctor will undertake to provide wind or calm according to circumstances. 619 We have already seen how in these islands the wizard makes rain by pouring water on the wooden posts which represent the rain ghosts. 620 Black magic working through personal refuse or rubbish of the victim. Such exercises of ghostly power for the healing of the sick and the improvement of the weather are, when well directed and efficacious, wholly beneficial. But ghostly power is a two-edged weapon which can work evil as well as good to mankind. In fact, it can serve the purpose of witchcraft. The commonest application of this pernicious art is one which is very familiar to witches and sorcerers in many parts of the world. The first thing the wizard does is to obtain a fragment of food, a bit of hair, a nail clipping, or indeed anything that has been closely connected with the person of his intended victim. This is the medium through which the power of the ghost or spirit is brought to bear. It is, so to say, the point of support on which the magician rests the whole weight of his infernal engine. In order to give effect to the charm, it is very desirable, if not absolutely necessary, to possess some personal relic, such as a bone, of the dead man whose ghost is to set the machinery in motion. At all events, the essential thing is to bring together the man who is to be injured and the ghost or spirit who is to injure him, and this can be done most readily by placing the personal relics or refuse of the two men, the living and the dead, in contact with each other, for thus the magic circuit, if we may say so, is complete, and the fatal current flows from the dead to the living. That is why it is most dangerous to leave any personal refuse or rubbish lying about. You never can tell but that some sorcerer may get hold of it and work your ruin by means of it. Hence the people are naturally most careful to hide or destroy all such refuse in order to prevent it from falling into the hands of witches and wizards, and this sage precaution has led to habits of cleanliness which the superficial European is apt to mistake for what he calls enlightened sanitation, but which a deeper knowledge of native thought would reveal to him in their true character as far-seeing measures designed to defeat the nefarious art of the sorcerer. 621 Black magic working without any personal relic of the victim. The ghost shooter. Unfortunately, however, an adept in the black art can work his fell purpose even without any personal relic of his victim. In the Banks Islands, for example, he need only procure a bit of human bone or a fragment of some lethal weapon. It may be a splinter of a club or a chip of an arrow, which has killed somebody. This he wraps up in the proper leaves, recites over it the appropriate charm, and plants it secretly in the path along which his intended victim is expected to pass. The ghost of the man who owned the bone in his life or perished by the club or the arrow is now lurking like a lion in the path, and if the poor fellow strolls along it thinking no evil, the ghost will spring at him and strike him with disease. The charm is perfectly efficient if the man does come along the path, but clearly it misses fire if he does not. To remedy this defect in the apparatus, a sorcerer sometimes has recourse to a portable instrument, a sort of pocket pistol, which in the Banks Islands is known as a ghost shooter. It is a bamboo tube, loaded not with powder and shot, but with a dead man's bone and other magical ingredients, over which the necessary spell has been crooned. Armed with this deadly weapon, the sorcerer has only to step up to his unsuspecting enemy, whip out the pocket pistol, uncork the muzzle by removing his thumb from the orifice, and present it at the victim. The fatal discharge follows in an instant and the man drops to the ground. The ghost in the pistol has done his work. Sometimes, however, an accident happens. The marksman misses his victim and hits somebody else. This occurred, for example, not very many years ago in the island of Mota. A man named Ispatag was waiting with his ghost shooter to pop at his enemy, but in his nervous excitement he let fly too soon, just as a woman with a child on her hip stepped across the path. The shot, or rather the ghost, hit the child point blank, and it was his sister's child, his own next of kin. You may imagine the distress of the affectionate uncle at this deplorable miscarriage. To prevent inflammation of the wound he, with great presence of mind, plunged his pocket pistol in water, and this timely remedy proved so efficacious that the child took no hurt. 622 Prophecy inspired by ghosts. Another department of Melanesian life in which ghosts figure very prominently is prophecy. The knowledge of future events is believed to be conveyed to the people by a ghost or spirit speaking with the voice of a man, who is himself unconscious while he speaks. The predictions which emanate from the prophet under these circumstances are in the strictest sense inspired. His human personality is for the time being in abeyance, and he is merely the mouthpiece of the powerful spirit which has temporarily taken possession of his body and speaks with his voice. The possession is indeed painfully manifest. His eyes glare, foam bursts from his mouth, his limbs writhe, his whole body is convulsed. These are the workings of the mighty spirit shaking and threatening to rend the frail tabernacle of flesh. This form of inspiration is not clearly distinguishable from what we call madness. Indeed, the natives do not attempt to distinguish between the two things. They regard the madman and the prophet as both alike inspired by a ghost or spirit, and a man will sometimes pretend to be mad in order that he may get the reputation of being a prophet. Ad se a man will speak with the voice of a powerful man deceased, while he twists and writhes under the influence of the ghost. He calls himself by the name of the deceased who speaks through him, and he is so addressed by others. He will eat fire, lift enormous weights, and foretells things to come. When the inspiration, or insanity, is particularly violent, and the Banks Islanders think they have had quite enough of it, the friends of the prophet or of the madman will sometimes catch him and hold him struggling and roaring in the smoke of strong-smelling leaves, while they call out the names of the dead men whose ghosts are most likely to be abroad at the time, for as soon as the right name is mentioned the ghost departs from the man, who then returns to his sober senses. But this method of smoking out a ghost is not always successful. 623 Divination by means of ghosts. There are many methods by which ghosts and spirits are believed to make known to men who employ them the secret things which the unassisted human intelligence could not discover, and some of them hardly perhaps need the intervention of a professional wizard. These methods of divination differ very little in the various islands. In the Solomon Islands, for instance, when an expedition has started in a fleet of canoes, there is sometimes a hesitation whether they shall proceed, or a doubt as to what direction they should take. Thereupon a diviner may declare that he has felt a ghost step on board, for did not the canoe tip over to the one side? Accordingly he asks the invisible passenger, "Shall we go on? Shall we go to such and such a place?" If the canoe rocks, the answer is yes. If it lies on an even keel, the answer is no. Again, when a man is sick and his friends wish to know what ghost is vexing or, as they say, eating him, a diviner or wizard is sent for. He comes bringing an assistant, and the two sit down, the wizard in front and the assistant at his back, and they hold a stick or bamboo by the two ends. The wizard then begins to slap the end of the bamboo he holds, calling out one after another the names of men not very long deceased, and when he names the one who is afflicting the sick man, the stick of itself becomes violently agitated. 624 We are not informed, but we may probably assume that it is the ghost and not the man who really agitates the stick. A somewhat different mode of divination was occasionally employed at Motlab and the Banks Islands in order to discover a thief or other criminal. After a burial they would take a bag, put some Tahiti and chestnut and scraped banana into it, and tie it to the end of a hollow bamboo tube about 10 feet long in such a way that the end of the tube was inserted in the mouth of the bag. Then the bag was laid on the dead man's grave, and the diviners grasped the other end of the bamboo. The names of the recently dead were then called over, and while this was being done the men felt the bamboo grow heavy in their hands, for a ghost was scrambling up from the bag into the hollow of the bamboo. Having thus secured him, they carried the imprisoned ghost in the bamboo into the village, where the roll of the recent dead was again called over in order to learn whose ghost had been caught in the trap. When wrong names were mentioned, the free end of the bamboo moved from side to side, but at the mention of the right name it revolved briskly. Having thus ascertained whom they had to deal with, they questioned the entrapped ghost, who stole so-and-so? Who was guilty in such a case? Thereupon the bamboo, moved no doubt by the ghost inside, pointed at the culprit, if he was present, or made signs as before when the names of the suspected evildoers were mentioned. 625 Taboo based on a fear of ghosts. Of the many departments of central Melanesian life which are permeated by a belief in ghostly power, the last which I shall mention is the institution of taboo. In Melanesia, indeed, the institution is not so conspicuous as it used to be in Polynesia, yet even there it has been a powerful instrument in the consolidation of the rights of private property, and as such it deserves the attention of historians who seek to trace the evolution of law and morality. As understood in the Banks Islands and the New Hebrides, the word taboo, tambu or tapu, signifies a sacred and unapproachable character which is imposed on certain things by the arbitrary will of a chief or other powerful man. Somebody whose authority with the people gives him confidence to make the announcement will declare that such and such an object may not be touched, that such and such a place may not be approached, and that such and such an action may not be performed under a certain penalty, which in the last resort will be inflicted by ghostly or spiritual agency. The object, place, or action in question becomes accordingly taboo or sacred. Hence in these islands taboo may be defined as a prohibition with a curse expressed or implied. The sanction or power at the back of the taboo is not that of the man who imposes it, rather it is that of the ghost or spirit in whose name or in reliance upon whom the taboo is imposed. Thus in Florida a chief will forbid something to be done or touched under a penalty. He may proclaim, for example, that anyone who violates his prohibition must pay him 100 strings of shell money. To a European such a proclamation seems a proof of the chief's power, but to the native the chief's power, in this and in everything, rests on the persuasion that the chief has his mighty ghost at his back. The sense of this in the particular case is indeed remote, the fear of the chief's anger is present and effective, but the ultimate sanction is the power of the ghost. If a common man were to take upon himself to taboo anything, he might do so. People would imagine that he would not dare to make such an announcement unless he knew he could enforce it, so they would watch, and if anybody violated the taboo and fell sick afterwards, they would conclude that the taboo was supported by a powerful ghost who punished infractions of it. Hence the reputation and authority of the man who imposed the taboo would rise accordingly, for it would be seen that he had a powerful ghost at his back. Every ghost has a particular kind of leaf for his badge, and in imposing his taboo a man will set the leaf of his private ghost as a mark to warn trespassers of the spiritual power with which they have to reckon. When people see a leaf stuck, it may be on a tree, a house, or a canoe, they do not always know whose it is, but they do know that if they disregard the mark they have to deal with a ghost and not with a man. 626 And the knowledge is a more effectual check on thieving and other crimes than the dread of mere human justice. Many a rascal fears a ghost who does not fear the face of man. The life of the Central Melanesians deeply influenced by their belief in the survival of the human soul after death. What I have said may suffice to impress you with a sense of the deep practical influence which a belief in the survival of the human soul after death exercises on the life and conduct of the Central Melanesian savage. To him the belief is no mere abstract theological dogma or speculative tenet, the occasional theme of edifying homilies and pious meditation. It is an inbred, unquestioning, omnipresent conviction which affects his thoughts and actions daily and at every turn. It guides his fortunes as an individual and controls his behavior as a member of a community, by inculcating a respect for the rights of others and enforcing a submission to the public authorities. With him the fear of ghosts and spirits is a bulwark of morality and a bond of society, for he firmly believes in their unseen presence everywhere and in the punishments which they can inflict on wrongdoers. His whole theory of causation differs fundamentally from ours and necessarily begets a fundamental difference of practice. Where we see natural forces and material substances, the Melanesian sees ghosts and spirits. A great gulf divides his conception of the world from ours, and it may be doubted whether education will ever enable him to pass the gulf and to think and act like us. The products of an evolution which has extended over many ages cannot be forced like mushrooms in a summer day. It is vain to pluck the fruit of the tree of knowledge before it is ripe. Footnote 590, Return, Art H. Codrington, The Melanesians, pages 130 to 132. Footnote 591, Return, Art H. Codrington, The Melanesians, pages 132 square. C. M. Woodford, A Naturalist Among the Headhunters, London, 1890, pages 26 to 28. Footnote 592, Return, G. Turner, LLD, Samoa 100 Years Ago and Long Before, London, 1884, pages 318 square. Yams are the principal fruits cultivated by the Tanese, who bestow a great deal of labor on the plantation and keep them in fine order. C. G. Turner, opposite pages 317 square. Footnote 593, Return, Art H. Codrington, The Melanesians, pages 133 square. Footnote 594, Return, Art H. Codrington, The Melanesians, page 134. Footnote 595, return, Art H. Codrington, opposite pages 135 square. Footnote 596, return, Art H. Codrington, The Melanesians, pages 137 square. Footnote 597, return, Art H. Codrington, The Melanesians, page 138. Footnote 598, return, Art H. Codrington, opposite pages 138 square. Footnote 599, return, Art H. Codrington, opposite page 139. Footnote 600, return, Native Stories of Santa Cruz and Reef Islands, translated by the Reverend W. O'Farrell, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, 34. 1904, page 223. Footnote 601, return, Native Stories from Santa Cruz and Reef Islands, opposite page 224. Footnote 602, return, Native Stories from Santa Cruz and Reef Islands, opposite page 225. Footnote 603, return, Compare the Magic Art and the Evolution of Kings, I. 269 SQQ. Footnote 604, return, G. Turner, Samoa 100 Years Ago and Long Before, London, 1884, page 326. Footnote 605, return, G. Turner, opposite page 334. Footnote 606, return, Art H. Codrington, The Melanesians, pages 145 to 148. Footnote 607, return, Art H. Codrington, The Melanesians, pp. 175 square. Footnote 608, return, Art H. Codrington, The Melanesians, pages 176 square. Footnote 609, return, Art H. Codrington, opposite pages 177 square. Footnote 610, return, Art H. Codrington, The Melanesians, pages 178 to 180. Footnote 611, return, Art H. Codrington, opposite page 191. Footnote 612, return, Art H. Codrington, opposite page 194. Footnote 613, return, Art H. Codrington, The Melanesians, pages 194 to 196. Footnote 614, return, Art H. Codrington, opposite page 196. Footnote 615, return, Art H. Codrington, The Melanesians, pages 208 square. As to sickness supposed to be caused by trespass on the premises of a ghost, see further ID. Pages 194, 195, 218. Footnote 616, return, Art H. Codrington, The Melanesians, page 184. Footnote 617, return, Art H. Codrington, The Melanesians, page 200. Footnote 618, return, Art H. Codrington, The Melanesians, pages 200, 201. The spirit whom the Florida wizard appeals to for good or bad weather is called a Vigona, and the natives believe it to be always the ghost of a dead man. But it seems very doubtful whether this opinion is strictly correct. See Art H. Codrington, opposite pages 124, 134. Footnote 619, return, Art H. Codrington, opposite page 201. The Santa Cruz name for such a ghost is Duca, Ibid. Page 139. Footnote 620, return, above, page 375. Footnote 621, return, Art H. Codrington, The Melanesians, pages 202 to 204. Footnote 622, return, Art H. Codrington, The Melanesians, pages 205 square. Footnote 623, return, Art H. Codrington, The Melanesians, pages 209 square, 218 to 220. Footnote 624, return, Art H. Codrington, The Melanesians, pages 210. Footnote 625, return, Art H. Codrington, The Melanesians, pages 211 square. Footnote 626, return, Art H. Codrington, The Melanesians, pages 215 square. Lecture 18, The Belief in Immortality Among the Natives of Northern and Eastern Melanesia. Northern Melanesia. Material culture of the North Melanesians. In the last lecture I concluded my account of the belief in immortality and the worship of the dead among the natives of Central Melanesia. Today we pass to what may be called Northern Melanesia, by which is to be understood the great archipelago lying to the northeast of New Guinea. It comprises the two large islands of New Britain and New Ireland, now called New Pomerania and New Mecklenburg, with the much smaller Duke of York Island lying between them, and the chain of New Hanover and the Admiralty Islands stretching away westward from the northwestern extremity of New Ireland. The whole of the archipelago, together with the adjoining island of Bougainville and the Solomon Islands, is now under German rule. The people belong to the same stock and speak the same language as the natives of central and southern Melanesia, and their level of culture is approximately the same. They live in settled villages and subsist chiefly by the cultivation of the ground, raising crops of taro, yams, bananas, sugarcane, and so forth. Most of the agricultural labor is performed by the women, who plant, weed the ground, and carry the produce to the villages. The ground is, or rather used to be, dug by sharp-pointed sticks. The men hunt cassowaries, wallabies, and wild pigs, and they catch fish by both nets and traps. Women and children take part in the fishing, and many of them become very expert in spearing fish. Among the few domestic animals which they keep are pigs, dogs, and fowls. The villages are generally situated in the midst of a dense forest, but on the coast the natives build their houses not far from the beach as a precaution against the attacks of the forest tribes, of whom they stand greatly in fear. A New Britain village generally consists of a number of small communities or families, each of which dwells in a separate enclosure. The houses are very small and badly built, oblong in shape and very low. Between the separate hamlets which together compose a village lie stretches of virgin forest, through which run irregular and often muddy foot tracks, scooped out here and there into mudholes where the pigs love to wallow during the heat of the tropical day. As the people of any one district used generally to be at war with their neighbors, it was necessary that they should live together for the sake of mutual protection. 627 Commercial habits of the North Melanesians. Their backwardness in other respects. Nevertheless, in spite of their limited intercourse with surrounding villages, the natives of the New Britain or the Bismarck archipelago were essentially a trading people. They made extensive use of shell money and fully recognized the value of any imported articles as mediums of exchange or currency. Markets were held on certain days at fixed places, where the forest people brought their yams, taro, bananas, and so forth and exchanged them for fish, tobacco, and other articles with the natives of the coast. They also went on long trading expeditions to procure canoes, cuscus teeth, pigs, slaves, and so forth, which on their return they generally sold at a considerable profit. The shell which they used as money is the Nassa immersa or Nassa colosa, found on the north coast of New Britain. The shells were perforated and threaded on strips of cane, which were then joined together in coils of 50 to 200 fathoms. 628 The rights of private property were fully recognized. All lands belonged to certain families, and husband and wife had each the exclusive right to his or her goods and chattels. But while in certain directions the people had made some progress, in others they remained very backward. Pottery and the metals were unknown, no metal or specimen of metalwork has been found in the archipelago. On the other hand, the natives made much use of stone implements, especially adzes and clubs. In war they never used bows and arrows. 629 They had no system of government, unless that name may be given to the power wielded by the secret societies and by chiefs, who exercised a certain degree of influence principally by reason of the reputation which they enjoyed as sorcerers and magicians. They were not elected nor did they necessarily inherit their office, they simply claimed to possess magical powers, and if they succeeded in convincing the people of the justice of their claim, their authority was recognized. Wealth also contributed to establish their position in the esteem of the public. 630 The Reverend George Brown on the Melanesians. With regard to the religious ideas and customs of the natives we are not fully informed, but so far as these have been described they appear to agree closely with those of their kinsfolk in central Melanesia. The first European to settle in the archipelago was the veteran missionary, the Reverend George Brown, D.D., who resided in the islands from 1875 to 1880 and has revisited them on several occasions since. He reduced the language to writing for the first time, 631, and is one of our best authorities on the people. In what follows I shall make use of his valuable testimony along with that of more recent observers. North Melanesian Theory of the Soul. Fear of ghosts, especially the ghosts of persons who have been killed and eaten. The natives of the archipelago believe that every person is animated by a soul, which survives his death and may afterwards influence the survivors for good or evil. Their word for soul is neo or neono, meaning a shadow. The root is neo, which by the addition of personal suffixes becomes nyang my soul or shadow, nyam your soul or shadow, neono is soul or shadow. They think that the soul is like the man himself, and that it always stays inside of his body, except when it goes out on a ramble during sleep or a faint. A man who is very sleepy may say, "My soul wants to go away." They believe, however, that it departs forever at death, hence when a man is sick, his friends will offer prayers to prevent its departure. There is only one kind of soul, but it can appear in many shapes and enter into animals, such as rats, lizards, birds, and so on. It can hear, see, and speak, and present itself in the form of a wraith or apparition to people at the moment of or soon after death. On being asked why he thought that the soul does not perish with the body, a native said, "Because it is different, it is not of the same nature at all." They believe that the souls of the dead occasionally visit the living and are seen by them, and that they haunt houses and burial places. They are very much afraid of the ghosts and do all they can to drive or frighten them away. Above all, being cannibals, they stand in great fear of the ghosts of the people whom they have killed and eaten. The man who is cutting up a human body takes care to tie a bandage over his mouth and nose during the operation of carving in order to prevent the enraged soul of the victim from entering into his body by these apertures, and for a similar reason the doors of the houses are shut while the cannibal feast is going on inside. And to keep the victim's ghost quiet while his body is being devoured, a cut from a joint is very considerately placed on a tree outside of the house, so that he may eat of his own flesh and be satisfied. At the conclusion of the banquet, the people shout, brandish spears, beat the bushes, blow horns, beat drums, and make all kinds of noises for the purpose of chasing the ghost or ghosts of the murdered and eaten men away from the village. But while they send away the souls, they keep the skulls and jawbones of the victims. As many as 35 jawbones have been seen hanging in a single house in New Ireland. As for the skulls, they are, or rather were placed on the branch of a dead tree and so preserved on the beach or near the house of the man who had taken them. 632 offerings to the souls of the dead. With regard to the death of their friends, they deem it very important to obtain the bodies and bury them. They offer food to the souls of their departed kinsfolk for a long time after death, until all the funeral feasts are over, but they do not hold annual festivals in honor of dead ancestors. The food offered to the dead is laid every day on a small platform in a tree, but the natives draw a distinction between offerings to the soul of a man who died a natural death and offerings to the soul of a man who was killed in a fight, for whereas they place the former on a living tree, they deposit the latter on a dead tree. Moreover, they lay money, weapons, and property, often indeed the whole wealth of the family, near the corpse of their friend, in order that the soul of the deceased may carry off the souls of these valuables to the spirit land. But when the body is carried away to be buried, most of the property is removed by its owners for their own use. However, the relations will sometimes detach a few shells from the coils of shell money and a few beads from a necklace and drop them in a fire for the behoof of the ghost. But when the deceased was a chief or other person of importance, some of his property would be buried with him. And before burial his body would be propped up on a special chair in front of his house, adorned with necklaces, wreaths of flowers and feathers, and gaudy with war paint. In one hand would be placed a large cooked yam, and in the other a spear, while a club would be put on his shoulder. The yam was to stay the pangs of hunger on his long journey, and the weapons were to enable him to fight the foes who might resist his entrance into the spirit land. In the Duke of York Island the corpse was usually disposed of by being sunk in a deep part of the lagoon, but sometimes it was buried in the house and a fire kept burning on the spot. 633 burial customs in New Ireland and New Britain. Preservation of the skull. In New Ireland the dead were rolled up in winding sheets made of pandanus leaves, then weighted with stones and buried at sea. However, at some places they were deposited in deep underground watercourses or caverns. Towards the northern end of New Ireland corpses were burned on large piles of firewood in an open space of the village. A number of images curiously carved out of wood or chalk were set round the blazing pyre, but the meaning of these strange figures is uncertain. Men and women uttered the most piteous wailings, threw themselves on the top of the corpse, and pulled at the arms and legs. This they did not merely to express their grief, but because they thought that if they saw and handled the dead body while it was burning, the ghost could not or would not haunt them afterwards. 634 Amongst the natives of the Gazelle Peninsula in New Britain the dead are generally buried in shallow graves in or near their houses. Some of the shell money which belonged to a man in life is buried with him. Women with blackened bodies sleep on the grave for weeks. 635 When the deceased was a great chief, his corpse, almost covered with shell money, is placed in a canoe, which is deposited in a small house. Thereupon the nearest female relations are led into the house, and the door being walled up they are obliged to remain there with the rotting body until all the flesh has mouldered away. Food is passed in to them through a hole in the wall, and under no pretext are they allowed to leave the hut before the decomposition of the corpse is complete. When nothing of the late chief remains but a skeleton, the hut is opened and the solemn funeral takes place. The bones of the dead are buried, but his skull is hung up in the taboo house in order, we are told, that his ghost may remain in the neighborhood of the village and see how his memory is honored. After the burial of the headless skeleton, feasting and dancing go on, often for more than a month, and the expenses are defrayed out of the riches left by the deceased. 636 Even in the case of eminent persons who have been buried whole and entire in the usual way, a special mark of respect is sometimes paid to their memory by digging up their skulls after a year or more, painting them red and white, decorating them with feathers, and setting them up on a scaffold constructed for the purpose. 637 Disposal of the dead among the Sulca of New Britain. Somewhat similar is the disposal of the dead among the Sulca, a tribe of New Britain who inhabit a mountainous and well-watered country to the south of the Gazelle Peninsula. When a Sulca dies, his plantation is laid waste, and the young fruit trees cut down, but the ripe fruits are first distributed among the living. His pigs are slaughtered and their flesh in like manner distributed, and his weapons are broken. If the deceased was a rich man, his wife or wives will sometimes be killed. The corpse is usually buried next morning. A hole is dug in the house and the body deposited in it in a sitting posture. The upper part of the corpse projects from the grave and is covered with a tower-like structure of basketwork, which is stuffed with banana leaves. Great care is taken to preserve the body from touching the earth. Stones are laid round about the structure and a fire kindled. Relations come and sleep for a time beside the corpse, men and women separately. Some while afterwards the soul of the deceased is driven away. The time for carrying out the expulsion is settled by the people in whispers, lest the ghost should overhear them and prepare for a stout resistance. The evening before the ceremony takes place, many coconut leaves are collected. Next morning, as soon as a certain bird, Philemon cocorelli, is heard to sing, the people rise from their beds and set up a great cry. Then they beat the walls, shake the posts, set fire to dry coconut leaves, and finally rush out into the paths. At that moment, so the people think, the soul of the dead quits the hut. When the flesh of the corpse is quite decayed, the bones are taken from the grave, sewed in leaves, and hung up. Soon afterwards a funeral feast is held, at which men and women dance. For some time after a burial taro is planted beside the house of death and enclosed with a fence. The Sulca think that the ghost comes and gathers the souls of the taro. The ripe fruit is allowed to rot. Falling stars are supposed to be the souls of the dead which have been hurled up aloft and are now descending to bathe in the sea. The trail of light behind them is thought to be a tail of coconut leaves which other souls have fastened to them and set on fire. In like manner, the phosphorescent glow on the sea comes from souls disporting themselves in the water. Persons who at their death left few relations, or did evil in their life, or were murdered outside of the village, are not buried in the house. Their corpses are deposited on rocks or on scaffolds in the forest, or are interred on the spot where they met their death. The reason for this treatment of their corpses is not mentioned, but we may conjecture that their ghosts are regarded with contempt, dislike, or fear, and that the survivors seek to give them a wide berth by keeping their bodies at a distance from the village. The corpses of those who died suddenly are not buried but wrapped up in leaves and laid on a scaffold in the house, which is then shut up and deserted. This manner of disposing of them seems also to indicate a dread or distrust of their ghosts. 638 Disposal of the dead among the Monas of the Admiralty Islands. Prayers offered to the skull of a dead chief. Among the Monas of the Admiralty Islands, the dead are kept in the houses unburied until the flesh is completely decayed and nothing remains but the bones. Old women then wash the skeleton carefully in sea water, after which it is disjointed and divided. The backbone, together with the bones of the legs and upper arms, is deposited in one basket and put away somewhere. The skull, together with the ribs and the bones of the lower arms, is deposited in another basket, which is sunk for a time in the sea. When the bones are completely cleaned and bleached in the water, they are laid with sweet-smelling herbs in a wooden vessel and placed in the house which the dead man inhabited during his life. But the teeth have been previously extracted from the skull and converted into a necklace for herself by the sister of the deceased. After a time, the ribs are distributed by the son among the relatives. The principal widow gets 2, other near kinsfolk get 1 apiece, and they wear these relics under their armbands. The distribution of the ribs is the occasion of a great festival, and it is followed some time afterwards by a still greater feast, for which extensive preparations are made long beforehand. All who intend to be present at the ceremony send vessels of coconut oil in advance, and if the deceased was a great chief, the number of the oil vessels and of the guests may amount to 2,000. Meantime, the giver of the feast causes a scaffold to be erected for the reception of the skull, and the whole art of the woodcarver is exhausted in decorating the scaffold with figures of turtles, birds, and so forth, while a wooden dog acts as sentinel at either end. When the multitude has assembled, and the orchestra of drums, collected from the whole neighborhood, has sent forth a far-sounding crash of music, the giver of the feast steps forward and pronounces a florid eulogium on the deceased, a warm panegyric on the guests who have honored him by their presence, and a fluent invective against his absent foes. Nor does he forget to throw in some delicate allusions to his own noble generosity in providing the assembled visitors with this magnificent entertainment. For this great effort of eloquence the orator has been primed in the morning by the sorcerer. The process of priming consists in kneeling on the orator's shoulders and tugging at the hair of his head with might and main, which is clearly calculated to promote the flow of his rhetoric. If none of the hair comes out in the sorcerer's hands, a masterpiece of oratory is confidently looked forward to in the afternoon. When the speech, for which such painful preparations have been made, is at last over, the drums again strike up. No sooner have their booming notes died away over land and sea, than the sorcerer steps up to the scaffold, takes from it the bleached skull, and holds it in both his hands. Then the giver of the feast goes up to him, dips a bunch of dracaena leaves in a vessel of oil, and smites the skull with it, saying, "Thou art my father." At that the drums again beat loudly. Then he strikes the skull a second time with the leaves, saying, "Take the food that has been made ready in thine honor." And again there is a crash of drums. After that he smites the skull yet again and prays, saying, "Guard me. Guard my people. Guard my children." And every prayer of the litany is followed by the solemn roll of the drums. When these impressive invocations to the spirit of the dead chief are over, the feasting begins. The skull is thenceforth carefully preserved. 639 Disposal of the dead in the Caniot Islands. Preservation of the skull. In the Caniot Islands, a small group to the northwest of the Admiralty Islands, the dead are either sunk in the sea or buried in shallow graves, face downward, near the house. All the movable property of the deceased is piled on the grave, left there for 3 weeks, and then burnt. Afterwards the skull is dug up, placed in a basket, and having been decorated with leaves and feathers is hung up in the house. Thus adorned it not only serves to keep the dead in memory, but is also employed in many conjurations to defeat the nefarious designs of other ghosts, who are believed to work most of the ills that afflict humanity. 640 Apparently these islanders employ a ghost to protect them against ghosts on the principle of setting a thief to catch a thief. Death attributed to witchcraft. Amongst the natives of the Bismarck archipelago few persons, if any, are believed to die from natural causes alone. If they are not killed in war they are commonly supposed to perish by witchcraft or sorcery, even when the cause of death might seem to the uninstructed European to be sufficiently obvious in such things as exposure to heavy rain, the carrying of too heavy a burden, or remaining too long a time under water. So when a man has died, his friends are anxious to discover who has bewitched him to death. In this inquiry the ghost is expected to lend his assistance. Thus on the night after the deceased the friends will assemble outside the house, and a sorcerer will address the ghost and request him to name the author of his death. If the ghost, as sometimes happens, makes no reply, the sorcerer will jog his memory by calling out the name of some suspected person, and should the ghost still be silent, the wizard will name another and another, till at the mention of one name a tapping sound is heard like the drumming of fingers on a board or on a mat. The sound may proceed from the house or from a pearl shell which the sorcerer holds in his hand, but come from where it may, it is taken as a certain proof that the man who has just been named did the deed, and he is dealt with accordingly. Many a poor wretch in New Britain has been killed and eaten on no other evidence than that of the fatal tapping. 641 Burial customs in the Duke of York Island. Preservation of the skull. When a man of mark is buried in the Duke of York Island, the masters of sorcery take leaves, spit on them, and throw them, with a number of poisonous things, into the grave, uttering at the same time loud imprecations on the wicked enchanter who has killed their friend. Then they go and bathe, and returning they fall to cursing again, and if the miscreant survived the first imprecations, it is regarded as perfectly certain that he will fall a victim to the second. Sometimes, when the deceased was a chief distinguished for bravery and wisdom, his corpse would be exposed on a high platform in front of his house and left there to rot, while his relatives sat around and inhaled the stench, conceiving that with it they absorbed the courage and skill of the departed worthy. Some of them would even anoint their bodies with the drippings from the putrefying corpse for the same purpose. The women also made fires that the ghost might warm himself at them. When the head became detached from the trunk, it was carefully preserved by the next of kin, while the other remains were buried in a shallow grave in the house. All the female relatives blackened their dusky faces for a long time, after which the skull was put on a platform, a great feast was held, and dances were performed for many nights in its honor. Then at last the spirit of the dead man, which till that time was supposed to be lingering about his old abode, took his departure, and his friends troubled themselves about him no more. 642 Prayers to the Spirits of the Dead. The souls of the dead are always regarded by these people as beings whose help can be invoked on special occasions, such as fighting or fishing or any other matter of importance, and since the spirits whom they invoke are always those of their own kindred, they are presumed to be friendly to the petitioners. The objects for which formal prayers are addressed to the souls of ancestors appear to be always temporal benefits, such as victory over enemies and plenty of food. Prayers for the promotion of moral virtue are seemingly unknown. For example, if a woman labored hard in childbirth, she was thought to be bewitched, and prayers would be offered to the spirits of dead ancestors to counteract the spell. Again, young men are instructed by their elders in the useful art of cursing the enemies of the tribe, and among a rich variety of imprecations an old man will invoke the spirit of his brother, father, or uncle, or all of them, to put their fingers into the ears of the enemy that he may not hear, to cover his eyes that he may not see, and to stop his mouth that he may not cry for help, but may fall an easy prey to the curser and his friends. 643 More amiable and not less effectual are the prayers offered to the spirits of the dead over a sick man. At the mention of each name in the prayer, the supplicants make a chirping or hissing sound, and rub lime over the patient. Before administering medicine, they pray over it to the spirits of the dead, then the patient gulps it down, thus absorbing the virtue of the medicine and of the prayer in one. In New Britain, they reinforce the prayers to the dead in time of need by wearing the jawbone of the deceased, and in the Duke of York Island, people often wear a tooth or some hair of a departed relative, not merely as a mark of respect, but as a magical means of obtaining supernatural help. 644 North Melanesian Views as to the Land of the Dead. Sooner or later, the souls of all the North Melanesian dead take their departure for the spirit land. But the information which has reached the living as to that far country is at once vague and inconsistent. They call it Mat Ananian, but whereabout it lies they cannot for the most part precisely tell. All they know for certain is that it is far away, and that there is always some particular spot in the neighborhood from which the souls take their departure. For example, the Duke of York ghosts invariably start from the little island of Niruan, near Myoko. Some people find it very dismal, and others very beautiful. Those who were rich here will be rich there, and those who were poor on earth will be poor in Hades. As to any moral retribution which may overtake evildoers in the life to come, their ideas are very vague, only they are sure that the ghosts of the niggardly will be punished by being dumped very hard against the buttress roots of chestnut trees. They say, too, that all breaches of etiquette or of the ordinary customs of the country will meet with certain appropriate punishments in the spirit land. When the soul has thus done penance, it takes possession of the body of some animal, for instance, the flying fox. Hence a native is much alarmed if he should be sitting under a tree from which a flying fox has been frightened away. Should anything drop from the bat or from the tree on which it was hanging, he would look on it as an omen of good or ill according to the nature of the thing which fell on or near him. If it were useless or dirty, he would certainly apprehend some serious misfortune. Sometimes when a man dies and his soul arrives in the spirit land, his friends do not want him there and drive him back to earth, so he comes to life again. That is the explanation which the natives give of what we call the recovery of consciousness after a faint or swoon. 645 The Land of the Dead. State of the dead in the other world supposed to depend on the amount of money they left in this one. Some of the natives of the Gazelle Peninsula in New Britain imagine that the home of departed spirits is in Nikaniai, the part of the coast to which they sail to get their shell money. Others suppose that it is in the islands off Cape Takes. So when they are sailing past these islands, they dip the paddles softly in the water, and observe a death-like stillness, cowering down in the canoes, lest the ghosts should spy them and do them a mischief. At the entrance to these happy isles is posted a stern watchman to see that no improper person sneaks into them. To every ghost that arrives he puts 3 questions: Who are you? Where do you come from? How much shell money did you leave behind you? On his answers to these 3 questions hangs the fate of the ghost. If he left much money, he is free to enter the realm of bliss, or he will pass the time with other happy souls smoking and eating and enjoying other sensual delights. But if he left little or no money, he is banished the earthly paradise and sent home to roam like a wild beast in the forest, battening on leaves and filth. Of all the branches of the Melanesian stock, the Fijians at the date of their discovery by Europeans appear to have made the greatest advance in culture, material, social, and political. The Fijian, says one who knew him long and intimately, takes no mean place among savages in the social scale. Long before the white man visited his shores, he had made very considerable progress towards civilization. His intersexual code had advanced to the patriarchal stage. He was a skillful and diligent husbandman, who carried out extensive and laborious agricultural operations. He built good houses, whose interior he ornamented with no little taste, carved his weapons in graceful and intricate forms, manufactured excellent pottery, beat out from the inner bark of a tree a serviceable papyrus cloth, upon which he printed, from blocks either carved or ingeniously pieced together, elegant and elaborate patterns in fast colors, and, with tools no better than a stone hatchet, a pointed shell, and a firestick, he constructed large canoes capable of carrying more than 100 warriors across the open sea. 647 Political superiority of the Fijians over the other Melanesians. Politically, the Fijians shewed their superiority to all the other Melanesians in the advance they had made towards a regular and organized government. While among the other branches of the same race government can hardly be said to exist, the power of chiefs being both slender and precarious, in Fiji the highest chiefs exercised despotic sway and received from Europeans the title of kings. The people had no voice in the state, the will of the king was generally law, and his person was sacred. Whatever he touched or wore became thereby holy and had to be made over to him. Nobody else could afterwards touch it without danger of being struck dead on the spot as if by an electric shock. One king took advantage of this superstition by dressing up an English sailor in his royal robes and sending him about to throw his sweeping train over any article of food, whether dead or alive, which he might chance to come near. The things so touched were at once conveyed to the king without a word of explanation being required or a single remonstrance uttered. Some of the kings laid claim to a divine origin and on the strength of the claim exacted and received from their subjects the respect due to deities. In these exorbitant pretensions they were greatly strengthened by the institution of taboo, which lent the sanction of religion to every exertion of arbitrary power. 648 Corresponding with the growth of monarchy was the well-marked gradation of social ranks which prevailed in the various tribes from the king downwards through chiefs, warriors, and landholders, to slaves. The resulting political constitution has been compared to the old feudal system of Europe. 649 Means of subsistence of the Fijians. Ferocity and depravity of the Fijians. Like the other peoples of the Melanesian stock, the Fijians subsist chiefly by agriculture, raising many sorts of esculent fruits and roots, particularly yams, taro, plantains, breadfruit, sweet potatoes, bananas, coconuts, ivy nuts, and sugarcane, but the chief proportion of their food is derived from yams, Dioscorea, of which they cultivate 5 or 6 varieties. 650 It has been observed that the increase of cultivated plants is regular on receding from the Hawaiian group up to Fiji, where roots and fruits are found that are unknown on the more eastern islands. 651 Yet the Fijians in their native state, like all other Melanesian and Polynesian peoples, were entirely ignorant of the cereals, and in the opinion of a competent observer the consequent defect in their diet has contributed to the serious defects in their national character. The cereals, he tells us, are the staple food of all races that have left their mark in history, and on the other hand the apathy and indolence of the Fijians arise from their climate, their diet and their communal institutions. The climate is too kind to stimulate them to exertion, their food imparts no staying power. The soil gives the means of existence for every man without effort, and the communal institutions destroy the instinct of accumulation. 652 Nor are apathy and indolence the only or the worst features in the character of these comparatively advanced savages. Their ferocity, cruelty, and moral depravity are depicted in dark colors by those who had the best opportunity of knowing them in the old days before their savagery was mitigated by contact with a milder religious faith and a higher civilization. In contemplating the character of this extraordinary portion of mankind, says one observer, the mind is struck with wonder and awe at the mixture of a complicated and carefully conducted political system, highly finished manners, and ceremonious politeness, with a ferocity and practice of savage vices which is probably unparalleled in any other part of the world. 653 One of the first civilized men to gain an intimate acquaintance with the Fijians draws a melancholy contrast between the baseness and vileness of the people and the loveliness of the land in which they live. 654 Scenery of the Fijian Islands. For the Fijian Islands are exceedingly beautiful. They are of volcanic origin, mostly high and mountainous, but intersected by picturesque valleys, clothed with woods, and festooned with the most luxuriant tropical vegetation. Among their attractions, we are told, are high mountains, abrupt precipices, conical hills, fantastic turrets, and crags of rock frowning down like olden battlements, vast domes, peaks shattered into strange forms, native towns on airy cliffs, apparently inaccessible, and deep ravines, down which some mountain stream, after long murmuring in its stony bed, falls headlong, glittering as a silver line on a block of jet, or spreading like a sheet of glass over bare rocks which refuse it a channel. Here also are found the softer features of rich valleys, coconut groves, clumps of dark chestnuts, stately palms and breadfruit, patches of graceful bananas or well-tilled taro beds, mingling in unchecked luxuriance, and forming, with the wild reef scenery of the girdling shore, its beating surf, and far-stretching ocean beyond, pictures of surpassing beauty. 655 Each island is encircled by a reef of white coral, on which the sea breaks, with a thunderous roar, in curling sheets of foam. While inside the reef stretches the lagoon, a calm lake of blue crystalline water revealing in its translucent depths beautiful gardens of seaweed and coral which fill the beholder with delighted wonder. Great and sudden is the contrast experienced by the mariner when he passes in a moment from the tossing, heaving, roaring billows without into the unbroken calm of the quiet haven within the barrier reef. 656 Fijian Doctrine of Souls. Like most savages, the Fijians believe that man is animated by a soul which quits his body temporarily in sleep and permanently at death, to survive for a longer or a shorter time in a disembodied state thereafter. Indeed, they attributed souls to animals, vegetables, stones, tools, houses, canoes, and many other things, allowing that all of them may become immortal. 657 On this point I will quote the evidence of one of the earliest and best authorities on the customs and beliefs of the South Sea Islanders. There seems, says William Mariner, to be a wide difference between the opinions of the natives in the different clusters of the South Sea Islands respecting the future existence of the soul. Whilst the Tonga doctrine limits immortality to chiefs, matables, and at most, to muas, the Fiji doctrine, with abundant liberality, extends it to all mankind, to all brute animals, to all vegetables, and even to stones and mineral substances. If an animal or a plant die, its soul immediately goes to Bolatu. If a stone or any other substance is broken, immortality is equally its reward. Nay, artificial bodies have equal good luck with man, and hogs, and yams. If an axe or a chisel is worn out or broken up, away flies its soul for the service of the gods. If a house is taken down, or any way destroyed, its immortal part will find a situation on the plains of Bolatu, and, to confirm this doctrine, the Fiji people can show you a sort of natural well, or deep hole in the ground, at one of their islands, across the bottom of which runs a stream of water, in which you may clearly perceive the souls of men and women, beasts and plants, of stocks and stones, canoes and houses, and of all the broken utensils of this frail world, swimming or rather tumbling along one over the other pell-mell into the regions of immortality. Such is the Fiji philosophy, but the Tonga people deny it, unwilling to think that the residence of the gods should be encumbered with so much useless rubbish. The natives of Otaheite entertain similar notions respecting these things, viz. that brutes, plants, and stones exist hereafter, but it is not mentioned that they extend the idea to objects of human invention. 658 Reported Fijian Doctrine of Two Human Souls, a Light One and a Dark One. According to one account, the Fijians imagine that every man has two souls, a dark soul, consisting of his shadow, and a light soul, consisting of his reflection in water or a looking-glass. The dark soul departs at death to Hades, while the light soul stays near the place where he died or was killed. Probably, says Thomas Williams, this doctrine of shadows has to do with the notion of inanimate objects having spirits. I once placed a good-looking native suddenly before a mirror. He stood delighted. Now, said he, softly, I can see into the world of spirits. 659 However, according to another good authority, this distinction of two human souls rests merely on a misapprehension of the Fijian word for shadow, yalo yalo, which is a reduplication of yalo, the word for soul. 660 Apparently the Fijians pictured to themselves the human soul as a miniature of the man himself. This may be inferred from the customs observed at the death of a chief among the Nakilo tribe. When a chief dies, certain men who are the hereditary undertakers call him, as he lies, oiled and ornamented, on fine mats, saying, Rise, sir, the chief, and let us be going. The day has come over the land. Then they conduct him to the riverside, where the ghostly ferryman comes to ferry Nakilo ghosts across the stream. As they attend the chief on his last journey, they hold their great fans close to the ground to shelter him, because, as one of them explained to a missionary, his soul is only a little child. 661 Absence of the soul in sleep. Catching the soul of a rascal in a scarf. The souls of some men were supposed to quit their bodies in sleep and enter into the bodies of other sleepers, troubling and disturbing them. A soul that had contracted this bad habit was called a yalambula. When anyone fainted or died, his vagrant spirit might, so the Fijians thought, be induced to come back by calling after it. Sometimes, on awaking from a nap, a stout man might be seen lying at full length and bawling out lustily for the return of his own soul. 662 In the Windward Islands of Fiji there used to be an ordeal called yalavaki, which was much dreaded by evildoers. When the evidence was strong against suspected criminals, and they stubbornly refused to confess, the chief, who was also the judge, would call for a scarf, with which to catch away the soul of the rogue. A threat of the rack could not have been more effectual. The culprit generally confessed at the sight and even the mention of the light instrument, but if he did not, the scarf would be waved over his head until his soul was caught in it like a moth or a fly, after which it would be carefully folded up and nailed to the small end of a chief's canoe, and for want of his soul the suspected person would pine and die. 663 Fijian Dread of Sorcery and Witchcraft. Further, the Fijians, like many other savages, stood in great terror of witchcraft, believing that the sorcerer had it in his power to kill them by the practice of his nefarious art. Of all their superstitions, says Thomas Williams, this exerts the strongest influence on the minds of the people. Men who laugh at the pretensions of the priest tremble at the power of the wizard, and those who become Christians lose this fear last of all the relics of their heathenism. 664 Indeed, native agents of the mission who, in the discharge of their duty, have boldly faced death by open violence, have been driven from their posts by their dread of the sorcerer. And my own observation confirms the statement of more than one observer that savages not unfrequently die of fear when they think themselves bewitched. 665 Professed practitioners of witchcraft were dreaded by all classes, and by destroying mutual confidence they annulled the comfort and shook the security of society. Almost all sudden deaths were set down to their machinations. A common mode of effecting their object was to obtain a shred of the clothing of the man they intended to bewitch, some refuse of his food, a lock of his hair, or some other personal relic. Having got it, they wrapped it up in certain leaves, and then cooked or buried it or hung it up in the forest, whereupon the victim was supposed to die of a wasting disease. Another way was to bury a coconut, with the eye upward, beneath the hearth of the temple, on which a fire was kept constantly burning, and as the life of the nut was destroyed, so the health of the person whom the nut represented would fail till death put an end to his sufferings. The native imagination, we are told, is so absolutely under the control of fear of these charms, that persons, hearing that they were the object of such spells, have lain down on their mats, and died through fear. 666 To guard against the fell craft of the magician the people resorted to many precautions. A man who suspected another of plotting against him would be careful not to eat in his presence, or at all events to leave no morsel of food behind, lest the other should secrete it and bewitch him by it, and for the same reason people disposed of their garments so that no part could be removed, and when they had their hair cut they generally hid the clippings in the thatch of their own houses. Some even built themselves a small hut and surrounded it with a moat, believing that a little water had power to neutralize the charms directed against them. 667 The fear of sorcery has had the beneficial effect of enforcing habits of personal cleanliness. In the face of such instances as these, says one who knows the Fijians well, it demands some courage to assert that upon the whole the belief in witchcraft was formerly a positive advantage to the community. It filled, in fact, the place of a system of sanitation. The wizard's tools consisting in those waste matters that are inimical to health, every man was his own scavenger. From birth to old age a man was governed by this one fear. He went into the sea, the graveyard, or the depths of the forest to satisfy his natural wants. He burned his cast-off mallow, he gave every fragment left over from his food to the pigs, he concealed even the clippings of his hair in the thatch of his house. This ever-present fear even drove women in the western districts out into the forest for the birth of their children, where fire destroyed every trace of their lying in. Until Christianity broke it down, the villages were kept clean, there were no festering rubbish heaps nor filthy raras. 668 Fijian dread of ghosts. Uproar made to drive away ghosts. Of apparitions the Fijians used to be very much afraid. They believed that the ghosts of the dead appeared often and afflicted mankind, especially in sleep. The spirits of slain men, unchaste women, and women who died in childbed were most dreaded. After a death, people have been known to hide themselves for a few days, until they supposed the soul of the departed was at rest. Also, they shunned the places where people had been murdered, particularly when it rained, because then the moans of the ghost could be heard as he sat up, trying to relieve his pain by resting his poor aching head on the palms of his hands. Some, however, said that the moans were caused by the soul of the murderer knocking down the soul of his victim, whenever the wretched spirit attempted to get up. 669 When Fijians passed a spot in the forest where a man had been clubbed to death, they would sometimes throw leaves on it as a mark of homage to his spirit, believing that they would soon be killed themselves if they failed in thus paying their respects to the ghost. 670 And after they had buried a man alive, as they very often did, these savages used at nightfall to make a great din with large bamboos, trumpet shells, and so forth, in order to drive away his spirit and deter him from loitering about his old home. The uproar is always held in the late habitation of the deceased, the reason being that as no one knows for a certainty what reception he will receive in the invisible world, if it is not according to his expectations he will most likely repent of his bargain and wish to come back. For that reason they make a great noise to frighten him away, and dismantle his former habitation of everything that is attractive, and clothe it with everything that to their ideas seems repulsive. 671 Killing a ghost. However, stronger measures were sometimes resorted to. It was believed to be possible to kill a troublesome ghost. Once it happened that many chiefs feasted in the house of Tanoa, king of Ambao. In the course of the evening one of them related how he had slain a neighboring chief. That very night, having occasion to leave the house, he saw, as he believed, the ghost of his victim, hurled his club at him, and killed him stone dead. On his return to the house he roused the king and the rest of the inmates from their slumbers, and recounted his exploit. The matter was deemed of high importance, and they all sat on it in solemn conclave. Next morning a search was made for the club on the scene of the murder. It was found and carried with great pomp and parade to the nearest temple, where it was laid up for a perpetual memorial. Everybody was firmly persuaded that by this swashing blow the ghost had been not only killed but annihilated. 672 Dazing the ghost of a grandfather. A more humane method of dealing with an importunate ghost used to be adopted in Vanuatu, the largest but one of the Fijian islands. In that island, as a consequence, it is said, of reckoning kinship through the mother, a child was considered to be more closely related to his grandfather than to his father. Hence, when a grandfather died, his ghost naturally desired to carry off the soul of his grandchild with him to the spirit land. The wish was creditable to the warmth of his domestic affection, but if the survivors preferred to keep the child with them a little longer in this vale of tears, they took steps to baffle grandfather's ghost. For this purpose, when the old man's body was stretched on the bier and raised on the shoulders of half a dozen stout young fellows, the mother's brother would take the grandchild in his arms and begin running round and round the corpse. Round and round he ran, and grandfather's ghost looked after him, craning his neck from side to side and twisting it round and round in the vain attempt to follow the rapid movements of the runner. When the ghost was supposed to be quite giddy with this unwonted exercise, the mother's brother made a sudden dart away with the child in his arms. The bearers fairly bolted with the corpse to the grave, and before he could collect his scattered wits, grandfather was safely landed in his long home. 673 Special relation of grandfather to grandchild. Soul of a grandfather reborn in his grandchildren. Mr. Fison, who reports this quaint mode of bilking a ghost, explains the special attachment of the grandfather to his grandchild by the rule of female descent which survives in Vanuatu, and it is true that where exogamy prevails along with female descent, a child regularly belongs to the exogamous class of its grandfather and not of its father, and hence may be regarded as more closely akin to the grandfather than to the father. But on the other hand, it is to be observed that exogamy at present is unknown in Fiji, and at most its former prevalence in the islands can only be indirectly inferred from relics of totemism and from the existence of the classificatory system of relationship. 674 Perhaps the real reason why in Vanuatu a dead grandfather is so anxious to carry off the soul of his living grandchild lies nearer to hand in the apparently widespread belief that the soul of the grandfather is actually reborn in his grandchild. For example, in Nukahiva, one of the Marquesas Islands, everyone is persuaded that the soul of a grandfather is transmitted by nature into the body of his grandchildren, and that, if an unfruitful wife were to place herself under the corpse of her deceased grandfather, she would be sure to become pregnant. 675 Again, the Kayans of Borneo believe in the reincarnation of the soul, although this belief is not clearly harmonized with the belief in the life in another world. It is generally believed that the soul of a grandfather may pass into one of his grandchildren, and an old man will try to secure the passage of his soul to a favorite grandchild by holding it above his head from time to time. The grandfather usually gives up his name to his eldest grandson, and reassumes the original name of his childhood with the prefix or title Laki, and the custom seems to be connected with this belief or hope. 676 A dead grandfather may reasonably reclaim his own soul from his grandchild. Now, where such a belief is held, it seems reasonable enough that a dead grandfather should reclaim his own soul for his personal use before he sets out for the spirit land, else how could he expect to be admitted to that blissful abode if on arriving at the portal he were obliged to explain to the porter that he had no soul about him, having left that indispensable article behind in the person of his grandchild? Then you had better go back and fetch it. There is no admission at this gate for people without souls. Such might very well be the porter's retort, and foreseeing it, any man of ordinary prudence would take the precaution of recovering his lost spiritual property before presenting himself to the warden of the dead. This theory would sufficiently account for the otherwise singular behavior of grandfather's ghost in Vanuatu. At the same time, it must be admitted that the theory of the reincarnation of a grandfather and a grandson would be suggested more readily in a society where the custom of exogamy was combined with female descent than in one where the same custom coexisted with male descent, since, given exogamy and female descent, grandfather and grandson regularly belong to the same exogamous class, whereas father and son never do so. 677 Thus Mr. Fison may after all be right in referring the partiality of a Fijian grandfather for his grandson in the last resort to a system of exogamy and female kinship. Footnote 627, return, G. Brown, D.D., Melanesians and Polynesians, London, 1910, pages 23 square, 125, 320 SQQ. Footnote 628, return, G. Brown, opposite pages 294 SQQ, P. A. Kleintitchen, Die Kussenbewohner der Gazelle Halbensel, Hiltrup Bay Munster, N.D., pages 90 SQQ. The shell money is called tambu in New Britain, Dewara in the Duke of York Island, and Eringet in New Ireland. Footnote 629, return, Reverend G. Brown, opposite pages 307, 313, 435, 436. Footnote 630, return, Reverend G. Brown, opposite pages 270 square, compare pages 127, 200. Footnote 631, return, Reverend G. Brown, opposite pages v. 18. Footnote 632, return, G. Brown, opposite pages 141 square, 144, 145, 190 to 193. Footnote 633, return, G. Brown, opposite pages 142, 192, 385, 386 square. Footnote 634, return, G. Brown, opposite page 390. The custom of cremating the dead in New Ireland is described more fully by Mr. R. Parkinson, who says that the life-sized figures which are burned with the corpse represent the deceased, Dreisig Jarin der Sudsey, pages 273 SQQ. In the central part of New Ireland the dead are buried in the earth, afterwards the bones are dug up and thrown into the sea. See Albert Hall, Das Mittlere Neumecklenburg, Globus, Sci. 1907, page 314. Footnote 635, return, R. Parkinson, Dreisig Jarin der Sudsey, Stuttgart, 1907, page 78, P. A. Kleintitchen, Die Kussenbewohner der Gazelle Halbensel, Hiltrup Bay Munster, N.D., page 222. Footnote 636, return, Manager Kupp, N. Nouvelle Pomeranie, Les Missions Catholiques, 23. 1891, pages 364 square, J. Graphfile, Studien und Beobachtungen aus der Sudsey, Brunswick, 1899, p. 79, footnote 637, return, R. Parkinson, opposite page 81. Footnote 638, return, P. Rascher, MSc, Die Sulka, EIN Beitrag zur Ethnographic Neupommern, Archiv für Anthropology, 29. 1904, pages 214 square, 216, R. Parkinson, Dreisig Jarin der Sudsey, pages 185 to 187. Footnote 639, return, R. Parkinson, Dreisig Jarin der Sudsey, pages 404 to 406. Footnote 640, return, R. Parkinson, opposite pages 441 square. Footnote 641, return, G. Brown, opposite pages 176, 183, 385 square. As to the widespread belief in New Britain that what we call natural deaths are brought about by sorcery, see further P. Rasher, M.Sc. Die Sulka, EIN Beitrag zur Ethnographic New Pommern, Archive for Ethnography, 29. 1904, pages 221 square, R. Parkinson, 30 Jahr in der Sudsee, pages 117 square 199 to 201, P. at Kleintitchen, Die Kussenbewohner der Gazelle Halbinsel, Hiltrup bei Munster, N.D., page 215. Footnote 642, return, G. Brown, opposite pages 387 to 390. Footnote 643, return, G. Brown, opposite pages 35, 89, 196, 201. Footnote 644, return, G. Brown, opposite pages 177, 183, 184. Footnote 645, return, G. Brown, opposite pages 192 to 195. Footnote 646, return, P. J. Kleintitchen, Die Kussenbewohner der Gazelle Halbinsel, pp. 225 square Comparer, Parkinson, 30 Jahr in der Sudsee, page 79. Footnote 647, return, Lorimer Fyson, Tales from Old Fiji, London, 1904, page 14. Footnote 648, return, Thomas Williams, Fiji and the Fijians, 2nd edition, London, 1860, I 22-26. Footnote 649, return, Charles Wilkes, Narrative of the United States Exploring Expedition, New Edition, New York, 1851, 3. 77, T. H. Williams, opposite I. 18. Footnote 650, return, Charles Wilkes, Narrative of the United States Exploring Expedition, New Edition, New York, 1851, 3. 332 SQQ. Thomas Williams Fiji and the Fijians, 2nd edition, London, 1860, I. 60 SQQ. Berthold Seaman, V.D., Cambridge, 1862, pages 279 SQQ. Basil Thomson, The Fijians, London, 1908, pages 335 square. Footnote 651, return, T. H. Williams, opposite I. 60 square. Footnote 652, return, Basil Thomson, The Fijians, pages 338, 389 square. The Fijians are in the main vegetarians, but the vegetables which they cultivate contain a large proportion of starch and water, and are deficient in proteids. Moreover, the supply of the principal staples is irregular, being greatly affected by variable seasons, and the attacks of insects and vermin. Very few of them will bear keeping, and almost all of them must be eaten when ripe. As the food is of low nutritive value, a native always eats to repletion. In times of plenty, a full-grown man will eat as much as 10 pounds weight of vegetables in the day. He will seldom be satisfied with less than 5. A great quantity, therefore, is required to feed a very few people, and as everything is transported by hand, a disproportionate amount of time is spent in transporting food from the plantation to the consumer. The time spent in growing native food is also out of all proportion to its value. Basil Thomson, opposite pages 334 square. The same writer tells us, page 335, that it has never occurred to the Fijians to dry any of the fruits they grow and to grind them into flour, as is done in Africa. Footnote 653, return, Captain J. E. Erskine, Journal of a Cruise Among the Islands of the Western Pacific, London, 1853, pages 272 square. Footnote 654, return, C. H. Wilkes, opposite 3. 46, 363. As to the cruelty and depravity of the Fijians in the old days, see further Lorimer Fyson, Tales from Old Fiji, London, 1904, pages 15. SQQ. Footnote 655, return, T. H. Williams, Fiji and the Fijians, I. 6 square. As to the scenery of the Fijian archipelago, see further ID. I. 4 SQQ. C. H. Wilkes, Op. Cit. 3. 46, 322, Stanford's Compendium of Geography and Travel, Australasia, Volume 2. Malaysia and the Pacific Archipelago, edited by F. H. H. Gillamud, London, 1894, pages 467 SQQ. Miss Beatrice Grimshaw, From Fiji to the Cannibal Islands, London, 1907, pages 43 square, 54 square, 76 to 78, 106, 109 square. Footnote 656, return, T. H. Williams, Fiji and the Fijians, I. 5 square, 11, C. H. Wilkes, opposite 3. 46 square. However, there is a remarkable difference not only in climate but in appearance between the windward and the leeward sides of these islands. The windward side, watered by abundant showers, is covered with luxuriant tropical vegetation. The leeward side, receiving little rain, presents a comparatively barren and burnt appearance, the vegetation dying down to the gray hues of the boulders among which it struggles for life. Hence the dry leeward side is better adapted for European settlement. See C. H. Wilkes, Op. Cit. 3. 320 square, T. H. Williams, Op. Cit. I. 10. B. Seaman, Vidi, An Account of a Government Mission to the Vishan or Fijian Islands in the years 1860 to 1861, Cambridge, 1862, pages 277 square, footnote 657, return, T. H. Williams, Op. Cit. I. 241, J. E. Erskine, Op. Cit. page 249, B. Seaman, Vidi, Cambridge, 1862, page 398. Footnote 658, return, William Mariner, An Account of the Natives of the Tonga Islands, 2nd edition, London, 1818, 2. 129 square. The Matabuls were a sort of honorable attendants on chiefs and ranked next to them in the social hierarchy. The Muas were the next class of people below the Matabuls. C. W. Mariner, Op. Cit. 2. 84, 86. Bolatu or Bulu was the mythical land of the dead. Footnote 659, return, T. H. Williams, Fiji and the Fijians, I. 241. Footnote 660, return, this is the opinion of my late friend, the Reverend Lorimer Fison, which he communicated to me in a letter dated August 26, 1898. Footnote 661, return, communication of the late Reverend Lorimer Fison in a letter to me dated November 3, 1898. I have already published it in Taboo and the Perils of the Soul, pages 29 square, footnote 662, return, T. H. Williams, Op. Cit. I. 242, Lorimer Fison, Tales from Old Fiji, pages 163 square, Taboo and the Perils of the Soul, pages 39 square, footnote 663, return, T. H. Williams, Op. Cit. I. 250. Footnote 664, return, T. H. Williams, Op. Cit. I. 248. Footnote 665, return, Lorimer Fison, Op. Cit. page 32. Footnote 666, return, T. H. Williams, Op. Cit. I. 248 square, Lorimer Fison, Op. Cit. pages 31. Square. Footnote 667, return, T. H. Williams, Op. Cit. I. 249. Footnote 668, return, Basil Thomson, The Fijians, London, 1908, page 166. Arara is a public square, Reverend Lorimer Fison, in Journal of the Anthropological Institute, 14. 1885, page 17. Footnote 669, return, T. H. Williams, Op. Cit. I. 241. Footnote 670, return, C. H. Wilkes, Op. Cit. 3. 50. Footnote 671, return, Narrative of John Jackson, in Captain J. E. Erskine's Journal of a Cruise Among the Islands of the Western Pacific, London, 1853, page 477. Footnote 672, return, C. H. Wilkes, Op. Cit. 3. 85. Footnote 673, return, Lorimer Fison, Op. Cit. pages 168 square. Footnote 674, return, W. H. R. Rivers, Totemism in Fiji, Man, 8. 1908, pages 133 SQQ. Totemism and Exogamy, 2. 134 SQQ. Footnote 675, return, Ulizinski, A Voyage Round the World, London, 1814, page 89. Footnote 676, return, C. H. Hose and W. McDougall, The Pagan Tribes of Borneo, London, 1912, 2. 47, footnote 677, return, compare totemism and exogamy, 3. 297 to 299. Lecture 19, The Belief in Immortality Among the Natives of Eastern Melanesia, Fiji, continued, Fijian Indifference to Death. At the close of last lecture I illustrated the unquestioning belief which the Fijians entertain with regard to the survival of the human soul after death. The native superstitions with regard to a future state, we are told, go far to explain the apparent indifference of the people about death, for, while believing in an eternal existence, they shut out from it the idea of any moral retribution in the shape either of reward or punishment. The first notion concerning death is that of simple rest, and is thus contained in one of their rhymes, Death is easy, of what use is life? To die is rest. 678 Again, another writer, speaking of the Fijians, says that, in general, the passage from life to death is considered as one from pain to happiness, and I was informed that 9 out of 10 look forward to it with anxiety, in order to escape from the infirmities of old age, or the sufferings of disease. 679 John Jackson's account of the burying alive of a young Fijian man. Son buried alive by his father. The cool indifference with which the Fijians commonly regarded their own death and that of other people might be illustrated by many examples. I will give one in the words of an English eyewitness, who lived among these savages for some time like one of themselves. At a place on the coast of Viti Levu, the largest of the Fijian islands, he says, I walked into a number of temples, which were very plentiful, and at last into a beret theravu, young man's beret, where I saw a tall young man about 20 years old. He appeared to be somewhat ailing, but not at all emaciated. He was rolling up the mat he had been sleeping upon, evidently preparing to go away somewhere. I addressed him, and asked him where he was going, when he immediately answered that he was going to be buried. I observed that he was not dead yet, but he said he soon should be dead when he was put underground. I asked him why he was going to be buried. He said it was 3 days since he had eaten anything, and consequently he was getting very thin, and that if he lived any longer he would be much thinner, and then the women would call him a lila, skeleton, and laugh at him. I said he was a fool to throw himself away for fear of being laughed at, and asked him what or who his private god was, knowing it to be no use talking to him about providence, a thing he had never heard of. He said his god was a shark, and that if he were cast away in a canoe and was obliged to swim, the sharks would not bite him. I asked him if he believed the shark, his god, had any power to act over him. He said yes. Well then, said I, why do you not live a little longer, and trust to your God to give you an appetite? Finding that he could not give me satisfactory answers, and being determined to get buried to avoid the jeers of the ladies, which to a Fijian are intolerable, he told me I knew nothing about it, and that I must not compare him to a white man, who was generally insensible to all shame, and did not care how much he was laughed at. I called him a fool, and said the best thing he could do was to get buried out of the way, because I knew that most of them worked by the rules of contrary, but it was all to no purpose. By this time all his relations had collected round the door. His father had a kind of wooden spade to dig the grave with, his mother a new suit of tapa, barkcloth, his sister some vermilion and a whale's tooth, as an introduction to the great god of rage. He arose, took up his bed and walked, not for life, but for death, his father, mother, and sister following after, with several other distant relations, whom I accompanied. I noticed that they seemed to follow him something in the same way that they follow a corpse in Europe to the grave, that is, as far as relationship and acquaintance are concerned, but, instead of lamenting, they were, if not rejoicing, acting and chatting in a very unconcerned way. At last we reached a place where several graves could be seen, and a spot was soon selected by the man who was to be buried. The old man, his father, began digging his grave, while his mother assisted her son in putting on a new tapa, barkcloth, and the girl, his sister, was besmearing him with vermilion and lampblack, so as to send him decent into the invisible world, he, the victim, delivering messages that were to be taken by his sister to people then absent. His father then announced to him and the rest that the grave was completed, and asked him, in rather a surly tone, if he was not ready by this time. The mother then nosed him, and likewise the sister. He said, before I die, I should like a drink of water. His father made a surly remark, and said, as he ran to fetch it in a leaf doubled up, you have been a considerable trouble during your life, and it appears that you are going to trouble us equally at your death. The father returned with the water, which the son drank off, and then looked up into a tree covered with tough vines, saying he should prefer being strangled with a vine to being smothered in the grave. His father became excessively angry, and, spreading the mat at the bottom of the grave, told the son to die whakatamata, like a man, when he stepped into the grave, which was not more than 4 feet deep, and lay down on his back with the whale's tooth in his hands, which were clasped across his belly. The spare sides of the mats were lapped over him so as to prevent the earth from getting to his body, and then about a foot of earth was shoveled in upon him as quickly as possible. His father stamped it immediately down solid, and called out in a loud voice, Sa taiko, say taiko, you were stopping there, meaning goodbye, goodbye. The son answered with a very audible grunt, and then about 2 feet more earth was shoveled in and stamped as before by the loving father, and Sa taiko called out again, which was answered by another grunt, but much fainter. The grave was then completely filled up, when, for curiosity's sake, I said myself, Sa taiko, but no answer was given, although I fancied, or really did see, the earth crack a little on the top of the grave. The father and mother then turned back to back on the middle of the grave, and, having dropped some kind of leaves from their hands, walked away in opposite directions towards a running stream of water hard by, where they and all the rest washed themselves, and made me wash myself, and then we returned to the town, where there was a feast prepared. As soon as the feast was over, it being then dark, began the dance and uproar which are always carried on either at natural or violent deaths. 680 The readiness of the Fijians to die seems to have been partly a consequence of their belief in immortality. The readiness with which the Fijians submitted to or even sought death appears to have been to some extent a direct consequence of their belief in immortality and of their notions as to the state of the soul hereafter. Thus we are informed by an early observer of this people that self-immolation is by no means rare, and they believe that as they leave this life, so will they remain ever after. This forms a powerful motive to escape from decrepitude, or from a crippled condition, by a voluntary death. 681 Or, as another equally early observer puts it more fully, the custom of voluntary suicide on the part of the old men, which is among their most extraordinary usages, is also connected with their superstitions respecting a future life. They believe that persons enter upon the delights of their Elysium with the same faculties, mental and physical, that they possess at the hour of death, in short, that the spiritual life commences where the corporeal existence terminates. With these views, it is natural that they should desire to pass through this change before their mental and bodily powers are so enfeebled by age as to deprive them of their capacity for enjoyment. To this motive must be added the contempt which attaches to physical weakness among a nation of warriors, and the wrongs and insults which await those who are no longer able to protect themselves. When therefore a man finds his strength declining with the advance of age, and feels that he will soon be unequal to discharge the duties of this life, and to partake in the pleasures of that which is to come, he calls together his relations, and tells them that he is now worn out and useless, that he sees they are all ashamed of him, and that he has determined to be buried. So on a day appointed they met and buried him alive. 682 The sick and aged put to death by their relatives. The proposal to put the sick and aged to death did not always emanate from the parties principally concerned. When a son, for example, thought that his parents were growing too old and becoming a burden to him, he would give them notice that it was time for them to die, a notice which they usually accepted with equanimity, if not alacrity. As a rule, it was left to the choice of the aged and infirm to say whether they would prefer to be buried alive or to be strangled first and buried afterwards, and having expressed a predilection one way or the other, they were dealt with accordingly. To strangle parents or other frail and sickly relatives with a rope was considered a more delicate and affectionate way of dispatching them than to knock them on the head with a club. In the old days, the missionary Mr. Hunt witnessed several of these tender partings. On one occasion, he was called upon by a young man, who desired that he would pray to his spirit for his mother, who was dead. Mr. Hunt was at first in hopes that this would afford him an opportunity of forwarding their great cause. On inquiry, the young man told him that his brothers and himself were just going to bury her. Mr. Hunt accompanied the young man, telling him he would follow in the procession, and do as he desired him, supposing, of course, the corpse would be brought along. But he now met the procession, when the young man said that this was the funeral, and pointed out his mother, who was walking along with them, as gay and lively as any of those present, and apparently as much pleased. Mr. Hunt expressed his surprise to the young man, and asked him how he could deceive him so much by saying his mother was dead, when she was alive and well. He said, in reply, that they had made her death feast, and were now going to bury her, that she was old, that his brother and himself had thought she had lived long enough, and it was time to bury her, to which she had willingly assented, and they were about it now. He had come to Mr. Hunt to ask his prayers, as they did those of the priest. He added, that it was from love for his mother that he had done so, that, in consequence of the same love, they were now going to bury her, and that none but themselves could or ought to do so sacred an office. Mr. Hunt did all in his power to prevent so diabolical an act, but the only reply he received was, that she was their mother, and they were her children, and they ought to put her to death. On reaching the grave, the mother sat down, when they all, including children, grandchildren, relations, and friends, took an affectionate leave of her. A rope, made of twisted tapa, barkcloth, was then passed twice around her neck by her sons, who took hold of it, and strangled her, after which she was put into her grave, with the usual ceremonies. They returned to feast and mourn, after which she was entirely forgotten as though she had not existed. 683 Wives strangled or buried alive at their husbands' funerals. Again, wives were often strangled, or buried alive, at the funeral of their husbands, and generally at their own instance.